Morning, Thursday, July the 28th. Can you believe it? You've got, what have we got? 2 more days, haven't we? So today's Thursday. And by the way, the aftermath of the train strike, you did very well yesterday. You all did very well yesterday. There was no big disasters. The papers are not full of pictures of going, oh, it was complete chaos. It wasn't. Everybody managed to get into work. Those people who needed to get into work got into work. I literally walked from here down to Trafalgar Square, picked up the number 9 bus all the way to Hammersmith. I don't like sharing a seat. And then I swapped at Hammersmith for a bus that took me to Fulwell in Twickenham. And then I got back and they undercharged me in Greggs for 2 bacon rolls. So I'm going to be honest today and pay the odd 80 pence or something. It should have been, I think, what was it, £2.40 each because I had extra bacon. And then he charged me £2 each, so 80 pence short. Don't want them to have to pay for it. So I shall go and give the money back today because I'm like that. But just remember today, the trains will not start again till about 7:30. Now, the reason being, they're all in the wrong place. They have to, although which wrong places they're going to be at, I've got no idea. But you'll have to wait till 7:30 and then all the trains will be in the right places. So it suits me fine. So I don't need to get the bus today. I don't mind getting the bus. The good news was that, I'll tell you what I've discovered in the, down at Trafalgar Square, there's you can queue for all the different buses and all the rest of it. And half the people down there don't understand what the word queue is. Somebody nearly barged me out of the way saying, get the... And I nearly elbowed him and floored him, but I thought, no, be nice and considerate. He's obviously an ignoramus. And people, they've got no idea what queuing is. They just push on. Very embarrassing. Price of a McDonald's cheeseburger's gone up. Was 99p, now it's £1.19. So, shan't be buying those anymore. The whole idea was they were under £1. That was the whole idea. You're not telling me that McDonald's, with all their huge profits, could not absorb that. I mean, I don't know how many cheeseburgers they sell. But to be honest with you, £1.19 takes it a little bit too high. Either make it £1.20 or make it £1.10. But £1.19 just sounds ridiculous. And then we had loads of burgers delivered the other day. I, of course, missed them. And I don't want to make a big deal about it. But the old producer's come back again. Jake's come back and proudly told me that he ate a cheeseburger. So there you go. So we're now not talking. So there's another disaster. And then didn't they do, as I was going out the other day, they were setting up so everybody could watch the football in Trafalgar Square, which is very nice. It's very nice of the mayor to spend our money like this, because I've discovered as well that we have to pay for Prince Harry and his thing. So far, he's cost us £100,000. Why he can't afford to pay for it himself, I've got no idea. Didn't they get 100 million? He's obviously as tight as anything. Can't you pay for your own stuff? Why should we have to pay this legal fight to get back his bodyguards? We don't want him here. Nobody likes him. Seriously, and now it turns out, according to this book, they're leaking. Have you noticed? They're leaking little bits of Tom Bower's book about Meghan and how she lied by saying she didn't know who he was. She knew exactly who he was, apparently. And her sister has also sued her as well. Whatever it is, Meghan is coming over as not a very pleasant person. It's a case of she knew exactly who Prince Harry was. If you remember originally, I didn't know anything about him. You lying old baggage. You did. Not only did she research him, but she also played into his hands by saying, I knew all about your mother and all the rest of it. It was basically because Harry was a bit desperate and couldn't find anybody to go out with, because nobody wanted to go out with Harry because he just wants to take his clothes off and he's a bit of an embarrassment. And when he was drinking, he was a nightmare, but he was a bit more fun at the same time. And then he just didn't he lost the fun bit. Even the woman, the stripper in Vegas, who ended up with his boxer shorts. I mean, who wears boxer shorts? So dated, dear, but that doesn't matter. And she's ended up with him, and she said he used to be fun. She said now he's just boring. And that kind of sums him up. He thinks he knows everything about saving the world, whereas in fact he knows diddly squat, I'm afraid. Steve, love your show. Watched Dale Winton being interviewed by Mrs. Merton last night. I didn't even know he'd done Mrs. Merton. And Caroline Aherne. Yeah, she was another one, wasn't she? I quite liked it with all her interviews. So what was it, Debbie, that attracted you to the millionaire magician Paul Daniels? And then who was it who she did? Who was that boxer? Chris Eubank. He turns up with a monocle and his cane and a briefcase. He's doing a chat show. I don't mind people who are eccentric, but when you become a bit stupid at the same time. And so he sits there and she asks him a question and he sort of hedged, he sort of answered and all. And she said, come on, Chris, she said, it's a chat show. She said, I ask questions and you answer them. He just didn't, think, why were you on there? Why were you on there? I love the story of the boy of 10 who's in the papers today. He decided to invite his entire class to an after-school party, but he didn't tell his mum. So she gets like 30 kids turning up. I thought that was quite a good idea. We'd all want to do that. Peter Andre celebrates 30 years of not being particularly good at anything, apart from, sticking a sock down the front of his Speedos. We know about that because it was on the television programme, to make him look a little bit more interesting in the downstairs department. They did it when they did the photo session for his calendar. And then he had a coffee shop, but that went swanny. And then he tried to sort of have a little... he hasn't toured in ages, mainly because I think it looks a bit embarrassing. And so we're not really sure what he does. He did do that programme on the television where sort of Pete pretended that he did DIY. So they bought him a pair of pristine dungarees and he never got them dirty throughout the entire series because he didn't even know how to hammer in a nail. It was seriously embarrassing. Seriously embarrassing. And Pete's now heading towards, I don't know, oblivion, I should imagine. He's 30 years in the business. So they got him a cake on the television yesterday with Josie Gibson, who's beginning to get on my nerves, and the other one, Craig Doyle, who all of a sudden has developed this, the fake laugh, when they do them on the television trying to pretend they've got personalities. Not very good at all. Emily Atack, we were told the other day she's going out with a tree surgeon. Used to be on Big Brother apparently years ago. Anyway, luckily the other day they went out with their photographers so they could take pictures of them sort of, if you can have a relationship with somebody, why don't you do it privately? But of course they can't because she's trying to get work. A girl burnt by hot tea on a trip to Buckingham Palace. Nothing to do with Buckingham Palace. It's just that she was in her wheelchair and whatever happened was the tea spilt down her legs, and so they were very good. They brought over buckets of ice and all the rest of it, and then it blisters, because that's what happens. I know, because I'm burnt to pieces. And so they did that, and then she went back there, because it happened a little while ago, and they got her toys and all the rest of it. She got a guided tour, so she did very well out of it. But, hot tea. Didn't somebody sue in America? There was one particularly well-known place where somebody went, oh, I'd had a cup of coffee and it was very hot. And you think, yeah, it's a cup of coffee, love. What do you think it is? Stone cold? These people are ridiculous. Steve, the 267 to Fulwell is at least a fast service once you get past Chiswick. Oh, I tell you the thing that really annoys me with buses. You get on the 267, although actually I got on the number 9. We pull into a bus stop and you sit there like complete dimwits. And then all of a sudden, the driver decides to tell you what's going on. The driver has been asked to remain here a little while to even up the service. What bloody service? There was no service. We were on the number 9 bus there. And then it happened on the 267. The driver has been asked to wait here for a little while. And you sit there feeling like, well, how long are we sitting here for? Really is dreadful. But, it's not a particularly fast service. I didn't think so. Getting all the way through sort of Chiswick. And then you get people some people get on buses and go one stop. One stop on there was one woman got on with all these bags and bits and pieces. Looked like she'd been sort of on the rob. And I remember thinking, and then she gets off at the I feel like saying to her, why didn't you just walk, love? Why didn't you walk? It's ridiculous. There you go. Liebeck versus McDonald's, also known as the McDonald's coffee case. So this is a woman, 79. She suffered 3rd-degree burns in her pelvic region when she accidentally spilt coffee in her lap after purchasing it from a McDonald's restaurant. She was hospitalised for 8 days, and she sought to settle for $20,000 to cover her medical expenses, because in America, you've got to have insurance. If you don't have insurance, it's not like they have the National Health Service. But anyway, the jury found, when they sort of took it, that McDonald's was 80% responsible. So she was awarded $200,000 to cover medical expenses and $2.7 million in punitive damages, the equivalent of 2 days of McDonald's coffee sales. The trial judge reduced the damages to 3 times the amount of the compensatory damages, totaling $640,000. The parties settled for a confidential amount. To be honest with you, I would go, I'm sorry, because I wasn't there in America, but I'd be going, I'm sorry, you're very old, dear. Have a cold drink. Okay, a cold drink, much safer for you. She spilt it. Nobody made us spill it. But in America, they sue at the drop of a hat. I'm surprised somebody's never sued. The ice cream is too cold. The ice cream's very cold. I don't know what we're going to do about it. And the burger, it's too hot. and the cheese, it's too melted on there. They sue at the drop of... Do you remember there was a bloke who sued his parents because he thought they didn't bring him up properly? So they sued. He sued his parents. I can't remember what the outcome was. And there was another bloke who got sued by this girl. She'd booked a date with him, and he really wasn't interested, so he didn't bother going. She took him to court because he'd let her down. I looked at a picture of her. I thought, not surprised he let you down, love. God in heaven. People sue at the drop of a hat. I mean, luckily we not got to that over there, but we just got to suffer with Harry. I want my bodyguard back. Give me my bodyguard. And you're paying for it. 100,000 quid it's cost so far just to get back his bodyguard. Can't you afford them, love? Can't you afford them? The answer is yes, of course you can. Yes, of course you can. I found the cheapest Airbnb in England. £9 a night. £9 a night. That's very cheap. I've never done an Airbnb. I mean, I just think it's like bed and breakfast, isn't it? And some of the ones they do on the television, you know, they do 4 in a bed, which I do like, you know, because they're really revolting, some of these people. They're really, they lift up the toilet seat, they run their fingers under, oh, it's just ghastly. And some of the prices of these bed and breakfasts in dumps of places, £160 a night, you know, £220 a night. And you look at it and you think, you're not serious, are you? You could stay in a decent hotel for that sort of price. Prince Charles goes to the Sandringham Flower Show. It's an annual event. And Grant Shapps says it's time to stop these forever rail strikes. No, listen, we don't need to stop them, Grant. We just carry on. We all managed to get to work yesterday. I don't remember seeing anybody in this building going, oh, I've had a journey from hell. What a nightmare journey. And as I said yesterday, what is the problem with the strike? I don't have a problem with strike. If you want to go on strike, go on strike. It doesn't make any difference to me. It doesn't affect my life. It's the people at all the stations who've got businesses who basically have got no customers. Can they then sue the RMT for screwing up their business? You know, one minute you've got all these, you know, things to buy. You know, McDonald's, I should imagine their takings were down phenomenally the other day at Waterloo Station because there's no trains. Are they going to pay for that? Do you think Mick will be paying for it? Or Michael, as he was christened, I should imagine. I love the way he goes out there with his flat cap on. Next he'll be turning up with 2 bloody whippets. That'll be it. Michael in Oxford says, Steve, the soap Neighbours finished this week on Channel 5. If only EastEnders would too, please, due to low ratings. Well, I mean, I don't know how they've managed to effectively kill off EastEnders. They really have. I mean, the ratings used to be phenomenal years ago. They're down to, you know, 2 million and under now for the money they've just spent on the set. What a waste. But there again, the BBC love wasting your money, don't they? They love wasting it. They don't really have any sort of, they don't know what to do about it. They can't resurrect a show that's dying. It's like the final embers of EastEnders. Put it out of its misery and just put the test card on. That'll be just equally as exciting. Thank you very much indeed. Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome to Thursday. Welcome to July the 28th. Meghan's sob story, not a fact, they've said. It's there's a book coming out, and they've said basically she told lies about these sort of things, and she realised that her acting career was finished. She only appeared in Suits, as far as I know, and she sort of made some career about, you know, as if she was sort of dominating Hollywood, but of course she wasn't. Boots have become the first pharmacy to deliver prescription medicine by drone. How does that work? Do they set them off and then it flies over your house and they just drop it? I don't understand how that works. Or is the drone knocking on your front door? Is that how... It is a bit scary, isn't it? All these things flying about all over the place. I don't know. So Keir Starmer, Sir, hardly working class, sacks number 2 who joined the rail strikes. And... there was a rail strike, picket row, and he sacked his rebel minister. I didn't think there were any rules inside the Labour Party that meant that you couldn't actually stand on a picket line. I have a horrible feeling that Keir Starmer has alienated the unions, who basically bankroll them. The unions bankroll the Labour Party. Without the unions, the Labour Party disappeared. Oh, sorry, the Labour Party has disappeared, hasn't it? Much as though James O'Brien likes every day to keep pumping it up and going, yeah, next day we're heading for Downing Street. I don't think so. Ron says, I got sued in America by a woman who claimed the car I'd sold her was worth £500 less than she paid me. She won. They love suing. The Americans are huge into it. We haven't quite grasped that one yet. Steve, when the buses wait, says Kim, it's called the maintenance of headway. It's to stop them all banking up and arriving at the same time at the end of the route. Magnus Mills wrote a very funny book on it. It's always the buses I get on. And the other thing is, which really annoys me as well, where they sit there and they go, the driver is, we're waiting here a few minutes while the drivers change over. And I've only just got on the bus. Every time I get on it up by Squires Garden Centre, they change drivers. You know, perhaps they can't drive very far or something. Perhaps they're not allowed to drive more than a mile. Yeah, and you have to wait while sort of one driver goes, oh yeah, and some of them just stand there chatting. You feel like saying, excuse me, are we leaving today? Any chance? Do you think we might actually get there on time? Drives me mad. Drives me mad. But I did get, what did I go and buy? Oh, I bought some vegan chocolates the other day for my boss's PA. Because she's vegan and she likes chocolates and she's done me some favours, so I bought these lovely boxes of chocolate. And strangely, I went into what used to be Bentall's, but the bag I came out with had Fenwick written on it, which is all very old. Anyway, and so I do this in Kingston, and I said to the woman, I said, I'm looking for vegan chocolates, because there's no point in wandering around by yourself. You might as well just say to somebody, because they can save you time. And she said, you're standing in front of them. I said, am I really? How lovely. So I bought £44 worth of vegan chocolates, which is lovely. One is a lovely box of chocolates, and the other is chocolate truffles, and then there was another thing as well, which is like chocolate truffles. And Hilary likes... I don't know if they taste different. I've never eaten them. I'm not really a chocolate eater. I'm more, more savoury. Yeah, I mean, well, given the choice, I would rather have savoury. I'd rather suck a Twiglet than sort of do a box of chocolates. I couldn't get excited. And if I did do chocolates, I only do the soft ones. I do this sort of, I don't do anything hard inside chocolate. I'm not a toffee man, no. I do, strawberry, orange, cherry, banana, anything like that. If I was making up a box of chocolates, it would be all full of soft centres, which I quite like, because a friend of mine's got a chocolate shop in Richmond. They make their own chocolates. And so always I would have all the soft chocolates. Funny, isn't it? Because years ago I would like the toffee, especially if it was Quality Street, the round one in the gold paper, and then the long thin one, which it looks a bit like Peter Andre. And I quite like things like that, was quite nice, and the little triangle. But then after a while I got a bit bored with sort of chocolate. So I don't really eat it. The only thing I will ever have is Charbonnel and Walker. They do rose and violet creams, which my brother's wife adores. So on the odd occasion, I bought 2 boxes, and I will eat them myself, which just makes me feel quite ill. It doesn't. I'm well, not necessarily all in one go, but not far off it. Not far off it. But given the choice, I would like a pasty. A Cornish pasty will suit me fine. I love things like that, or a baguette with little sausages in, or something, or sort of bacon. But you've got to get the bacon in Greggs right, because sometimes it stays in the oven too long and it comes out. You could bang nails in with it. I mean, they must have sorted it out by now. Goodness sake, honestly. What was the other one that I quite like? Alison Hammond's written she's too shy to hook up with men. Sorry, I don't believe that at all. I think that's a load of old rubbish, actually. A load of old poppycock. And what was the other one that I quite liked? Did a hiker take a wrong turning before plunging to her death? That frightens the life out of me. And they've had to start denying. Remember I told you yesterday about the young man, 19, 20, gets out of the helicopter and goes round the back of it. And unfortunately, the blades, which were still turning on the back, he'd have been dead within seconds, absolute seconds. It was ghastly. But they were saying he went round to take a selfie, and his family have had to say he wasn't taking a selfie. He wasn't taking a selfie. But a really just dreadful, dreadful story. Absolutely dreadful. Love Island hit by 1,500 bullying complaints. And Gino D'Acampo reckons he turns down an invitation to tea with the Queen because he doesn't like tea and he doesn't like cucumber sandwiches. As if they'd invite you, mate. Is this after you came out of prison or before you went in? Would you like to tell us that one? I bet you won't know. And also, who is a real friend? Who is a real friend? It's somebody who tells you, yeah, your bum really does look big in that. You've got to tell people. You've got to be honest. No point in lying to somebody. It's like people say, so how are you? Well, I always start telling them all my medical ailments. I think it makes it far more entertaining for me. Where they go, so, how are you today? And you go, well, oh dear, don't even ask. It's been a disaster. And you could see their face drop. They're thinking, I wish I'd never asked. I wish I'd never asked what he's like. The Grange Hill Stars, 44 years after it finished, they've got together again, which is quite nice because we like Grange Hill. Do-do-do-do. And Paul McCartney reveals the Beatles being a trio was never an option after John Lennon went. So it was never an option to do it, which is a shame, but he's still going, isn't he? He's still going, and you think it's all right for him to keep going? Yeah, I think so. Let's face it, it's Paul McCartney, for God's sake. You know, when you look at what he's been through in his life, when they came from nothing to being, you know, the biggest band in the whole world, and he still packs out venues. I mean, for goodness sake, honestly. And scientists have been baffled. They found a series of perfectly aligned holes at the bottom of the Atlantic, about 1.5 miles down. I wonder what they are. Perhaps it's a plug. Perhaps if you pull it, it goes, and all of a sudden the water disappears, and we're just left with a load of fish going, where's the water gone? That I'd like to know about. Definitely. That'd be a really good one. Do you not think so? Police have been told to shave their stubble and shine up their boots. They're looking very scruffy recently, police officers. Honestly, I look better than police officers. And if you thought prices for Adele were expensive in Hyde Park, wait till you hear about the Vegas shows. Front row seats, $46,000. Seriously. That is like, you know, you'd have to be one hell of a fan to spend money like that. What if you get a free T-shirt or something, just to make it marginally more interesting? But I think maybe not. Because you know that she pulled out. I reckon Caesar's Palace have said to her, listen, sweet pea, okay, we want these shows rescheduled. It's cost us a fortune. We had to employ all these people, had to buy all the merchandise, and you think you can just walk away from it? I think not. I said the other day that she's doing all the original dates, but these are not till November, plus 8 extra. And I reckon the 8 extra is the compensation that Caesar's Palace will be looking for, so that they can cover their costs on all the people they had to hire to work the blooming gig before she went, oh no, the show's not ready. You know, not good enough. Not good enough. So very expensive. To be honest with you, I've seen her, and it's okay, not live. I've just seen her on sort of television, same as everybody else. Dawn did indeed wear green yesterday, Dawn Neeson from the Daily Star, columnist extraordinaire, because she was asking us what to wear, and we said she wanted to know either khaki or green, and we decided green, and she wore green. You like her in red? I don't think we want that kind of talk. It's not necessary, is it? No, I mean, to be honest with you, any sort of plain colour where you've got, if you are a woman, you can wear sort of like a T-shirt thing underneath, and then you could put a colour over the top, and it always looks good. I mean, everybody's got an outfit that they look good in. She's got various colours, lots of different colours, because the trouble is, the more television you do, the more clothes you need to buy, because television just uses up clothing. You know, I used to have loads of clothes for Channel 5. Luckily, they were all given to me, so I didn't need to worry about it. I didn't. Dale gave me all his clothes from Supermarket Sweep, so I was the best dressed person on the programme, because I had all these, you know, handmade suits and shirts and everything else, and it was lovely. And so every time I'd go round there, he'd give me sackfuls of clothes. I've still got them. I've still got most of the clothes from Supermarket Sweep. What I'm ever going to do with them, I've got no idea, because they don't fit. They don't fit now, but it doesn't really matter, actually. And there's a chip shop, which is Spark Fury. They're charging £2 extra for cheese on cheesy chips. So you buy cheesy chips and then you pay £2 extra. I mean, I don't know. Is it melted cheese, or they just put a slice of cheese over the top? I think it's melted cheese. Is it? I've never had it. They used to do at the some of the markets I used to go to, they used to do curry sauce with chips, and I quite like curry sauce. Then I discovered that they did it in Iceland. You mixed it, and then you could just dip your chips in it. I don't have chips very often. I'm sort of one of those people. I try and, it's like KFC. I can have it every so often, but not very often. In fact, when the doctors phoned me yesterday, she said, oh, you know, how are you doing? Your numbers are looking good. Your blood, you know, results are coming back, and they're looking good, heading in the right direction. She said, how's your weight? I said, well, I think I've lost weight, because I'm having to put extra notches in my belt. And if I don't sort of do them up tightly in the morning, I can walk from here to the down there. My jeans could be by my knees. I mean, it's not a great look, but, you know, I kind of sort of work on it a little bit. Trump says America's going to hell. Well, it certainly was when you were there. And takeaway lovers say pizza should never have pineapple on it. As we said before, it's only in this country you get a Hawaiian. You go to Italy and you go, sorry, can I have a Hawaiian pizza? And they look at you like you're mad. They don't do pineapple on pizzas. They really don't. They would think you'd be an idiot. Also, gherkins are no on burgers. It's only McDonald's who do that. You shouldn't really have it. It's an American thing. We don't like gherkins. No, it's not. Gherkins are really bad. They're horrible things. They're horrid. They're horrid. Don't even argue with me. And French fries are better than proper chips. Yeah, I agree there. I like French fries better than proper chips. You know, unless they're really cooked properly, proper chips. You know, it's no good just dipping them in the oil and taking them out again. I want really triple cooked chips, crispy. You know, I mean, you could do them yourself at home. You just buy chips and then you deep fry them and you take them out, dry them a little bit, and then you put them back in again. You could do that 2 or 3 times and it's nice.
To keep my business ahead of the game, I knew I needed some fresh ideas, and fast. That's why I decided to host a young person on a T-level industry placement. My student has already brought loads of new skills into the workplace. Plus, we're getting first pick of new talent coming into the construction industry right here in the Northwest. It's been a total win-win. Go next level with T-levels. Search Skills Revolution.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to be company. Dawn Neeson says Steve Allen show saved me from matchy jacket horrors yesterday by suggesting green rather than khaki. God knows what colour today. God knows what colour today. Green looks good. You see, it's good. It stands out. It stands out. See, if you go for the beiges, Dawn, you would blend into the background. You don't want to do that. I mean, even Jeremy is wearing this sort of beigey kind of thing as well. I mean, it's okay. This has now become Jacketgate, but the green looks good. Green looks good. My former producer, Thomas Daniellen, who is now residing in America, I like to be in America, has just sent a thing saying, I told you. This is about the Nessie story from the other day, where they're trying to prove that Nessie existed, whereas we're still not believing in it. But Thomas is determined to get the apology he so richly doesn't deserve. So that's never happening. I love it. Rail leaders have been accused of blocking a pay deal that could have prevented yesterday's crippling strikes. I don't think they were crippling. I don't think they were. I really don't, actually. I think we all managed to do it. We all managed to get to work. Because if we moan about it, that just, puts us out as, moaning minis. And it's not very nice, actually. Not very nice. Don't complain about everything. Because, there are good things in life. And it's Thursday. We're heading towards a weekend. I'm going to see my godchildren on Saturday, which is great. And Mark says, I'm still laughing from yesterday when you did the impression of the workers in Wimpy coughing violently. It was awful. It was right next to my table. They just cooked my food. And they were going, and I'm thinking, oh, God, shan't be going there again. Glenn says, my favourite treat from the chippy, chips, Holland steak pudding, mushy peas and fruity curry. What, from the chip shop? Blimey, I've heard of chips. I don't know what steak pudding is, but it sounds quite nice. Mushy peas, no, absolutely not, and fruity curry. I had yesterday fillet steak. It was the best fillet steak I've ever had. I bought it from M&S. I bought 2 pieces, £7 something each. It's my little treat every so often because I don't want to do too much red meat. And I cut it up, and it was delicious. I steam it. So I put it in the saucepan with the lid on, medium heat, and leave it. And so it steams it, and it just melts in your mouth. And I decided to do that with a peppercorn sauce and asparagus. And, of course, as I've told you before, the asparagus that you're getting at the moment is rubbish. It's from Peru. It's got no taste to it whatsoever. The only decent asparagus we got was British, but that season's finished, I'm afraid. So you have to buy all this other stuff. Every time you go anywhere, that's the main export from Peru. Asparagus. It's thin, weedy, no taste, garbage. Wouldn't buy it if you paid me. And when I went to Costco, they've got it as well. And I was at the women saying, oh, look, they've got asparagus in. And I wanted to say to them, it's Peruvian. It's got no taste to it at all. It's ghastly. So, but I didn't. Wayne the Trolley Dolly is in Istanbul for a few days break. Lovely city. Oddly enough, walking through the bazaars, I found a Pat and Margaret movie tribute stall. The most unexpected stall ever in the unlikeliest place, but I suppose it's a great movie. Pat and Margaret was great. Did you ever see that? Oh, it was very good. Very good. It was part of a thing. It's the story of Pat, who's a very successful woman, and Margaret, who works in a chippy, or works in one of those sort of cafes. It's very good, Pat and Margaret. It's what's his face in it, and there they are, Victoria Wood, and it's got Celia Imrie, Julie Walters. It's really good. It won a Broadcasting Press Guild Award, and so it follows the sisters Margaret, who's a cook, and Pat, a very successful actress, who doesn't really want anything to do with Margaret. It's a comedy, and they're reunited on a television programme where they sort of bring her out, and unfortunately, Pat, the successful actress, has to pretend that she likes her, and she goes, listen, I don't need you in my life, okay? And so Victoria Wood goes, well, what am I supposed to do now? She goes, I'll give you some money, get rid of her. And they go and meet their mother, and it turned out their mother was a hooker. It's really good. It's a nice little thing. It's a nice little piece. You must watch. Yeah, you must watch. You'll find it on YouTube. It's really good, actually. Very, very nice. We like stuff like that. Do you know Bronze Age men started snogging women 5,000 years ago? And that's where cold sores came from. Apparently people didn't sort of worry about it. I thought cold sores were a thing of the past. I didn't know that people still got cold sores. But, it's the way it goes, isn't it, really, I suppose. The Chelsea boss who's found love again days after his divorce. Yeah, right. She was waiting in the wings. Where did you get your asparagus from yesterday? I had to buy Peruvian. I forgot to check until I got home, so I had to suffer with it. It was ghastly, really ghastly. And Jeff says, I made a fillet steak with a Diane sauce, mushroom, paprika, brandy and cream. It was good. I tend to buy it. Much easier to go and buy a sauce. Who can be bothered to actually make something? That's very tedious. Very tedious. I only ever go and buy a peppercorn sauce because you just open up the pot, you pour it in and leave it. And it was delicious. I mean, it was really delicious. No hassle. I'm into the one pot cook. So I've got a saucepan and I do everything in it. It's either that or a frying pan which has got a lid on it because steaming is so much easier. And it tenderizes the meat. It really does. It's delicious. But I don't have it. I used to use it years ago for having sort of smoked salmon and salmon chunks and all the rest, which I quite like. But I just cut the meat up into chunks and then it literally fell apart. Even I couldn't believe it. It was so tasty for, £6, £7 for a piece of fillet steak. It's well worth it. It's the only steak I eat, actually. I don't eat rump or sirloin or anything else. I just like fillet steak. And I quite like it if it's aged. I like sort of, this yesterday was particularly good. I remember thinking, I'll go back and get some more today. I don't know whether I cook it, whether it's medium rare or nothing. I just tend to put it in the saucepan till I look at it and then shake it round the saucepan a bit until it looks as though it's done. I used to deep fry steak years ago. I used to work in a pub years ago, and they used to do steak in the basket. So you'd cut it up and you deep fry it. We used to do chicken in the basket, steak in the basket, and you put some chips in there. You'd have 2 fryers, one for all the chips, and you put them in the bottom, and then you put steak. And then people would say, could I have it medium rare? I thought, you bloody get it the way I cook it. I'm not going to start faffing around with all the different sorts of things. God, can you imagine? So, red on red, Keir sacks his rebel minister. That's not gone down very well at all, I'm afraid. I don't know why it makes any difference at all. So, out of line. So, this is a front bencher who defied his orders by joining a picket line yesterday. I mean, obviously, it's a bit simple. It's a guy called Sam Tarry. So, they've sort of got rid of him. He said he was proud to be standing in solidarity. Unfortunately, nobody else thought the same. But you can't go against the leader. That's the whole idea, isn't it? You have the leader of the party. You think you're really clever, Sam. You weren't. Steve, it was the... wait a minute. Have you had New York strip steak? I think I might have done. I can't remember. I did have a steak once somewhere, and I think it might have been strip... And I thought it was awful. It was too fatty. Far too fatty. I like beef Wellington. I used to quite like beef Wellington. But my friend Ian says, when you visit here, because he lives in Dallas, he works on the radio out there, we'll have chicken fried streak, a Texas staple, or is it steak? Chicken fried steak. I was watching somebody cooking chicken on the television the other day, and it was a place in America where it looked a bit like Kentucky Fried Chicken, but it wasn't KFC. And he literally dipped it and then put it in, and and it looked delicious. They do it in Thailand as well, where they cook loads and loads of chicken. They throw it into these huge vats of burning oil. I mean, it looked delicious. And it seems to go so crispy. And I thought, good, crispy chicken. Helen says, my brother used to have a girlfriend who had quite a few sisters. They lived at the end of the bus route with the bus stop right outside their house. The funny thing was that more than one of the sisters had babies and all the dads were bus drivers. Quelle surprise, Helen. Quelle surprise. Imagine. Actually, I've got a friend who used to be a bus driver, and he did very well. He'd do all the overtime that was on offer and everything else, and actually built up, good bit of money. So here we go. Quarter pounder with cheese with a side salad and medium fries, $1.99 McDonald's. It's this little voucher thing. However, you have to present the voucher before placing your order, and I never quite understood that. And then I suddenly worked it out. They're obviously much smaller portions than you would get normally. Otherwise, why would you have to do that? So I never did it. I'd order it, they put it into the till, and I think they then have to do it again so that they know it's a smaller thing of it. But they haven't put it up, so it's still $1.99. Still $1.99. A drag queen had to be escorted to safety by police after a protest at a story session. I thought this was an old one, actually. I remember reading this ages and ages ago. And children don't know what drag queens are. And these are little children. Little children. The 27-year-old who wears multicoloured sequin outfits with a red wig and heavy makeup was interrupted around 25 people who said they were there to protect their children. Wow. There was one protester shouting, "I'm trying to protect you people from this." But the woman said she was thinking of her children. She walked inside. So, in fact, you remember last week the event was hosted by drag queens and Block booked tickets online to stop them. Dozens sent a template letter produced by the charity the Family Education Trust, who are obviously a bit homophobic, I should imagine. The letter argued the sessions were highly inappropriate, given that the images of men dressed as women are highly sexualised. Really? You've been to pantomimes, eh? The Family Education Trust? There's lots of men dressed as women. Lots of women dressed as men. Just wonder whether you've been there. Probably not, I should imagine. People like you make me sick. They really do. I like the idea that CCTV cameras are going to be allowed into the Old Bailey. They do it in America all the time. All the time. You can watch all the court cases going on. They love it. Over here, we don't do it. Let's start doing it, which is very good. Westlife, maybe one of the most successful groups of all time, but the lads still don't feel that they've achieved it all, or indeed stool. In an exclusive interview with Guilty Pleasure, Shane Phelan quipped they should look at launching their own range of kitchen stools, because they spent all their time sitting on kitchen stools singing all their songs, which was quite nice. Chicken fried steak with eggs is breakfast here, said my friend Ian. Chicken fried steak with eggs. That does sound delicious, doesn't it? You can't have it, okay, because it's only over in Dallas. Steve, agree with you about M&S fillet, says Ben. It's always good. The trouble with M&S food is that the use-by dates aren't very long. Well, I eat it immediately. I don't hang around. Oh, no. Corn on the cob is cheap, says Ron. Yeah, that's okay. I don't mind. I don't mind corn on the cob. Ever tried an omelette done in the microwave, says Lawrence? No. I don't have a microwave, actually. USA, California jumbo asparagus in the past was the best in New Covent Garden. Yeah, but at the moment it's all Peruvian. You know, and it's thin and weedy, and it's just got no taste to it, which is a shame. Though, you know, the price is about right, £2.50 for a big sort of bundle of it. But to be honest with you, I wanted the British. I should have bought the British stuff and then seen if I could sort of freeze it. Make a lot of difference, wouldn't it, really? Every little help. Jacket potatoes for £4 in Tesco, £3.91. And which looks quite nice. You can get sort of beans and all sorts of bits and pieces. But 4 baked potato. I love baked potatoes. They do them in Costco, which are about, I think they're about £2.50. And you can have either beans, cheese, chili con carne or tuna. You can have any combination of those, and they put them in there, and it's a big baked potato. But I love baked potatoes. Do you like baked potatoes? Do you like baked potatoes? You know the best bit to eat? The skin. Apparently, it's the only bit that people leave. They go, "Oh, I don't like that." It's crispy. I love it. Oh, dear. Beans and cheese. Hallelujah. There is a God. Morning, nice to have your company. I trust you are well. 13 minutes to 5. So it's going to be a nice weekend, isn't it? Well, I think so. I don't know. I thought yesterday the weather was good. The weather was okay. We didn't have to sort of worry too much about it being nippy. Although at one point the skies went quite dark. And I remember looking up thinking, is it going to rain? Everybody keeps writing to me going, "Oh, Steve, it's going to rain here and it's raining where we are, and Manchester, we've got rain and everything else." Steve, great to hear you putting the world to rights after having a sore throat the other day. I did have a little bit of a sore throat. The trouble is the occupational hazard is, if you speak for a living, and I do speak for a living, and you drink tea this is the worst thing you can drink. Milk, apparently, means that you produce more saliva, which means that you get sore throats. So, but the trouble is, I do like my cups of tea in the morning. I used to drink coffee. Now I don't. And the poor producer, Jake, has now he'd forgotten what it's like to work on this programme because we talk about food. And it makes him hungry, even though he's already eaten the cheeseburger. I don't want to make a big deal about it. I'm not one of these people who dwells on past glories. Ted says pickles are an essential part of a burger here in Canada. Well, we shan't be going to Canada then. I don't like pickles. I never did like them. I used to say to them, if ever I used to go to McDonald's, I would always order a quarter pounder with cheese plain, which meant you just got the burger and the cheese and nothing else. I didn't want, and they'd say, oh, do you want pickles? You go, no, plain. It's in your manual. Read your own manual. You know, you just have plain burger and cheese, and a quarter pounder was quite nice. But the Wendy burgers, I haven't had a Wendy burger for years, and they do like a double quarter pounder. And that's particularly delicious. But they're square patties, which are quite nice. I could eat that now, actually. It's fatal, isn't it? I think somebody should come in here in the morning. Where did I go the other... Oh, that's right. When I was waiting by the bus stop yesterday to get my number 9 bus, I was standing in front of a hotel, which I think is called the Trafalgar. I might be wrong on that. And there were people eating breakfast in there. And I do like a hotel breakfast. I like going in there. I've done it here, but it's quite expensive. This one opposite the front door. It's like 27 quid. It's very expensive for what it is. And I thought I might have gone into the Trafalgar and gone, can non-residents have a breakfast here? Because if they said yes, I'd have been there straight away. I'd have gone for toast, and I'd have gone for sausages and bacon and beans and hash browns. I don't go for tomatoes at breakfast. I don't know why, actually. It's one of those things. Over in Edinburgh, says Kim, in the Chippies, they ask you if you want salt and sauce or salt and vinegar with your chips. It's an Edinburgh thing, Steve. I'm not personally a fan. Salt and vinegar every time. Yeah. I'm not so mad on, excuse me, on vinegar. I've had vinegar before. I'm into my pickled onions, though. I'm into the pickled onions. I do like pickled onions. Not all the time, but occasionally. But, you know, the things you could eat at this time of the morning. Somebody mentioned earlier on a fruity curry. Have you ever had a fruity curry? They're quite nice. And I think you could eat those. Sometimes I used to go home years and years ago. I haven't done it for a long time. And I used to have chicken tikka masala over mashed potato. And that was particularly delicious. Or failing that, I'd get ready-made mashed potato, hollow it out in the middle, put loads of butter in there, cover it all over, and then add beans and little sausages. That was particularly nice. Oh, dear. Wicked is on at the Apollo Victoria. It's really good. It really is good. And if you haven't seen it, you must go and see it. She says, I get shivers. This is the actress who's playing the lead at the moment. Lucy Jones goes green for her role. She's got to put this green makeup on. I was amazed when I saw it last time. All the youngsters in the audience, they knew all the songs and they knew everything. Very, very popular. It's a great, great show. She says, I get shivers thinking about it, even though I do it every day. It's like doing a radio programme. You get excited doing a radio programme, and yet you do it every single day of your life. There's never a day goes by, well, apart from the weekends, where I'm not doing a radio programme. It seems odd, doesn't it, really? Because, you know, if somebody had said to me at school, when I did go to school all those years ago, and you didn't really think, well, I didn't anyway, about what you were going to do for a career. You never thought about it. It's a case of, you know, what do you think you want to do when you leave school? And I go, I don't know, I never even thought about leaving school. And then I did leave school very early. I left school at 15. And I just sort of thought to myself, I wonder what I want to do. I just thought I would earn money. I never thought, oh, I've got a career. And I remember at the time they'd said, well, you know, why don't you be a speech therapist? I was going to be a speech therapist. But then I looked at the training and I looked at the pathetic amount of money you'd earn at the end of it. And I remember thinking, that's a waste of time. I don't think I'll bother doing that. So I ended up working in a shop. And I didn't earn very much money. But there again, when you live at home, you don't need to worry about that. You don't need to sort of think to yourself because, you know, all your food is done and everything. And we had a canteen in the place I used to work at. And you could get a cheese and pickle roll. Crusty roll, and that would keep me going, because when you're younger you don't seem to eat as much food, do you? I seem to sort of eat a bit more as I get a little bit older, but still losing the weight, which is fantastic. Stig says Wicked gives a different view on the Wizard of Oz. Well, it's the follow-on. It's the follow-on from the Wizard of Oz. That's what it is. So it doesn't give a different view. It's the same show. They just take it on a little bit further. Steve, a Wendy opened in Camden High Street in the last couple of weeks. Only found out yesterday, going there on Saturday. Oh, Jim, how lovely. How lovely. I used to love Wendy's. Used to be one on the Strand. It's now a Pizza Express, I think. I know, because I'm sure I saw Prince Andrew in there. And I remember thinking, oh, that's nice. That's nice. Steve, I hate the cheese they put in burgers. I call it plastic cheese, Sarah says. I'm with you. I love a Wendy's. Just leaving home for my drive to work in Loughton. Glad I'm taking you with me. Merci. And Tim says, McDonald's do a double quarter pounder. It's very nice, but never as good as Wendy's. Well, Wendy's was sort of square, but they all taste differently. They all taste differently. Mary Poppins says Lewis was brilliant. Can't recommend enough. The dancing and flying around was amazing. Brought back my childhood. What did you used to fly around when you were younger? The boys, I told you, the boys who wrote the new songs and all the rest of it for Mary Poppins, we sat next to her at the opening night, and they said, you Steve Allen? And I went, yes. Because you always get that in theatres. You have to, because the moment you open your mouth, people go, I know your voice. People always say that. I get that more than anything. They might not know what I look like, but they know the voice. And he said, when we were writing Mary Poppins, we listened to your show all the time. Isn't that good? Ashley says Burger King have the $1.99 offer for a Whopper at the moment, but you have to grab a bottle of water to round it up to £3. Oh, right. It's a bit expensive. Did I tell you I went to the hospital the other day because I was going to get my eyes tested, and I wanted a bottle of water because it was a bit warm, and I pushed my money over the counter, and the woman went, oh, no, sorry, she said, we don't take cash anymore at the shop. She said, have you got a credit card? And I had to tell her that I didn't have a credit card because I didn't bring it with me to the hospital. I didn't think I'd need it. And so she paid for it and I gave her the £1. How confusing was that? But, we get there eventually. What else we got at Wicked? Oh, it's just great. I did a whole feature on Wicked years and years ago. I went there on the stage. And, of course, they were suffering at that time because of the heat outside. So you're working on a stage with all the lights and the rake on the stage, which is the bit which enables you to see everything. They used to have exactly the same in Miss Saigon, only the stage was pitted with craters because it was all bomb explosions on Miss Saigon. So they had to be very careful. They didn't fall into the craters. It was fantastic. Here we go. Pisces today. I like to have a quick check on my star signs just in case it says, by the way, this is going to be a good weekend. It says, a sunny influence might assist you in your quest for better health with the coming days, perfect for initiating good habits. There you go. It's time to take stock and consider how happy you are. I am a happy little soul. I don't like being ill, but I've learnt to sort of cope with it over the years. As I say now, nothing sort of, years ago I'd have sort of gone, an operation on, this part of your anatomy or that part of the anatomy, and I might have worried about it. Now, I console myself with thinking that they do this all the time in the hospital. When I had my colonoscopy and endoscopy, all I did was just sort of lie there thinking, they do this every single day. This is not complicated. And they were so good. I thought I could go back again, but I didn't. Roger says, I'm weird. I'm having bratwurst in pita bread for breakfast. Nothing the matter with that. I tell you what's even better, Roger. Bratwurst with some sweet senf mustard and then grated cheese over the top of it. That is particularly gorgeous. Jane says, back in the 80s, Steve, we had a tea lady at work who came round morning and afternoon with freshly baked sausage rolls, toast and cakes. Ooh, toast and cakes. We have a cafe in Twickenham by the traffic lights, and it's full of elderly people puffing away on cigarettes every day. You've never seen so many people who look as though they're about to die. And they're all sitting there, and the big treat is to have a couple of slices of toast. I don't know why people go there and get slices of toast, but it's the smokers. They all sit out the front there smoking, and you look at them and you think, oh dear. You can always tell a smoker. They're very lined faces, because smoking ages you. Nothing you can do about it, unless you sort of stop smoking, which I did many years ago. Front page of the Sun this morning. Chelsea boss's new love, Thomas, is it Tuchel? Oh, there we go. He's found love again with a glamorous Brazilian days after his divorce. Tuchel whisked away business boss and mother, Natalie Max, to relaxing Sardinia. A holidaymaker said they held hands at every opportunity. Oh, I bet they did. And fun-loving Danny Winrow is having a ball. She swapped her false eye for a sparkly gold version. It looks quite freaky, actually. It's quite a freaky thing to have done. I've seen people before who've had different contact lenses put in their eyes, different colours and stuff like that, and some very odd things. Very odd things. What have we got here? This is... Oh, she's another Victoria's Secret model. We don't really bother with them, actually. It's not that exciting. Also, The Neighbours erased me over the sex lies. This is Craig McLachlan, who said he's devastated that cancel culture has seen him barred from the final episodes of the Aussie soap. He was Henry Ramsey for a couple of years, and he reckons he was shunned despite being cleared of sexual assault charges 2 years ago. He can only watch as his screen sister Charlene, played by Kylie, and stepfather Harold Bishop, played by Ian Smith, appeared during the big send-off without him. I should imagine he's very upset. He was very good looking. Very good. He came over here and he did Grease. He did Grease at the Dominion Theatre, because I went to see him. But, and here they are. And the Lioness raiders, burglars targeted and Ace's family in the game. Dad asked for help to catch the scumbags. These people are filth. People who thieve from other people. Disgusting. They should take him and they should throw him in prison and leave him there for as long as possible. What else we got? McDonald's raising the price of a cheeseburger. First time in 14 years, so it's up to £1.19. They've blamed rising beef prices. Oh, dear. And Emily Atack out with her photographer so they can get some pictures of her and her tree surgeon. That's a good career, isn't it? This is some bloke called Liam. Not very fast cars, isn't it, really? Liam. And the columnist Ulrika Johnson praising older women who aren't scared to strip off. She's advertising Cream Love. It's got nothing to do with stripping off. Nobody looks like this. This is airbrushing. Even I can see what airbrushing looks like. Come on, Ulrika, get your facts right, for God's sake. And here they are, they're back again. School's out for summer for Grange Hill.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfill orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Nice to be company. Thursday, July the 28th. So I think Love Island finishes very shortly. But I was just talking actually to one of my fellow colleagues, and he said the whole thing's fake anyway. They all have to tell lies. And the bullying is quite legendary on this particular one. But all it is they have to come outside, pretend they're a relationship for about a few months, and then you can earn some money. And then you go back to that place called obscurity, which they should all have been in the first place. So Prince Harry law fight costs you £100,000 as he sues the Home Office. I don't know why we have to pay for it. Why can't he pay for himself? The case landed the Home Office with a bill of £90,000 between September and May. It includes £55,000 on the government legal department, nearly £35,000 on council, and £16.55 on couriers. I mean, to be honest with you, why can't he pay for it for himself? He's got £100 million sitting in the bank with his wife. Why can't they cough up for something like that? I don't really understand why we have to pay for it. It's like the Queen going into court and claiming legal aid. I'd be equally fed up, I think. But it's just ridiculous, isn't it? But there you go. Mind you, the good picture in the paper today is the boys from Grange Hill are back again. Zamo actor Lee McDonald sharing a photo of himself reuniting with Erkan Mustafa, Simone Nylander and Todd Carty. Todd Carty didn't seem to age at all, actually. And so it was a mini Grange Hill reunion. And everybody loved it. Everybody loved it. And it's great to see them again because people grew up with it. And they had drug problems. I think Zamo had his drug problems and they had a song that came out with it. It was just, it was good stuff. It's like I never understood why they ever axed the bill They show it back on the television at the moment, the bill, and I hope the cast gets some royalties out of it. Because, to be honest with you, it was brilliant. As police dramas went, whoever was responsible for axing the blooming thing needs taking out and being given a good talking to. Because it was brilliant. It was so well acted. And the stories were so good. It was fantastic. I absolutely loved it. I loved it. Meghan's childhood sob story in the Oprah Winfrey interview was never meant to be objective fact, her lawyers say. The chat was said to be full of inaccuracies, and her half-sister Samantha's suing for defamation. She's seeking £63,000 in damages, saying Meghan's tales of being a deprived only child subjected her to humiliation, shame and hatred. But I think we've all realised, haven't we, that Meghan doesn't really know the truth, and consequently not looking very promising. But, the whole thing is going to end in tears, as we know. As we know. We can almost predict it now, can't we, really? Parched locals in Britain's driest places had their thirst quenched with some cold pints. They sent round somebody in a sort of dressed up as a Roman in a toga and all the rest of it to give a few people a cold beer. I don't know why would people not get a cold beer? They had a thing in one of the papers the other day on somebody who is a chef, but he's got his own little ice-making machine, which he keeps in the kitchen. It costs 220-odd quid, and it makes as much ice as he wants. And I thought, that's nice. I like the idea. I get through a lot of ice. I like ice. I love sucking ice cubes. I really do. I'm quite big into ice cubes. Here she is, weirdo Sarah Ferguson. This time she shared a bizarre clip of her flogging shampoo in her latest money-spinning venture. It's Andrew's ex-wife. She wore a hippie crown of fake flowers to plug eco-friendly, refillable bathroom products to her online followers. Can't imagine why. I mean, seriously, she's not the full ticket. The 28-second clip, Fergie says, so every day is World Ocean Day. Don't make it just on June the 8th. One follower commented, what the did I just watch? Well, she's weird. She can't help it. She used to sit on the tube with a picture of one of her girls on a carrier bag. She's very odd, but she doesn't earn any money, I don't think. I don't think she's ever made it. That's why she's shacked up with Andrew. Although, to be honest with you, the sooner we're sort of shot of him, the better. So the TV camera's in the Old Bailey, which is good. It's going to be broadcast on news channels. As I say, they've done it in America for ages and ages. I don't quite understand why it's taken such a long time to get round to it here. The cheapest Airbnb in England has been revealed. It offers holiday couples a room for £9 a night. It's a private double room, comes with a small desk and a shared bathroom. It's in a house in the village of Herne in Kent, 2 miles from the popular seaside town of Herne Bay. Comes with continental breakfast and use of the kitchen for those wanting to make their own meals. A weekly stay is £74 for 2 people, including an £11 service fee. Interesting, isn't it? It's very cheap, but the trouble is, I'd rather not stay in a place like that. I'd rather stay in a place that's got a little bit of class to it. I'm not asking for a huge amount, but yeah, it would be quite nice. Peter Andre was 23 when he burst onto the scene, all six-pack and oiled-up, rippling muscles. Unfortunately, it's been downhill ever since. In case he was in danger of forgetting that once buff physique, bosses on This Morning kindly reminded him. Josie Gibson and Craig Doyle, standing in for Pip and Holly, presented Peter with a cake which featured a model of his naked torso. Pete exclaimed, that's amazing, look at those abs. He lives in cloud cuckoo land, Peter Andre, I'm afraid. He really is in, like, ooh, lollipops and pink ice cream. And when cheeky Josie asked him if his body was still in such good nick, he said, they're hibernating. They're there, they're still kind of there. Yeah, unfortunately, Josie, not for you, love. OK, not for you. So that's the way it goes. And here we go. Just when you think singing contests are set to fade out, ITV comes up with another format, only this time the new show Get Britain Singing is for a good cause. It's to improve the nation's mental health. And it's apparently celebrities from different ITV shows competing against one another by belting out tunes. And the TV Biz column with Rod McPhee says, I reckon seeing Susanna Reid trying to out-sing Alison Hammond will be better than the knockout round on The Voice. It sounds like a bit boring to me as far as I'm concerned. I don't want another singing programme. Oh, Jason Manford's quiz show. You know Jason, he likes the old internet, don't you, Jace? I know you like the internet, mate. It's going to be back for a second series. The comic said, what's great about Unbeatable is that you can't ever really look stupid on the show. No, you can't. Shame they brought it back, though, isn't it, really? But there you go. I'm sure you'll sort of add new vigour and life into it. Can you tell cheap makeup from the expensive makeup. So they've got their beauty editor to try it out. And to be honest with you, they say one of these looks, they've got a picture of the same person, different hairstyle. One costs £200, the other one 13 quid. Because people spend a fortune on these sort of things. And I can tell which one is the one which is the expensive one. You could just tell because it's airbrushed. She looks a bit sort of slightly hazy, and they always do that in the newspapers. There you go. Face B costs £200 and face A costs £12.50. And they use all these different sort of things because they make a fortune out of this. There's so much money in makeup. So much money in makeup. And that's why when you watch the QVCs and all the other things, the people who make me laugh are the people who buy perfume online. You know, you go to something like Gemporia, who apparently used to sell gems. Now they seem to sell any old tat. You know, they've had scarves and sunglasses and perfume and this rubbish candle and that rubbish candle. And I'm thinking, people buy perfume. And they go, oh, this is... They've got some woman, I think, used to be on the television. She's so fake, it's almost embarrassing to watch. You sit there cringing. She's going, oh, this is... How much is this? Oh, it's too cheap. You've got to buy that. You've got to buy that. And she's smelling it on the television. And I'm thinking, why would you ever want to buy perfume on the television? Quite clearly, you don't understand how it works. Pete, the pool man, says, hope we don't have thunderstorms. It plays havoc with the pool water. Right now, I'm praying for winter. We're all praying for winter. Are we praying for winter? Let me tell you. Steve, I think it's time the Queen put her foot down with the antics of Harry. If he wanted all the privilege, he should have turned his back on his family in Britain, says Albert in Croydon. Well, I mean, she's done her best to keep him out. They were apparently complaining. Harry wanted to appear on the balcony for the Jubilee, and they went, no, you're not a working member of the royal family, go away. And he shouldn't have been allowed anywhere near it, which is actually great, because he's not popular at all in this country. Have a look on eBay for ice makers, says Kathy. My good friend got hold of one on there for under half the price of a new one. I love ice too. Oh, I love ice. I could suck an ice cube right now. Seriously, I love ice cubes. I bought a drink the other day in Costa. Have you noticed that they don't bother putting anything in the actual thing which meshes up the ice cubes? They now just put some ice cubes in, pour in some liquid, then pour in some water over the top of it, then give it to you and charge you £3 for the privilege. Right, rip-off. But it was a case of I sort of bought this thing and I was sucking the ice cubes. I was getting more pleasure out of the ice cubes than out of the actual drink. They said mango and coconut. Pfft, well, I'm blowed if I could have tasted it. But, Steve, yesterday at about 8:45, we had an earthquake, says Dave and Helen. Just got out of bed, was heading towards the kitchen when the walls and ceiling started swaying and twisting. At first, I didn't twig what was going on. I thought maybe the beer was a bit strong, and then it hit me. After about 30 seconds, I went back to the bathroom. Helen was prone on the bed, hanging onto the computer monitor. Strangely enough, the only damage was to the water cooler, which fell over and the water bottle was dented. We had 5 or 6 aftershocks, and the last one being about 2:30 this morning. But at 3:45 this morning, there was another quake. Where are you? You can't be in this country, can you? In the Philippines? How exciting. We had, when we were in Hong Kong, we had a thing. I can't remember what they called it now. It wasn't an earthquake. It was something else that they have every so often. Typhoon, yeah, we had Typhoon Mary we had, and all the squatters' huts on the hillside overlooking the harbour all collapsed. The entire lot. We came out the next morning and it was all gone because when we were there, they used to build tower blocks and all of the scaffolding was bamboo poles, and women in Hong Kong in those days, I don't know if it's changed or not, used to literally carry all the rubble away from the sites. Women would have these things and they would be carrying. It was quite amazing. We never thought anything about it at all. Just imagine snow and -7, says Warren. Fire burning, Christmas decorations everywhere, and the smell of mulled wine. Sounds lovely. I'm big fan of mulled wine. I like things like that. It's very nice. I don't know if it's any good for you. Warren says, Steve, I heard today in the 3rd week of August we can have temperatures over 30 again for a week. I can't stand it. Oh, I know the feeling, but we just have to put up with it. It is a little bit of a pain, I realise. But yesterday was quite nice. I went on the bus. I was too early, though. Too early, but it doesn't matter. And Steve, and 150 days to go until the big day. Are you ready for Christmas? Am I ready for Christmas? Is the Pope Catholic? Of course I'm ready for Christmas. I've started looking at presents and everything else. I'm not buying anything online because what they're doing is flogging off the tap they couldn't get rid of last year. So I've decided not to do anything like that. But, oh no, I'm all ready for Christmas. I'm looking at trees. I'm looking at Christmas lights. I'm looking at loads of things. I love it. Can't get enough of it. So what sort of Christmas tree will I have this year? I don't know. There's quite a number that I'm interested in. We've all gone on weight kicks round here at the moment. The producer making idle threats. Don't worry, Steve. The next time I see you after tomorrow, it'll be fabulous. They were selling a T-shirt online. I got the advert through on my telephone. And it's a T-shirt that is a man's torso six-pack. So you put it on, and because you can't really tell it's a T-shirt, it looks as though this person's got a six-pack. I thought I should maybe buy one for the producer, and then I thought, sod it, I'm not going to waste money. I'm not going to waste money. He's a member of a gymnasium. Seriously, he's actually got gym membership. I think what he does, he goes in there, he uses the shower, he comes out, and he goes for a burger. I think that's how it works in gym. We've got gyms all over the place at the moment. But the trouble is you don't necessarily need to be a member of a gym because you can just walk up and down stairs and get the same effect. I work with a lot of people in this building, some of whom are very, very much gym bunnies, and they go out and they work the gym and they go all the time. And I'm always thinking, wow, perhaps I'd love to be as disciplined, but I just can't be, actually. I can't. Steve, this weekend, says Warren, I'll be making my Christmas cake, and then for weeks and weeks afterwards, I'll be soaking it with brandy and sherry. That's what my mother used to do. So she would literally make the Christmas cake, didn't ice it, obviously you don't ice it, and then every Saturday she would pour brandy onto the top of it and it would soak it up. So by the time you got to Christmas, you had the most alcoholic Christmas cake. And yet, strangely enough, I never used to eat Christmas cake. It was so rich. But I like the idea of sort of putting in brandy and sherry and stuff like that. Sherry's nice. I'm trying to make sherry as part of a comeback again, because not everybody eats sherry or drinks sherry. So eat sherry. Can you imagine? I don't know what you can do with it. Keep it in the fridge. Keep it in the fridge. If you've actually got sherry, keep it in the fridge. Ian Wright says all girls should be allowed to play football in school, inspired by the success of the Lionesses. I thought a girl's banned from playing football in school. Are they not allowed to play football in school? Why not? That sounds a little bit sexist. Yeah, I think they should be allowed. Last year's cake that Warren did looked very nice. It says Merry Christmas on it. I like a Christmas cake. I like looking at them. I can't eat the icing, though. I like a fruit cake. I don't have it very often. Occasionally I have a craving, but that's my business. And what I do is I go to M&S or Waitrose and I pick up a cake and I look at it and I go, and then what I tend to do is I tend to walk around the store with it in my basket. And then I get to the checkout and I just leave it on the side. I can't go through the guilt. Seriously, it's terrible. Shane in Sydney, Australia, says it's freezing down here, just 13 degrees. I don't mind 13 degrees. I could cope with something like that. We'd all be very happy with 13 degrees, which is very nice. So Warren sent me in logs. My mother used to do logs. You just get a Swiss roll and you cover it in either chocolate or icing or something like that. And then you sprinkle it with a little bit of sort of icing sugar and you've got a log. And it's nice. It's not, but the trouble is they're so cheap now, these things. There's no point in making the blooming thing. Pete says, are you a less is more type Christmas tree decorator, or alternatively, like me, throw as much as it can hold? We have 300 decorations, hand-picked, not tat. The branches bend with the weight. Yeah, I'm more is better. I don't do the economy version of decorations on a tree. I do. I tend to fill it up with lights. 10,000 lights would be average. 10,000 lights would be average on a tree. I do like it. The trouble is they always, is trying to get the blooming things off at the end of the Christmas period, which is a bit of a pain. So lucky suppliers and salaries paid to the BBC's top radio and podcast personalities such as Zoe Ball could be kept secret to stop hosts quitting. Bosses are reviewing whether to transfer on-air employees into the BBC's for-profit commercial division, BBC Studios, which means that people like Zoe Ball could end up being employed under commercial deals. That would allow bosses to pay more money to stars as the salaries don't have to be made public. Well, that sounds a bit of a swizz. Apparently the BBC recently lost Mark Commode and Simon Mayo's film review, Well, I mean, I don't think that's any big loss, is it? There's so many other people doing a film review. It's a film. You go and see. I mean, do you really... I mean, you know, when they have a film review and the film review goes, this is a dreadful film, do you go, oh, well, we shan't go and see it then? No, you go and see it. You make up your own mind. I'm not going to be told by some bloke who's paid to tell you whether he likes something or not. Definitely not. It'd be a waste if One Direction never reunited, says Louis. No, it'd be a pleasing thought. We don't really want One Direction. I mean, also, Harry is far too busy. It's like Victoria Beckham. You can't have her back in the Spice Girls. It's just not going to work, is it? Italian stallion David set to take telly chief Gino D'Acampo's crown. He's tipped to get his own cooking series when he exits the villa. I don't know why. They just make this stuff up, don't they, really? And Gino D'Acampo turned down tea with the Queen. He wouldn't have been having tea with the Queen. Why would you want somebody who'd been in Nick? He said, I was invited to the palace to have tea with the Queen, but a cucumber sandwich is my worst nightmare. Shows how little you know, dear. Shows how little you know. I don't believe you were ever invited. I don't believe. You wouldn't turn it down. You love stuff like that. And there you go. Warren sent me in a lovely picture of his Christmas log. I used to love Christmas log. And the snowman looks very nice. But you can make them out of meringues. You put two meringues together, then you face paint, and really good. Really nice. Police raced to a 999 alert at a store and found the burglar was a squirrel. This squirrel burst into a B&Q in Norwich in a late-night raid. They found it gorging on packets of peanuts and other bird food. Oh, I love it. Did you know Facebook, Google and Trustpilot can be easily infiltrated with fake reviews for as little as £4? Which set up a false business and asked brokers to boost its pages with bogus 5-star valuations. The consumer group said a fake review industry is thriving. Oh, yeah, we always knew it was people who tell lies. Because you do get the people. They're generally people, they're not the full ticket in the brain department. And so they sort of write all these stupid things because they're a bit simple. It's not their fault they don't have any friends. They just have to find something that, you know, that sort of gets them other friends who are equally as stupid. Chris in Oban says, I like Bristol Cream, the sherry. Yeah, I like Bristol Cream. It's very nice. Not as many people drink Bristol Cream now as they probably did years and years ago. Just the way it goes, isn't it, really? And there's a tortoise. To stop it running away, they've attached a balloon to it. Because tortoises disappear for ages. And Claudia Carter was only tearing her hair out at Elmo's repeated escape attempts. And so she said, he's like Houdini, we've lost him for hours. So they put an elastic band around him with a balloon tied to the top of it so they can... he doesn't float away. Of course he doesn't. He's a tortoise. What do you think? Tortoises flying? No, it doesn't work like that at all. She said the balloon makes sure he just doesn't get lost. Which I think is quite a nice... I mean, to be honest with you, tortoises are the most boring things you've ever seen in your entire life. They're nice when they're little, little tiny things. But when they get a bit bigger, they're not very exciting at all. What do you think makes a good mate? What makes a good mate? I'm not talking about a mate as in... I'm talking about, somebody who's sort of, good friend. Apparently, always be there in a pinch to help with any situation. I can remember saying to a friend of mine once, I said, listen, if ever you need me, phone me any time of the day or night, and, I can help you out. And then I took the phone off the hook. Number 9, always be willing to put the kettle on for a chat. God, that's a bit dull, isn't it? Can you imagine? Would you like a cup of tea? No. Treat them and cheer them up when somebody has bad news. Yeah, I always say to them, listen, it could be worse. But unfortunately, it's not. I always enjoy that side of it. Don't judge mistakes. Oh, of course you've got to judge mistakes. Of course it was your fault you had the accident. You jumped the lights. Give a second and honest opinion on something. Yep, your bum really does look big in that. Okay, that's what you've got to tell people. No point in lying to them. We were told as children to be honest. Don't tell lies to people. Keep each other's secrets. Oh, no chance. No chance. Somebody says to me, I'm going to tell you something, Steve, and I don't want you to tell anybody. I always go, please don't tell me. Please don't tell me. I cannot keep a secret. Always tell the truth. Always tell the truth. Make each other laugh. Ha, 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 ha. Your bum still looks big. Listen to each other's problems. Oh, it's nothing worse. Nothing worse than listening to each other's problems. Somebody goes, listen, can I tell... Oh, please don't. And be a good listener. Yeah, being a good listener is very useful. I go for that one, being a good listener. Take out food. We did that yesterday on the programme, and here they all are. The Neighbours stars who really did become good friends. Neighbours become good friends. I liked Neighbours. I'm very sad that it's finishing, but, you know, such is the way that it goes. Madness's frontman Suggs loves going to the pub, and now he's making a TV show about it. He's taking part in Britain's Greatest Obsessions, where celebrities look into our fascination with the weather, pets, war, class and comedy. Who are the celebrities? Thank God they haven't actually told anybody. And in Emmerdale... what have we got here? Emmerdale star Emma Atkins says that she gets great storylines because her character's not boring. It is true. And EastEnders star Tamika Empson is being bombarded with saucy messages. I think she's very good. I like her a lot. She plays Bubbly Manny to Kim Fox. And she said it's made her a sex symbol. She's good, isn't it? Oh, look, Jason Manford again, the one who loves the internet. Oh, he loves his internet. He really does. His daytime quiz has not only been given a second series, but it's going to air on 2 channels. Riveting. I think I'll give that one a miss. I could live without it, actually. He'll not be happy, but it's the way it goes. What else have we got? What else have we got today? Especially the other day after they were telling us about the Loch Ness Monster, which I didn't buy at all, I'm afraid. Monthly winter energy payments could rocket to £500 on average, which is a lot of money. Experts predict the annual cost will soar to an average of £3,850 after Christmas. Oh, dear. And the Redknapp lads are on holiday. Here they are, on their summer holiday in Italy. And Jamie is there with the sons, Charlie and Beau, who he shares with Louise Redknapp, who'll be fuming when she sees this picture, but there you go. And here they go, England dreaming of glory at Wembley. They've done really well. They've done really well, for goodness sake. I know some people don't like it, you know, but, you know, that's the way. Only 1 in 5 services were operating. Labour punished the rebel Pickett MP. Yep. And here he is, the RMT's Michael Lynch. And they were joined by all sorts of people at Avanti West. Trains expected to be disrupted this morning, potentially hitting fans going to the Commonwealth Games opening ceremony in Birmingham. Because it never just goes one day, does it really? It goes a bit longer than that. But that's okay. That's okay. You know, Train Drivers Union ASLIF confirmed members at 9 rail companies will strike on August the 13th. Francis O'Grady, TUC General Secretary, said Grant Shapps hasn't lifted a finger to end this rail dispute. No, he's just basically saying you won't get what you want. That's what they're saying. Nothing you can do about it, is there really? Families are going to splash out how much on holidays? £54 billion on holidays. Can't think of anything worse. And computer games do not harm mental health, a landmark study claims. And I'm assuming it keeps you active. It keeps your brain going. Michael says, I lived in Repulse Bay on Hong Kong Island. I couldn't believe the skyscrapers built using bamboo bound with rope. Well, in fact, sometimes it wasn't even rope. It was strips of other bamboo which were tied round. The skyscrapers were so close together, I'm sure you could read your neighbour's newspaper 20 floors up. The women carried pole with bags of rubble at each end. Do you remember the floating restaurants? One chai. And also in Aberdeen as well. He said, I loved my time in Hong Kong. I loved it. I loved the Tiger Balm Gardens. I loved the Peak Railway. I loved the Star Ferry. I loved anything like that. I loved the smells. Everything. There was something about it. And I was only little. You know, at the time. I mean, I'd love to go back, actually. Love to go back. Perhaps one of these days I will go back.
This is a passenger announcement. You can now book your train on Uber and get 10% back in credits to spend on Uber Eats, so you can order your own fries instead of eating everyone else's.
Trains, now on Uber. T's and C's apply. Check the Uber app.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
Morning, Steve. You mentioned yesterday, says Steve, the skip truck driver. Try saying that after a couple of drinks. You mentioned Barbara Windsor. When I was about 19, I was on holiday in Jersey and she was staying at our hotel. One morning she came down for breakfast and sat at our table. She was very nice and she signed my napkin. Oh, she would. She'd have pictures taken. She'd chat to people. She just loved chatting to people. As Nick Ferrari said at the end of his programme yesterday, you're quite right, Steve. She was like that. You wouldn't forget meeting her. Strangely enough, actually, it was a bit like Dale. Once you met him, you wouldn't forget him. You'd remember having sort of met him. But he could be a pain, same as everybody. Good Lord, I should imagine there can't be many people in this entire universe who can sort of not be pains and sort of, difficult at times and didn't want to do things. I had to persuade Dale to do the Royal Variety performance. He didn't want to do it. And I said, no, you should do it. You get a picture taken with the Queen. He said, do you? I said, yeah, go for it. Oh, that's fantastic. And also, he did... not an after-dinner speech, but they wanted to book him for an event taking place, I think it was either in Manchester or Birmingham. And he didn't want to do it. They kept offering more and more money. It was like the Kenny Everett situation, where they wanted him to do a TV series, kept offering more and more money. In the end, he said, oh, for goodness sake, I'll do it. They'd offered, super-duper money, and Dale was offered super-duper money. Really good money, when you think about it. More money for an hour's work than you would earn in a year. It was as simple as that. I can remember talking to the agent, and the agent saying, can you have a word with him? He said, because they really want him to do this gig it was either Manchester or Birmingham, and we can't agree on a price. I said, OK, I'll have a word with him. So I said to him, listen, you should do it. I said, it's great money. I said, they'll send a car for you. They'll take you up there in the car. You rehearse this thing. All you got to do is come on pushing a supermarket trolley, and they were willing to pay 30,000 quid. And in the end, he did it for 30,000 quid. And I remember saying to him, I said, see, I told you, all you have to do is come on, because, people who were on television, who did they have? Oh, the other person who was terribly popular at these after-dinner company dues was Manuel from Fawlty Towers. He would come on dressed as Manuel and go, care? And he'd run around the tables and pick things up and go, he no good. And of course, people, you pay £25,000-30,000 for that. That's what he did for a living. The character. And people loved it. They'd go back and go, you won't believe who was serving at our table. It was fantastic. We got Manuel and Dale coming on, even at the Royal Variety. All he had to do was push a trolley on stage. That's all he had to do. It was as simple as that. And it was worth it because he got a picture with the Queen. And once he got the picture of the Queen, it went up everywhere, every place. It was very good. Sarah says, I don't take any notice of what film critics say either, Steve. Where the Crawdads Sing got terrible reviews, but I saw it last week and thought it was very good. Yeah, I don't know why we waste time with people who give you reviews on, on films. And they're so precious. Have you seen them on the television? They kind of waste time. It's like watching that Click programme on the BBC. My God, if ever there was a boring programme, that was it. Never seen so many people working on a programme producing such a small audience. But, it's somebody telling you, about films and stuff like that. I thought, no, that's just your opinion. Luckily, I'm able to make up my own opinion. Works so much better. Oh, the parents of the coma boy, Archie Battersby, have been allowed more time in their fight to keep his life support going. The Court of Appeal had said doctors could stop treating him, but the appeal judges have decided that Paul Battersby and Holly Dance could have until 2 p.m. on Thursday, that's 2 p.m. today, to consider an appeal to the European Court of Human Rights. And they plan to ask judges to intervene. And Mr. Battersby in his 50s had a suspected heart attack shortly before the appeal, but has now been released from hospital. Julia Bradbury, she says she's resetting her life 6 months on from the end of her breast cancer treatment. She's doing everything she can to stop the cancer returning, including giving up booze. I didn't know that was responsible for things like that, but she's given up booze, so she's done very well indeed. Michael Palin is Britain's most beloved TV traveller, but he nearly lost the gig out to Noel Edmonds. Apparently, the Monty Python star fronted around the world in 80 days after 5 other presenters had already said no to the job, Clive James and Alan Wicker. But speaking on a show podcast, Palin, who's 79, says they came to me out of the blue. 5 other people had all said no, so I was lucky, really. He said I could have done Mr. Blobby and Noel. Could have been them travelling around the world. Well, I'm glad we got Michael Palin. I believe that Noel Edmonds has moved to New Zealand. He sold his big manor house and everything else, and he's moved to New Zealand, so I gather. I went out with them when they did Crinkly Bottom. They took Crinkly Bottom out on tour. We did all the race courses in the country. And LBC's advertising department got involved in it, and I got a job working on it, which meant that I went away every weekend. It was Friday, Saturday, and then you travel back on the Sunday. It was great fun. Great fun. They did it at the race courses, there were helicopters, and there was loads of celebrities, including people like Daniela Westbrook, who spent most of her time sobbing on the telephone, and loads of other people, Bob Carroll, There was always a dinner on the Friday night with all the celebrities, and it was fabulous. It was really good fun. Really, really good fun. A lot of fun. Indiana Jones is still in strong swashbuckling shape. How old is old Harrison Ford now? 80. 80. I'm not sure whether he can still do it. And here we go. I told you it was a press release. David from Love Island is tipped to get his own cooking show. He's been showing off his culinary skills, and so apparently that means he's going to be given a cooking show, God knows where. His fellow islanders said it was delicious food. He made a tiramisu, hardly the most difficult thing to make, dear. So, of course, I mean, he won't get his own cooker. Where will they put him? Where will they put him? It's like, didn't they say a while ago, somebody would come out of the villa or whatever it happened to be, and they go, they're going to put them on Loose Women. And then they put these people on Loose Women, and it turns out they're as dim as planks. Amy Hart came out of one of the programmes. They go, she's now going to be on sort of Loose Women. I think she did about 2 or 3 shows, and that was it. They don't have the experience. They're just people who want to get their boobs out. That's all they are. They're just people who want to earn money. And, of course, that isn't how the business works. But, so anyway, so who is left? Danica Taylor. That's the pole dancing one. I mean, lap dancing, whatever they call them nowadays. But, they said it would be a romantic gesture. I love the idea that dumped Islander Jamie Allen, whoever he is, tipped him to be fronting an ITV series. I think not, love. That's not how it works at all. They don't risk people like that. That's why these people, they know nothing. They know nothing. They try and pretend they know something, but they don't really know anything at all. Nothing at all. But, we go along with it, don't we? But 1,500 complaints of bullying. Not so good, is it, really? Not so good. What else we got? Proud to be British, the 100,000 Ukrainians given sanctuary in UK homes, which is good. And England's football heroines will get the adulation they deserve. Apparently tickets to this mega match are going for up to £2,000. Well, I don't can afford it. I've looked at the people on the television. They look as poor as church mice. They really don't look as though they've got loads and loads of money. Also, the freedom-loving Commonwealth is at the heart of my plans for global Britain, says Liz. They keep coming up with stuff, don't they? And they sort of go, oh, this will be great, this will be fantastic, this will be wonderful. And it never goes, excuse me, anywhere at all. What else? Apparently Virginia Blackburn, in her column, is backing Beckham in the Battle of the Brands. She says, just a matter of months after the wedding of Brooklyn and Nicola Peltz, the two families are said to be no speaking with the Beckhams, which is hilarious. Absolutely hilarious. I mean, the Peltz family, why would they want to hang around with the Beckhams? They've got nothing in common. The fact that their daughter married sort of eldest boy Beckham, who can't cook a sandwich, is neither here nor there. Why would they want to be with them? They're nothing. I mean, to be honest with you, Brooklyn, who's never given the appearance of anybody likely to trouble the high table at All Souls College in Oxford, seems to be siding with his new bride. He kind of moved away from the family a little bit, which will upset Victoria. So they've said David and Victoria are holidaying on a £2 million super. £200 million. No, it's not. No, it's not. This was a yacht built for renting out. Obviously, their own little tug can't actually go anywhere. So, the Peltz family, apparently the Beckhams are thought to be... Do you remember they had a thing in the paper the other day that said they're worth 700 million? I went, no, they're not. They're nowhere near 700 million. What, nearly £1 billion? Through doing what? She's got a shop that's not selling enough clothes, and he doesn't seem to do anything apart from pay for tattoos. They're said to be worth about 380 million. That's probably adding everything. The Peltz family are worth 1.3 billion. Miles apart. And they're quite private as a family. They don't milk all the publicity. Victoria apparently got really upset because the Peltz girl marrying their son, the one who can't cook or make a cup of coffee, they didn't want a Victoria Beckham dress, thank you very much indeed. They wanted a Valentino dress, and they got their way. But Posh has sort of, tried to build a brand, and everything they do, they will sort of milk it. I mean, there's barely a day goes by where there's not another dreary picture of them standing there doing nothing at all. Victoria Beckham out in her little bikini with her hat on, and we're not sure whether it's her hair. And then you look at Dave, and he's just covered in tattoos, and that's about it. And then the last boy... Is it Romeo? I think his girlfriend finished with him, and they're now worried that she might spill the beans on the Beckham family secrets. And I began to think, they haven't got any secrets. You know everything about them because they flog every picture and every blooming thing. You don't need to sort of worry about any secrets in the in the Beckham family because they just tell you all these things. So the Michael Palin story makes every single newspaper today, which I think is quite sweet. And apparently an assistance dog can help war veterans recover from post-traumatic stress disorder, say research. Apparently they're trained to help with nightmares, flashbacks, zoning out, and anxiety and panic attacks. This is America, because they have assistance dogs, because we've seen people over there before who've been turned out of restaurants. And they've had to, in fact, they have the most awful things on YouTube in America. Absolutely most awful things, where sort of people go into a restaurant. There was one guy over there, and he's black. And he's sitting down, and he's having his meal, and this cop turns up. Most American cops are overweight. And this one turns up, and he goes, out. And he goes, what are you talking about? He goes, out. They don't want you in here. And basically, this was a racist cop. And he doesn't realise he's being filmed. And the guy's sitting there, and he's standing his ground. He goes, no. He goes, I'm eating my food. He said, out, or I'll have you arrested. That's how racist the cops are over there in America. You've really got to watch them very carefully. And in the end, the bloke leaves. But he comes back after the cops disappeared. And he asks the manager, he said, did you ask the cop to come and remove me? He said, no, I didn't. Absolutely not. So they invite him back in to enjoy his meal. Terrible, isn't it, really? But it goes on. But luckily, we've got YouTube. Morning, Kim says, I think you should revisit Hong Kong, Steve. I've heard you speak about it affectionately, and clearly it has a lot of sweet memories. Oh, it does have memories. Oh, God, does it ever. Mind you, loads of places have memories for me, actually. Steve, that is correct. Noel lives up the road from me in Matakana in New Zealand. His house is actually on the market at the moment for a very reasonable £4 million. Yeah, I thought he'd moved out there. He must have made an awful lot of money. The funny thing was, I liked Crinkly Bottom. I liked Noel's House Party. But there was somebody at the BBC, not there anymore because they're dead, and they hated him. They couldn't wait to get rid of the programme, which was a shame because it provided entertainment before we had the likes of Ant and Dec. Nobody bothered with Ant and Dec. We wanted Noel Edmonds, and you get somebody ringing the doorbell and he'd run down and answer the door and you'd be going, oh my God, look, it's Tony Blackburn or, you know, whoever it happened to be. And it was brilliant. It was brilliant. It was entertaining. It was clean family fun. You know, it was the forerunner to Ant and Dec, but Noel was the past master at doing it. Steve, weird. I've just been watching Michael Palin's Ripping Yarns, says George. Well, there you go. And Johnny says, I've been on telly several times, but my least notable was my appearance in Ibiza, Uncovered, back in the 90s. I had green hair and was carrying a rubber chicken. I loathed Ibiza Uncovered. I thought it was the most dreadful programme on the television. It was just a bunch of trash who just were sort of trying to get bedded, which I thought it's a bit like Love Island, equally tedious and boring, and they all tried to pretend they've got so much class. Have you read Miriam Margolyes's book? No, and I haven't bought the Chinese takeaway book yet, but I'm going to. Don't worry, it will be happening. Prince Charles sharing fond memories of the Queen Mother, as he and Camilla had a blooming brilliant time at the annual Sandringham Flower Show. She's always smiling. She always looks smiling, and it makes him smile, and it's good. Because after the Queen Mother died back in 2002, Charles took up these regular visits to the event. And the crowds were out in force. Because I know that the crowds loved Diana. We know that. That goes without saying. But they love Camilla as well, because they identify with her. And they do a walkabout and they shake hands with veterans and people like that. And it's nice. Listen, I mean, I'm not under any illusion that the royal family have got any power. You know, I think, you know, we've got a royal family and I don't like all of them. I've got certain ones that I like and ones that I can't stand. And I think Andrew and Harry would be top of that list. Can't bear either of them. The rare Sex Pistols record that should have been destroyed is sold at auction. Do you remember the other day? We were guessing on how much. We think there's 25 copies available. This one's just gone for £15,000 because the bosses tried to have all the pre-release copies of God Save the Queen thrown away because they only lasted 6 days. So anyway, the Merseyside firm called the single the Holy Grail for punk and record collectors. So there you go, £15,000. Somebody paid for it, and they will love every minute of it. The whole idea is don't play it. Don't play it. Much better. The white jacket worn by astronaut Buzz Aldrin in the Apollo 11 mission to the moon has sold for $2.25 million. I mean, that is a record amount of money. Absolutely. The Teflon-coated garment was used by the second man on the lunar surface when he accompanied Neil Armstrong and Michael Collins. An unidentified bidder bought the item. I mean, I'm assuming somebody's got it. Do you know Buzz Aldrin is 92 now? He carefully preserved materials from his space missions, including Gemini 12 and Apollo 11. And he kept all these things. Amazing. Omid Jalili says he once racked up a record 54 points on his driving licence and quickly learned it was no laughing matter. The comic, who's had a string of fines and bans over the years, recalled the judge said, "Mr. Jalili, you have 36 points and another 18 pending, which takes you to 54, which is currently a UK record. We're going to ban you for 6 months. Do you have anything to say?" I said, "Could you give me a lift to the station, Your Honour?" The judge said, "That's not funny." Omid added on the Andy J podcast, "You should never do jokes in court." That is an awful lot of points on a licence. That really is. Although, you know, it's a big money spinner now. They make money out of it. Make money out of all these things. You get caught speeding and you have to pay. You have to pay for it. So you either go to court and they ban you, or you do the extended driving licence course, which takes 3 hours, and then you do that, and you can do quite a number of them. I spoke to a friend of mine the other day who'd done it 3 times. 3 times. Sue says, talking to Christmas trees, one of the things my mum used to decorate our tree with was little bags of sweets. She'd make them with cellophane and decorated ribbon and fill them with things like dolly mixtures, licorice torpedoes or cherry lips. They looked great, but they didn't last very long. Sounds delightful. Steve, I used to love Noel's house party. It was a blast. Saturday night television used to be so very good. As soon as Grandstand finished, it was entertainment all the way. It was joyous. A wondrous day, says Ash. Yeah, I mean, it used to be good. And then the only thing that we ended up with was Ant and Dec. But it was Noel Edmonds up until then. Noel had, you know, really good ratings, and I thought it was absolutely fantastic. I thought it was a fantastic programme. Absolutely loved it. I see that BBC 4 are showing Whatever Happened to Baby Jane. I wonder how cheap it is to run these old films. I should imagine it's probably very, very cheap. David Niven put his career in Hollywood on hold to return to England to join the army. And so they've got Discovering Film with David Niven. I still liked his books. I'm told there were a lot of fantasy in there. They weren't actually as true as they could have been. They sort of over-exaggerated. So that was The Moon's a Balloon and Bring on the Empty Horses. A barrister won a landmark free speech battle the other day over her right to stand up to trans extremists accused of trying to wipe out women's rights. An employment tribunal ruled that Alison Bailey's chambers victimised and discriminated against her over her stand against LGBT lobby group Stonewall. Miss Bailey hailed the judgment as a victory for those who object to the erasure of biological sex, and her friend and fellow campaigner J.K. Rowling called her a heroine. You can read more on the front page of the Mail today. No surprise at all. So everything else is going up. Everything's going up, actually. McDonald's 99p cheeseburger is beefed up to $1.19. 6 chicken nuggets are now going up to $3.79. 20 chicken nuggets, $5.59 from $4.99. It's up 60 pence. Small fries, $1.09. Large fries now $1.79. My God, they pumped it all up. Hot drinks, a flat white is $1.89, up more than 40 pence. Hot chocolate, $1.59, which is up 60 pence. And a latte, $1.89. My God, I couldn't believe they've all gone up in price. Chicken Legend with cool mayo, $4.79 now. Everything's up. $1.19 for the cheeseburger. Double quarter pounder with cheese is now $4.89. Quarter pounder with cheese is now $3.69, up 20 pence. And a Big Mac is $3.69, up from $3.49. So it's all gone up, hasn't it? The Happy Meal, the cheeseburger is $3.19. Up from $2.69. The hamburger, $2.69, now $3.19. And then the desserts, Oreo McFlurry, $1.19. Maltesers McFlurry, $1.19. Smarties McFlurry, $1.19. And Hot Apple Pie, $1.19. So basically, everything's gone up in price. So if you're eating at McDonald's, just be warned. It's going to cost. But most people pay on a card, so they don't really sort of bother, actually. So Keir Starmer the other day gets rid of Sam Tarry joining Michael Lynch on the picket line yesterday. And then there's other ones. Kate Osborne, Labour frontbencher and Jarrow MP on the picket line yesterday. Tahir Ali, the MP for Birmingham Hall Green, joining strikers. Richard Burgeon, the former Shadow Justice Secretary, outside Leeds Station. Ian Lavery, the ex-Labour Party chairman in Bedlington. And Rebecca Long Bailey, ex-Shadow Education Secretary. So what's he going to do with the rest of these defiant MPs? I mean, seriously, Sam is just the tip of the iceberg. And the Sisters' Habit, worth getting into. Yes, believe it or not, Sister Act is coming back. And the good news is that Jennifer Saunders makes her musical theatre debut. And it got some good ratings. It got four stars, which is very good indeed. They've got all sorts of people in it, and you'll love it. Beverly Knight steals the show, as indeed you would expect her to as well. So if you want to go and see it, it's on at the Eventim Apollo in Hammersmith, which is great. And apparently 117 police officers have told their bosses we're non-binary. I get a bit confused with binary and non-binary and all the other little bits and pieces, but 117, that's out of thousands. And there's a whole page, actually, on Ross Clark. Normally hates nannying edicts, but after a spate of wildfires and horrific injuries, he says, why I believe disposable barbecues should be banned. But they're so much easier. You don't need to sort of set fire to anything. You just sort of light the paper bag inside it, and it kind of works really well. But they've had so much trouble with them that they've decided that they want to get them banned. So there's a certain little section of people, saying, let's ban them. Let's not have them anymore. But then, I'm not really big into barbecues anyway. Bit of a shame, isn't it? Steve. A lot of people forget that David Niven played James Bond in Casino Royale, the spoof, says Dave. Yes, we remember that very, very well indeed, the spoof. I like the music. It was a spoof on it, and he played it very well. I like David Niven, but the book, as I say, you have to take with a pinch of salt. Here's the man who spent $6.2 billion on a rocket that took him up 65 miles into space. So here's Jeff Bezos. Out the other day, the Amazon founder strode through Mayfair with his... he had dinner at the Wolsey. He was pictured walking hand in hand with his TV personality girlfriend, Lauren Sanchez, whoever she is. I've never even heard of her. But she's a TV personality. That, I suppose, justifies the fact she probably isn't a personality, and you have to try and work it out. But they also went on a private members club date with Tom Cruise. He's thought to have spent £90 per ticket for up to 30 of his family. He's worth apparently $121 billion. Apparently he's been dating Miss Sanchez whilst married to Mackenzie Scott, who he divorced in 2019. So there you go, but obviously she's sort of enjoying it. As I say, I love it when they go TV personality, Lauren Sanchez. I'm going to find out what she's a TV personality of, because I've got no idea. I've never even heard of her. And Boris and Carrie are getting married, and it's all due to Lord Bamford's Dalesford house. And they've got a big heart cut out of turf.
What do you get when you mix fashion designers, financial advisors, and dance studio? No, not a catwalk of strutting accountants. No, not a ballet piece about balance sheets. I'm actually just talking about Workspace. With 4,000 of London's most original businesses already calling Workspace home, whatever it is you do, there's a space for you here. It all happens at Workspace. Search workspace.co.uk.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, trust you well. It's 4 minutes past 6. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC. With you till 7, then Nick Ferrari will be here taking you through. And don't forget the after effects. No trains this morning until 7:30, okay, 7:30. So, if you're setting off for the station going, oh, don't worry, my train goes at 10 past 6, it won't, okay, because all the trains are in the wrong places. So what they've got to do is get them back in the right places. Nick in Nottinghamshire, says Saturday TV used to be Baywatch, Gladiators, Noel's House Party, and then Casualty. Much better in the 90s when we only had 5 channels. I know, the trouble is the more channels you get, the more dilution you get, and the programmes become, so you end up with sort of stuff like Love Island, which it gets a big audience only because there's absolutely nothing else on. So people used to sort of watch it. But when you actually look at how many complaints they've had, you sometimes think to yourself, this is just about as bad as it gets. And it's so desperate, and then you have to put up with the aftermath of, oh, they're all going to be offered TV show. No, they're not. No, they're not. Most of them will disappear into obscurity, and they'll actually have to sort of find themselves a job. And then somebody will go, oh, didn't you used to be on Love Island? They go, oh, yeah, because very few make it. Out of the hundreds that go through the actual programme, you'll find there are very few of them who actually make it. You know, the odds of sort of doing well are very low indeed. Very low. Is it a bird? Is it a plane? No, it's a state-of-the-art drone from Boots. I mean, it's quite big, actually. It delivers medicine to hospitals by drone. I don't know how they work. I mean, I don't know how big this thing is. I'm sort of looking at it. And so they're the first chemist to deliver prescription medicine by drone. Why can't people just go out and get the blooming things? Makes it an awful lot easier. And there's a landowner here. He's a former Norfolk Police and Crime Commissioner who's erected an 8-foot-high wall after an unknown vandal tore down 95 Leylandi trees that he'd planted. Well, we hate Leylandi. Ghastly trees. But anyway, this landowner's been accused of blocking his disabled neighbour's view over the meadow with hay and straw bales in an act of spite. It's, anyway, the barrier covers the 60-foot width of Maxine Turner's bungalow next to the grounds of his 18th century mansion. I mean, as I've said to you before, if you have a dispute with your neighbours, you best get it sorted as quick as possible because it will escalate into a court case, and that's when everybody loses. But anyway, Mrs. Turner's son John, who lives with his mother as her carer in Thornham in Norfolk, there we go again, said it seemed that Mr. Bett wrongly believed he'd felled the 10-foot Leylandi. Staff of Mr. Bett, who's the former Norfolk Police and Crime Commissioner, built a bale wall, which Mr. Turner admitted toppling. It was later rebuilt to make it impossible for one person to demolish. A part-time gardener, Mr. Turner, says Mr. Bett has hundreds of acres of farmland and he could have put them anywhere, but he chose to put them here. My mother has multiple sclerosis and macular degeneration, so her eyesight is failing. Looking out on the horses on the meadow was a real pleasure. But Mr. Bett, Stephen Bett, the former Norfolk Police and Crime Commissioner, who doesn't come over very pleasantly, I'm afraid, out of all of this, said he didn't want to look at his neighbours barbecuing and putting their washing out. He said, to say I am spoiling his view is totally wrong. I'm protecting my view. Norfolk Police investigated the vandalism but didn't find the culprit. He's not very pleasant, is he, for the former Police and Crime Commissioner? So he's literally, at the bottom of their garden, he's put all these hay bales in. He's obviously one of these silly people who, he says, I don't want to see them barbecuing and putting their washing out. Well, don't look at it then. Honestly, this is the stupidest. It's an 8-foot tall straw bales. It's the stupidest thing you've ever seen. So this poor Maxine Turner's bungalow is next to the grounds of his mansion. And so because he doesn't want to look at them barbecuing, I mean, she's got macular eye degeneration. I mean, how much barbecuing do you think she does? What, do you think they do it all the time? The answer is probably not. Probably not. But anyway, he's not a very pleasant person. And, I don't know. I mean, I've just got this feeling it's going to go to court. I hope he loses. I don't know why. I've just decided he's really petty. He's really not a very pleasant person at all. Love Island, another 1,500 complaints about misogyny and bullying. What Ofcom said most came after a challenge where contestants reveal who they would kiss, wed or hit in the face with a cream pie. Dancer Tasha Ghouri was left in tears over comments made by men. The mother of Gemma Owen, the daughter of Michael Owen, appeared to condemn the behaviour. I mean, really, why these parents have ever let their children go on this show in the first place, I've got no idea. Either they're dumb and they haven't actually checked on what happened before. A comment attributed to Louise Owen online read, I feel it's close to bullying now. Well, what do you expect, dear? It's a television programme. They're making a television programme. That's the way it goes. Over a 7-day period, Ofcom have had 3,600 complaints. And then ITV previously said, we can't stress highly enough how seriously we treat the emotional well-being of all of our islanders. Well, one's already walked out because he's suffered with stress and all the rest of it. And 1,500 bully complaints. Perhaps they're not watching the same programme we're watching. Perhaps it's different. Matthew says, there's a load of rubbish about McDonald's going up. You only need to pick up a Metro voucher and get a Big Mac and fries for £2. Yeah, but they're not available all the time. That's it. It's a one-off. And they're smaller sizes, Matthew. So there you go. Lauren Sanchez is a former American TV news anchor person who has her own fortune, says Libby. So? I've never heard of her. She's a TV personality. Not as far as I'm concerned. Steve, the train companies use the excuse they can't run a full service today as the trains are in the wrong place. Since they finished up on Tuesday night and they didn't do anything yesterday, how is this morning not any different to what would have been like yesterday morning? Sounds like they want another day off. Oh, no, they will be running. It's just that they don't run till 7:30. And don't forget, you've still got a very, very good underground service and a bus service. You don't need... I mean, to be honest with you, if they just pulled all the trains to start with, we'd still go to work. You'd still get to work. People would walk. People would take bicycles. People would rent bicycles. They'd do all sorts of things. We're not going to be pushed around. Why should we be pushed around? And why is it us? I can remember Ben doing the programme on Sunday and saying to Michael Lynch, you know, can you apologise to all the commuters whose lives you've upset? And he said, he didn't seem to actually apologise for anything at all. But yeah, it's not the train companies who are suffering, it's us. It's us. We're the ones who are suffering. You know, it's absolutely ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. So, what else have we got here? Oh, Gino D'Acampo claiming that he'd been invited to tea with the Queen. I don't think so. Why would she want to meet you, mate? Just another person to be invited, and they don't always just have tea and cucumber sandwiches. They do other things, but of course, I suspect nothing spoils a good story. I don't think you'd have been invited anyway. Jim Davis celebrates a birthday today, the US cartoonist who created Garfield. Very rich, very rich. He's 77. And Michael Carrick, the ex-Manchester United captain and caretaker manager, he's 41 today. She's not very old. Alexis Arquette, US actress, born Robert, and was in films including The Wedding Singer and TV's Roseanne and Friends. The child of the Walton star Louis Arquette and sibling of actors Rosanna, Patricia and David. Came out as gender suspicious in 2006. There's a new one we haven't heard. Arquette once said, men and women are very, very similar. And I think the closer we get to one another, the more we'll understand a lot of the issues. 1988, Paddy Ashdown became the Social and Liberal Democrats' first leader. And James Mason died on this day in 1984, aged 75. He died of a heart attack. His credits included The Wicked Lady, The Man in Grey, Lolita, and A Star is Born, for which he was nominated for an Oscar. And he did a great film, which was about London life, where he takes you through London. You can see all the people who are watching the filming going, it's only James Mason. He's brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Patricia reckons the straw bales could be a fire hazard in this weather. I'm surprised the council have allowed it. Well, the trouble is they are actually, I mean, he's obviously bought them in, but you can't do anything about it being a fire hazard because there's hay bales all over the place, which is not particularly good. So, I mean, he's just being a silly little man, and he doesn't want to look at them barbecuing or their washing hanging out because he lives in a mansion and he doesn't like them. So that's it. But ghastly when you think that he was a former police commissioner. Oh, God, we obviously have all sorts of strange people. Why selling pink drinks to women is patronising. But if you do fancy a glass of the new rosé vodkas, they're irresistible, and which are just bubble gum in a bottle. So they tell you about Tipple for Barbie's birthday and all the rest of it. And some get sort of, you know, I mean, really low marks, actually. Very, very low marks. Apart from Comte de Grasse, vodka rosé, 49 quid a bottle at Harvey Nicks. It gets 5 out of 5. The rest of them are doing sort of 2 out of 5, 1 out of 5, 3 out of 5, 1 out of 5. You know, really not doing very, very well at all. They've got and now we've got a celebrity podiatrist called Margaret Dabbs. Everybody's a celebrity. They only have to sort of do somebody's feet and they go, oh, you must be a celebrity. And the answer is, yeah, probably not. But they try and make it as interesting as possible so that people go, oh, right, a celebrity podiatrist. Must go to them because they'll be doing it differently. Sadly not. These energy bills, which people are talking about, really are, it's going to be a nightmare. This is by Christmas. They say shortly before Christmas, brace yourself for annual energy bills of $3,850. which is 3 times what you were paying at the start of 2022. This is after Russia further squeezed Europe's gas supplies. Consumer also warned that annual charges of more than £3,500 a year or £300 a month could well become the norm into 2024. I don't think people are prepared for this. I really don't think. But the good news is the fans daring to dream. The pride of the Lionesses could bring a long legacy, and I think they will get a bonus as well. So we just keep our fingers crossed, which is very nice indeed. So the cheeseburger price is rising at McDonald's. It's not just cheeseburgers, every single item they have. All the prices have gone up. All the prices. And now that Keir Starmer has sacked Sam Tarry, what's he doing about all the other MPs who are standing on picket lines? Answer, there won't be anybody left in the Labour Party. And this is the party that people are saying, oh, don't worry, Labour are going to get in and Conservatives are done for and all the rest of it. Well, I tell you, it's not looking very promising. You wait till Mr Lynch, who hasn't had a meeting with anybody in government for ages and ages. In fact, it seems to run for about a year, I think. About a year. Alan on the Wirral says it's interesting that Jeff Bezos, worth $121 billion, is putting up the price of Amazon Prime. It's still good value. You know, I mean, if you don't have to have it. You don't have to have it. They do offer you the choice of whether you actually want it. And if you don't want it, well, then you can pay all the extra because it will amount to an awful lot of money. And bearing in mind, they've not put the price up for ages and ages. Ages and ages. Jimmy says, lottery ticket this Friday, $1 billion in the US, only 380 million after tax. Absolutely. Yes. In fact, actually, they do that in all the American lotteries. Not one of them actually comes up with the amount of money. So if they say it's worth 460 million, then you don't get 460 million. It's like the America's Got Talent and Britain's Got Talent. They say you can make £1 million. No, you can't. You need to read the small print. The small print is that you can have it. It's spread over a period of time. It's like over 25 years. It's linked to an insurance policy. So consequently, people don't sort of get that correct amount of money. I know because a friend of mine won the American Got Talent, and I thought, oh, he'll end up with $1 million. No, you don't. You end up with a much, much smaller amount. If you want to take the cash, if you don't, and you want it spread over 25 years, well, they have it spread over 25 years. But that's the way it works. Unfortunately, it's a bit of a swizz, I know, because I was a bit excited thinking that you're going to get £1 million, pounds or $1 million or whatever it happens to be. But in fact, you don't. You really don't. So 380 million after tax. But of course, the moment you go, I'll go for the publicity, you're going to get the worst publicity that you've ever seen, and everybody will hate you. Everybody will hate you. Somebody says, Steve Allen picking on the railway strikes. No, you're quite clearly deaf. I've said I couldn't care less if they go on strike. Didn't make any difference to me. I'm remotely not interested. Says Network Rail trying to sack 3,000 employees. Listen, I use the stations every single day. I see people standing around doing nothing. Doing nothing. Literally, most of them on their telephones. I could take pictures every 5 seconds down at Waterloo Station, because it's the only station that I know. It's not picking on the railway strikes. It says, make all stations unmanned. What are we supposed to do besides strike? Well, we go through a barrier. We're quite capable of going through a barrier and asking somebody, is this train going to there or this train going to there? It's as simple as that. But as I said before, and I'll reiterate again if you're slightly deaf, Brett, I couldn't care less about the strikes. Don't make any difference to me. We've got buses, we've got undergrounds and everything else. It's all those people who you don't really care about, who've got businesses on the mainline stations, who apparently are now having to, every so often, go without earning any money. And that's everything from sort of McDonald's to Marks and Spencer's and everything else, because there's no people standing on the platforms waiting for trains, because there aren't any trains. And nobody's ever apologised. What's it got to do with the commuters? Why are you picking on us? All we do is pay your wages. We buy tickets to go on the trains. It's as simple as that. And yet you're denying us that. What have we ever done about it? The answer is nothing. So, get your facts right to start with, and then it'll make it a little bit different. Mike's on a very chilly, narrow boat. He said, I've got heightened macular degeneration in my right eye, plus a hemorrhage on the back of the eyeball. I'm off to Moorfields, which is the eye hospital. Last time I was there for 4 hours, not exactly looking forward to it, but they're incredible people and I'll be in good hands. Oh, they're very good. They're very good. Mind you, I've discovered, actually, that there's all sorts of hospitals who do, the eye operations and they do things. I mean, I went to Kingston Hospital to get my cataracts done and they were brilliant. In fact, actually, every time I've been to Kingston or Teddington, they've been fine. Absolutely fine, which is really nice. Fishing for bicycles. Every year, And this is why we've had trouble with people during the hot weather. Little kids, you know, and adults as well, who jump off a bridge into a river and they have no idea what is under the water. It can either be shopping trolleys or it can be bicycles. Do you know that every year thousands of bikes are thrown into rivers, ponds, lakes and canals? The answer is why? Because they do, and they've got a picture of some people here looking at all these bicycles in the mud. It's not just in this country, they're all over the place, all over the world. People seem to have this aggressive streak when it comes to bicycles. So they throw them in the river. People jump off these things and you land on a bicycle, you're either going to kill yourself or you're going to do your legs in. It was like Ian Dale falling off the stage at a reading event. But bicycles, they're all over the place. And it's not just one or two. They can fish about 20 or 30 out on a regular basis. Shane says, Steve, we're also having rail strikes in Sydney. Seems like it's not just you Brits. Not happy. No, why should we have to suffer? We're supposed to go, oh, that's okay. Whereas, in fact, we're the ones being inconvenienced. And yet nobody's ever apologised to us. What about the people? We've had it before, haven't we? People trying to get to hospital, people trying to get to jobs, people who need to go for job interviews and stuff like that. Nobody's ever apologised to them. They don't care. They really don't care. It's a dreadful shame, isn't it? And we're supposed to go, oh, that's okay. They're going to lose 3,000 staff. Well, there's 40,000 went on strike. 40,000 people went on strike. It's amazing. I didn't know there were 40,000 people working there, but apparently there are. But you do get loads of people who are sort of standing around at the stations and I don't quite know what they do. You know, are they there to make sure the barriers open on time or something like that? I really don't get it. But as I say, I couldn't care less. People can go on strike. I think I'm all in favour of people, you know, doing strikes. You know, if you think that's going to get you something, fine. But I have a sneaking feeling this isn't going to work. This isn't going to work. They need to come up with a different way of doing it. Because it doesn't matter how many strikes they go on. At the end of the day, the rail unions and the train people, the owners, are going to go, no. And what do we do then? Do we sort of go, oh, okay? Because they've already said, Michael Lynch has already said, he said, we're not going to capitulate on this one. But I have a feeling, so it just goes on forever and a day. And bearing in mind, all the time they go on strike, they don't get paid anyway. But of course, I believe Mr. Lynch still gets paid. So that's good news, isn't it? I should imagine. There's a Brit called William Hayes, arrested by police because he tried to kick out the windows on a Virgin Atlantic flight, was tackled by US Marines and handcuffed mid-air. I think they should be tasered. I've seen people screaming the place down on flights. They had to land 2 hours early in Salt Lake City. The ruckus allegedly caused a mum to drop her baby, leaving the child with minor injuries. One witness said there were a couple of US Marines who piled in on top of him. He was sitting at the back and he got handcuffed right there. He was accused of being violent and unruly. On the flight to LA from Heathrow, police said Hayes got upset mid-flight and after several attempts by the flight crew to maintain him, he became violent. Crew and passengers intervened and restrained him. He's obviously an idiot. A 39-year-old idiot, William Hayes. And he starts trying to kick windows out. I mean, there's no chance of doing it. No chance. You know, it's one of those sort of situations. It'll probably be the result of booze. You know, for some reason, people booze on planes. They do it all the time. I don't know why. Rishi Sunak has been accused of mansplaining to his leadership rival Liz Truss. It's amazing how, you know, they seem to hate each other. Nobody seems to like each other. And then you've got the Labour Party. They can't even keep people away from the picket lines. Tony says, I love the show. The reason you find lots of bikes in the river is because a lot of people nick them and they throw them in there after they finish with them. Yeah, but do they not realise that you can still lift fingerprints off? You can still get fingerprints off bikes. Is that what it is, though? People steal bikes. I've seen them on the television. I've seen them loads of times on the television of people who, they have to set up a sting. I've seen the police doing it in City of London. And they set up a sting and people nick motorbikes. People steal motorbikes and stuff like that. And they literally get them in a matter of seconds. Didn't seem to take them very long at all. And then the police find them and you get people who use them for delivering pizzas, all sorts of things. There's no end of people on bicycles that they've nicked and stuff like that. And it's you can't keep up with it. I mean, round our way, the police can't even control two people on one of these little scooters. In fact, mainly illegal scooters. You know, the ones that if you rent them, they've got the insurance. If people buy them, they go on the pavements. They're totally illegal. I've never seen anybody being arrested. Never seen anybody. Perhaps it's the way forward. My wedding day, Steve, is on the 20th of August this year, the day of the train strike. Fed up with a lot of guests now can't make it. We're the ones paying the price. But they don't care about you. They don't care. They really don't care. Why would they bother about you? That's your problem, that you're a commuter. The fact is, if we all decided to not travel on the railways, what would they do? They might as well get rid of loads of people anyway, because there's no passengers to talk to. So, you know, and if you mentioned, what about the people with businesses? They couldn't care less. They're not remotely interested in anybody else. They're only interested in themselves. That's why I said they can strike as much as they want, because we'll still get from A to B, because we do that. Whereas they just want more money. I mean, all I keep hearing about is how much money people are earning. And you think, you know, there's all sorts of people. I mean, there seem to be thousands of people which you don't necessarily need all the time. I know that they keep saying, I'm sure I read it somewhere, and I can't remember where I read the blooming thing. Oh, it said that they disinfect all the trains. Well, they don't, because I've been on trains. They pull in, we get on, it pulls out again. They're not disinfected each and every time. So that must be a load of people. You know, and a lot of people who stand around, and they've got no end of people at Waterloo. I mean, seriously, like an army of the people who are waiting to sort of get you for, what do they have on the back of their jacket? I can't remember. They've got something written on the back of the jacket, which is to do with the fact that they collect those people who didn't buy a ticket, or they've got an out-of-date ticket. Because I don't even see ticket inspectors on the train. At one time you would see them. And on the buses, you very rarely see them now. Very rarely see people on the trains who are just sort of, you know, actually checking to make sure that you've got a valid ticket. Because on my buses in the morning, you get loads of people who, if the machine doesn't work, the bus driver just waves you on. Just waves you on. I've seen no end of people. You know, they tried turning their card this way and then that way, and then they try it another way, and it still doesn't work. The bus driver go on. I mean, I can understand children being allowed on because they don't pay for the thing anyways. It doesn't make any difference. But when you get sort of a wedding, you know, in August, the day of the train strike, they're not going to change it just because your wedding. They'll just have to sort of say, well, that's your problem. And unfortunately, it is. It is. The columnist, Ulrika Johnson, praising J-Lo's body. It's so airbrushed, you can't even believe that it's a real person. And all she's doing is flogging cream. You know, because she's basically saying, if you use this cream, as I did, then you'll end up looking like me. And the answer is, I think not. I think not. It's an airbrush picture. Anybody with half a brain cell can see, you know, what an airbrush picture looks like. You know, and then they've got pictures of Nadia Hussein. She's a regular on socials. Carol Vorderman, lycra and bikinis at the age of 61. And Denise as well, looking great in a swimming costume. But again, a lot of these things are airbrushed. You know, so they've got Gwyneth Paltrow. She decided to bear all at the age of 49. It's so airbrushed, you could barely see it's Gwyneth Paltrow. It doesn't really make any difference. Everybody knows how they do all these pictures now. Not so good. Not so good.
Sal loves camouflage print. She's decorated her entire house with it.
Here, boy.
Even her pug Billy has a camo coat.
Billy.
After she finished her renovation, she transferred her outstanding balances onto her Barclaycard, interest-free. Now she's found a way to pay down her debt. Sadly, she can't find anything else. What you buy is your business. Helping you pay less interest is ours. Search Barclaycard balance transfers to find out more. Make money work for you. 28.9% APR variable, subject to application, financial circumstances and borrowing history. T's and C's apply.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Agnes has pointed out, she said, Steve, RMT lose 3,000 people. Why not send them to Heathrow Airport? They're short of loads of people. Because what they were doing up there is they were sort of getting rid of people, and then when they expected them to go back and work for them, they were basically going, I don't think so. I don't think so. So, in fact, you could actually go and get a job up at the airport. You'd probably have a much nicer time. Much nicer to watch sort of aircraft taking off, isn't it, than anything else? Steve, if you do get stuck with alternative transport, I'll give you a lift in my lorry. Great show. Do you realise I've never been in a lorry? I've never been in a lorry in my life. I quite like the idea of being up quite high so that you could sort of, you know, you can sort of look down on other cars. You certainly look down on my car because mine seems to be quite low. But I quite fancy the idea, Jem. You put it in writing, we'll look on it as a contract and assume it's going to be fine. The good news is, and I've only just realised the good news is, because you know when Harry, who has cost the taxpayer £100,000 with this legal fight, if he loses, The Home Office says they will claw back legal costs from him. So that's good news. That means we don't lose the money. Because to be honest with you, this man sitting here, the one who didn't want, I don't want any publicity, that's why we've left the country, that's why this has happened, that happened. Load of old codswallop, I'm afraid, as far as I'm concerned. The public purse should not have to bear the cost of the conduct of the litigation and a claim which ought not to have been brought. In fact, you remember they also put out a little story the other day that Harry and Meghan's little pile in America apparently had been broken into twice. It turns out to be a load of old hooey. It wasn't broken into at all. And nobody was caught, nobody was arrested, nothing at all. It's almost like they just sit there and make stories up. Because now Meghan's childhood sob story in the Oprah Winfrey interview was never meant to be objective fact. So in other words, it's just telling stories, isn't it? Meghan's lawyer said her remarks was obviously not meant to be a statement of objective fact. So in other words, why did they allow her to come up with this balderdash? Really, Harry, you're looking worse and worse by the day. It's not looking so promising. Dwayne Johnson, you know, he's 6 foot tall and he weighs 19 stone. But apparently, he was wearing a fluffy suit at a screening of, I don't know what it is, DC League of Super Pets. It's another one of these, where they all do the voices. So you've got Harry Styles' girlfriend, Kevin Hart, Keanu Reeves. It'll be released tomorrow, I believe. And then you can do it. Sam Ryder, you'd think would be all over any news concerning the Eurovision Song Contest. But it turns out it was Scott Mills who told him about us hosting the event next year. Because, we still can't work out which city it's going to go to. We really have no idea. We certainly know it's not Swindon, so thank the Lord for that one. We don't want it to go to Swindon. It's got to be somewhere that can afford to run it. You know, to put on the Eurovision Song Contest, not only is the area got to be big enough, and it's got to be a big enough, stadium and things like that. There's got to be room for all the film trucks that come in. I should imagine there must be well in excess of 100 film trucks. So they've got to have somewhere. You got no good having tiddly little roads like Swindon to get these huge trucks around, because some of these things that come in from overseas, they're vast. Absolutely. Here's this peculiar picture. The one thing about Sarah Ferguson is she always takes dreadful pictures. I don't think she's ever taken a decent picture in her life, and she is, as I say, she's trying to make some more money, her latest money-spinning venture, and I suspect not one of them has ever made any money at all. The TV cameras at the Old Bailey, I think I'd watch that, you know. I think I would definitely watch it. The footage will be broadcast on the news channels, made available through BBC, ITN and Sky News. And so it means that they will allow cameras into criminal courts for possible cases made possible by a change in the law in 2020, but delayed owing to the pandemic. Dominic Raab says it will reinforce confidence in the justice system. Oh, don't be so stupid. Of course it won't. Won't reinforce anything at all. It just means it'll be something else for people to watch. We used to have it years ago, but it was a made-up programme. It was called Crown Court. And we used to get it every afternoon. It was real cases, but with actors playing all the parts. So that's how it used to work. The energy bill story is worrying the heck out of me. And just 400 people paid 20 pence each to file through the turnstile at a kids' football ground near Glasgow to see history being made. What was the history? England's women footballers played their first ever international with the official backing of the game's governing body. Just 400 people went to see it. Now it's thousands of people, and people are looking forward to sort of spending a huge amount of money. In fact, sometimes, they've already said, haven't they, tickets could be as much as £2,000, which is amazing, absolutely amazing. Julia Bradbury, I like Julia Bradbury. I've always thought she was very good, actually. But she's got a TV documentary, which she had earlier this year, called Julia Bradbury, Breast Cancer and Me. There's so many of these programmes, aren't there, now? That's all we're coming into. We're turning into, the country that does, if somebody's got bowel cancer or whatever else, we make programmes about it, and then they try and draw attention to something, and it gets the coverage which it should have had in the first place, and hopefully you can manage to get sort of the government to sort of cough up money. But I think most of the time it's the British people who put their hands in their pockets, and they actually sort of, keep things going, which is good. Sun-seeking celebrities love a poolside or beach selfie. So they've got people like Sharon Stone, Liz Hurley, Nicole Scherzinger, Kim Kardashian, Mylene Klass, but she'll turn up for the opening of a fridge, Emily Ratajkowski and Amanda Holden. And, of course, the latest one to join the list is going to be Chloe Sims and her her little sisters, because they've quit TOWIE, which is possibly the best news, because at the age of 40, Chloe Sims was well past her sell-by date. She never had any interesting stories. It was after she'd slept with that bloke on the programme that she then told you about. They'd had an affair for 2 years. Nobody else knew. I mean, to be honest with you, it came over as a little bit tacky and a little bit uninteresting. And they think what they're going to end up with, because they're in talks, which means they're not, to try and make a Kardashian type of programme. And I was thinking, what, Chloe Sims likens herself to the Kardashians for some peculiar reason. What does she do? Nothing. As far as I know, she doesn't have a job. She doesn't do anything at all. And she's so Botoxed, and she's had so much, skin this, skin that. She thinks it makes her look younger. She looks slightly bizarre at the moment, slightly bizarre. But it's a case of, they're so desperate, these people. They don't actually have proper jobs. It's like, you've got the Fahir's sisters and their sort of programmes on bringing up babies, which is the most patronising thing you could ever actually find on the television. Fern McCann doesn't really know what to do with her life. But she is going to get married to some bloke she's known for 6 months, so that's very good. So we're very pleased about that. And apparently it's going to be a multi-million-dollar wedding. Yeah, believe it when we see it. Unfortunately not. Scientists, we are told, could turn Earth into a real-live Jurassic Park by bringing back dinosaurs. Boffins are already using genetic science to try and bring extinct woolly mammoths back to life. Have you ever seen a woolly mammoth? Have you seen how small they are? Seriously, unbelievably tiny. Every time they go, we found a woolly mammoth and it's in the permafrost and all the rest of it. They say it's critical. And you look at it and you go, it's just an elephant with a bit of fur on it. They're not very big at all. I thought they'd be huge, but they're not. And apparently there is a genetics company called Colossal Biosciences, and they're going to explore whether dinosaurs like T-Rexes could do the same if they were resurrected. Have they seen Jurassic Park? They kill people. They kill people in Jurassic Park. I mean, that's why the films were famous. The very idea that you could actually bring back dinosaurs to rescue the planet. I think not. Imagine, how would they survive? They were far too big and lumbering. And if you're going to bring back dinosaurs, where are you going to put them? Thorpe Park? Of course not. Of course not. But they say they could be brought back, and then the trouble will begin. I hope I'm not around for it. Joe Biden is out of his COVID-19 week-long strict isolation. He's tested negative twice, so that's good news. And the sister of murdered MP Jo Cox has launched the annual 288-mile cycle ride to London in her honour. Kim Ledbetter, MP who represents Mrs Cox's old seat of Batley and Spen, says Jo has such a fantastic legacy. So it's going to start in Cleckheaton in West Yorkshire and then in Flatiron Square, South London. I've never even heard of Flatiron Square, and I've lived and worked in London for years. That's on Sunday. But amazing. Do you know that the first female footy team was the British Ladies Football Club, formed in Crouch End in 1895. 1895. I remember my mum used to play in a ladies football team up in Yorkshire years ago, 50 years ago, at least 50 years ago. And they also had a women's cricket team. All these little villages, they've all got women's football and cricket teams. Seem to be doing well, and yet you mention it in the papers nowadays. People go, really? You can't quite believe it, can you? Can't quite believe it. They reckon many of the signatures to a petition demanding the Conservatives reinstate Boris Johnson may be fake. 14,000. The appeal calling for the ousted PM to stay has been signed by pranksters using names like Vladimir Putin and his foreign minister, Sergei Lavrov. The party's headquarters found the majority of names they sampled were not actually members. Big surprise. Big surprise. And a pub group, St Austell, is letting staff work when you want to attract young people and the retired. The company says it's looking to target people from all walks of life. Oh, God, that sounds a bit risky, doesn't it? Mind you, not half as good as we had a minute ago. You know, all the people who are going to lose their jobs on the railway, the RMT, send them to Heathrow Airport. They've got loads of jobs. They're desperate for people. Absolutely desperate for people. Mind you, of course, getting up there by train could be a slight problem, but I'm sure you'll think of some way around it.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Remember I told you a minute ago about William Hayes, who was arrested? He tried to kick out the windows of this Virgin Atlantic plane. He's now been charged with assaulting a fellow passenger and crew members because the plane had to be diverted to Utah. During the flight, he's quite clearly an idiot of limited intelligence, He allegedly grabbed a passenger seated in front of him by the throat and tried to hit and bite him. So, as I say, idiots like this. As I say, luckily he was restrained. What an idiot, honestly. They should put people like that in prison immediately. Make it so much easier. Otherwise, you know, you just let them go out again, don't you? And the other bad news, I'm afraid, for you this morning, I mean, apart from the good news that the Commonwealth Games, Birmingham are very excited, we're very excited as well, is that sea levels are rising. And so they say the UK coast is at risk from extreme storm surges as the sea levels rise. I don't know, I could see a storm rising over in Las Vegas. Because if you thought the ticket prices for Adele's Hyde Park shows were steep, wait till you hear. Tickets for her rescheduled Weekends with Adele gigs at the Coliseum, Caesars Palace, are currently going for around $40,000. That's £33,000 a piece online. Third-party ticket websites like StubHub are behind the hike with 2 front-row tickets for her opening night in November, priced at $41,280 each. That's £68,000. Plus, just to add insult to injury, there's a £3 booking charge. Fans are fuming on social media, complaining, got to get a second mortgage to get a ticket. Well, no, just avoid it. Just don't go. Why would you want to go and pay that much money? She's not worth that much money. Good Lord above, honestly. Ridiculous. And Katy Perry kissed a sloth, and it liked it. And it would be a waste, says Louis Tomlinson, if One Direction never reunited. I don't think they're going to reunite anytime soon. I think they're way, way down the list of reuniting. They don't need to. Harry Styles is way too big. It's only because the other ones aren't very big at all and they don't really need to do it. It's like, you know, so I think the Spice Girls are going to be touring Australia. Well, Victoria Beckham won't be doing it. She gets the money whether or not she tours or not. So why would she bother touring? She doesn't need to do it. And also, it's getting a bit tired and dated now because they haven't had any new material for ages and ages and ages. Can't be bothered to go to a George Ezra gig. I've watched. I've lost track of how many times I've watched it. Him at Glastonbury, and everybody sings along to the song. You know, I'll be riding shotgun, and it's so good. But anyway, fear not, because George Ezra is coming to a computer or a phone screen near you from 5 p.m. tomorrow. He's playing a virtual concert on Roblox, designed in the image of his latest UK #1 LP, Gold Rush Kid. And so, inspired by George's love of travel, the event will feature curated environments. And he said, I can't wait for everybody to explore the experience that we've created. See, I don't know anything about him at all. I just know he sings Shotgun, and that's the only thing I know. I know he's had other stuff as well. Further proof that Harry Styles is the nicest chap in pop arrived on Lizzo's doorstep yesterday after the American singer knocked Harry off the top of the US charts. The classy lad sent her a bunch of flowers to congratulate her, and she gushed, "You all? Harry got me flowers congratulating me. Enough, you're making us fellas look bad, Harry." But he got loads of publicity out of it, and poor old James Carbooter, or whatever his name is, managed to put it in there. So that's he's got the publicity. For a cheap bunch of flowers, you can manage to get coverage in a national newspaper. Well worth it. Children as young as 6 have got high blood pressure. They can't have at 6, can they? Because of their couch potato lifestyles. Overweight kids are spending too much time on the sofa, say doctors, who blame parents as obesity can run in families. Inactivity, eating too much sugary and salty foods, and excess weight account for 9 in 10 cases of high blood pressure in children and adolescents. The trouble is, when we were younger, when I was sort of as young as 6 or something, we didn't need to worry about all this kind of food because we just, for some reason, we did seem to go outside and play. We went and played, and then you'd come inside, you'd have something to eat, and then, you know, if there was still some daylight left outside, then you were able to go outside and play again. We used to think, nothing about getting on your bikes and riding down the road and riding back, so we were constantly getting exercise. Nowadays, they don't get any exercise. They just sit and basically veg out in front of the television, which is fine, but you need to get the amount of exercise as well. And if you get children as young as 6 with high blood pressure, that does not bode well for the future. It really doesn't. Ridiculous. What else we got? Shops have been using popular sweet names to illegally sell potentially deadly vapes to children. Retailers were caught with the Fanta and Skittles high-strength e-cigs smuggled in from America. About 3,000, worth around 24,000, was seized by council workers in the Royal Borough of Kensington and Chelsea. Councillor Josh Rendell said these vapes are being marketed to mislead people. Well, I mean, the shops that sell them, they'll sell them to anybody. They don't care. Look at the other day. Considering how much knife crime we have in the capital, they went out there to see how many places were selling knives illegally to young people. And it turns out nearly every single place that they actually tested. There was only a few places where they didn't test. And even when they did, they went, oh, sorry, because we thought they were 25. Liars. They'll sell them to anybody. They don't care. They really don't care. It's very embarrassing. EastEnders star Jessie Wallace and Jamie Winston spookily wearing the same ring. Phil Mitchell has proposed to Kat Slater, Jessie, and given her a ring that once belonged to his mum, Peggy. The late Barbara Windsor, now actress Jamie's going to appear in a special 1979 flashback episode portraying the young Peggy. It's good, but it won't get the audience back to EastEnders. I think that is now gone. I think it has disappeared. Paul says the strikers should adopt what they do in some countries and turn up to work, but just leave the barriers open. They get paid, hit them where it hurts, and the passenger stays on side. There you go. Joe said, I used to love Crown Court in the afternoon. I think it was brilliantly done. Oh, it was good. You know, you can buy them all on DVD. There's box sets of Crown Court. Box sets. I have box sets of Crown Court. I've not seen them for ages. I did watch them when I first bought them. Perhaps I should start re-watching again. Oh, and a grave robber stealing flowers from a cemetery has been unmasked. It's a cat. A cat. Rachel Masterman of Caldecott in Gwent said her Moggy demo's been on a thieving spree since being hit by a car last year. She says, I'm very embarrassed. Luckily, the person saw the funny side. I've never heard of cats stealing flowers off graves. I've heard of people stealing flowers off graves and then reselling them in their shop. Somebody was caught a few years back. They were going to the cemetery late at night, climbing in, taking all the flowers off the graves and then selling them in their own shop. How bad can it be? Coppers at one of Britain's biggest forces have been told to smarten up in a back-to-basics plan. Stephen Watson, Greater Manchester Chief Constable, has ordered officers to shave off designers' stubble and polish their boots. I think so too. You know, it's absolutely disgraceful. The move came after Mr. Watson found cheap kit-made officers appear scruffy and unprofessional. It's all the tattoos they've got. They've all got tattoos now. He's also put more bobbies on the beat, as there were in the 60s TV series Dixon of Dock Green. God, go on, put your hands up if you remember that one. Put your hands down, especially if you're driving. But anyway, Greater Manchester can boast of being the most improved force in the country. I mean, I would have thought it's like being in the army and people turning up with sort of dirty boots and things like that and sort of kit. You know, if they go out in household cavalry or something like that, they get checked about 6 times. They don't make the mark. They ain't going out there on parade. It's as simple as that. So, you know, they have to look smart. Police numbers are at a 10-year high, more than 142,000. Apparently, they had a recruitment drive which added almost 14,000. So says the Home Office. How they ever prove that, I have no idea. But we certainly don't see them walking about on the streets, which is a great shame, because I think the more police officers you see on the streets, then the less the crime is, because people are not going to be willing to commit crime. I know that they do in the City of London. They try and get out there as often as possible, but my God, it's a slow process, very slow process. A woman plagued by a mystery humming for 3 years has to listen to Coldplay to get to sleep. Yvonne Connor said the noise, which 50 others have also reported hearing, left her suffering daily headaches and on the brink of a breakdown. Sound gear has been twice installed in her home but failed to find the source. She's a dog walker. She said, I listen to 3 Coldplay albums back to back. I want to stop it. And she's demanded that the council steps up the investigation. What do you mean you've demanded the council step up the investigation? Goodness sake. But noise consultants are looking into it, which basically means, you know, they'll look into it, but don't start demanding things. They've got nothing to do with them. They're doing their best, for goodness sake. And also, what's the matter with listening to Coldplay? They're very good. Very good indeed. Keith says, have you noticed how small acorns are due to the drought? And leaves are falling now? Oh, I think that's just because there's no water. That's what it is. There's no water. And so consequently, trees are shedding their leaves a little bit quicker. Morning, nice to be company. Welcome to Friday. Welcome to, thank goodness it's the weekend. Don't we like the weekend? We love the weekend. We love Monday. Although one of the boys outside just said to me, he said, I was in a fairly cheerful mood this morning, although I shouldn't have been. The car was late, 10 minutes late, picking me up. And when I phoned up the cab company, she just went, oh, it's very busy. I said, no, it's not. Believe you me, you're in Peterborough, I'm in London. I'm telling you, it's not very busy. In fact, the roads were nearly empty. You know, we've had our tube strike and, well, not tube strike, we've had our train strike. And talking of that yesterday, what a complete disaster at Waterloo Station. Honestly, if you were disabled at Waterloo Station, then you'd have missed your train yesterday because they kept moving them about to different platforms. And it was a bit like the blind leading the blind. Today is the day we get the verdict on Colleen and Becky. They've deliberately not told them. The judge has not told them the result because one of them will leak it. The girls can't work out who it is. So today, is it Colleen or is it Becky? The answer is I couldn't care less. But I will be watching very carefully because it comes through at about 12 o'clock today, which is very nice. Sunderland is the best value seaside resort in the UK. Who'd have thought? Who would have thought Sunderland? Why Sunderland? It's best seaside resort, best value for fish and chips, beaches, bed and breakfast, drinks, all sorts of things, which I quite like, actually. The music festival, which is inviting fans to 5 days of fun where clothing is optional. It's being held in Jamaica. So you have to go to Jamaica and the bands will be naked and the DJs will be naked and everybody else will just be walking around naked. It sounds like fun for the producer, not for me. Not for me. There's nothing that would get me walking, but he would be more than happy to go to one of these sort of type things. It sounds bizarre, doesn't it? We're not all in it together. That's the trouble. We're not. I'm not in it at all. Definitely not. It's Neighbours' Day. It's a weepy. I warn you now, it's a weepy at the end of it because they're selling all the houses except one house that's going to be sold, and then you'll get Charlene. And you get Jason and you get all the other people in it, and you will find it a little bit weepy because it's the end. It is finitoed. Not coming back. Studio closed down, lights switched off, generators turned off. All the people get sent home, and it's a bit sad. A friend of mine saw it yesterday, and he said it is a little bit weepy. The prison officers given banter lessons so they don't offend lags. Oh, poo to lags. Yes, that's what you're in Nick for. You know, because you're the sort of people who deserve to go to Nick. Although, actually, there is some people who should have deserved to go to Nick, and they never bother sending them. And Sunak says, I'll kick 5,600 foreign criminals out of Britain. Yeah, of course you will, love. And we'll also give everybody a bounty bar. And there'll be £1,000 in your stocking for Christmas. And it's just a load of old balderdash, I'm afraid. A load of old balderdash. But never mind, doesn't matter. That's what they say. Anything that they actually say is designed to sort of, encourage you to go, well, I think we might vote Tory because they're going to do this. And in the meanwhile, poor old Keir Starmer's getting it in the shoulder blades because he took down that MP who went on a picket line. Mind you, he wasn't the only one. There's quite a number of Labour MPs went on picket lines, and Starmer's done nothing about them, unless he basically owes everything to the unions. It's not going to look particularly brilliant, which always makes me think that if they had an election tomorrow, the Conservatives would get in yet again. I don't see that Labour are going to get in. I don't think Starmer's got any policies at all. And if he has, perhaps we can hear them. It'd be quite nice, wouldn't it? Dreary old Ben Wallace, that was the one who was going to put himself up for selection, and then now all of a sudden he's obviously liking a little bit of the publicity. He's stuck his hat on Liz Truss's head. There's something about him, I don't know what it is. I can't quite work out whether or not something's going to happen and they're going to dig something up from his past, or so. You know, when somebody goes for a job and then they go, oh, I've decided I'm not going to stand for Prime Minister because I want to look after my family and everything else. I'm thinking, that's a bit odd, isn't it? Do you think it's a bit odd? I think it's a bit strange. Also, the good news is the rate of COVID-19 admissions into the hospitals has fallen for the first time in 2 months. There's a sign in one of the papers today. It's in a hospital in Bolton. And it says basically how long you have to wait before you can get a bed. At the moment, it's running about 40 hours. They say we only have 6 beds left, and they go to people who deserve the beds because they just don't have enough beds, which is a shame. Although every time I went to hospital, they always managed to find a bed. Always managed to find a bed for me, which I was very, very grateful for. Even when I turned up in A&E in the most dire agony, they found a bed for me fairly quickly. I think because they had to hook me up to saline drips and all sorts of other strange things. So anyway, yesterday, the train strike had finished, but unfortunately, because of where the trains are, it's all a bit of a mess, and so everybody faffs around. Nothing was going till about 7:30, so everybody's standing there looking at all the boards. So we're all looking at all the boards, and and then all of a sudden it says, oh, this train is on platform 4. So immediately, it's like a scene out of a movie. The whole concourse moves to platform 4. And I was waiting for a train to go to Windsor and Eton Riverside because they decided to move the Reading train to platform 4. Well, I was at platform 21. And there was no way I was going to pick up my skirts and run all the way down to the end of the platform. I just decided it wasn't my sort of thing at all. And so I sort of waited, and then they went, here we go, 528, 7:58 train, Windsor and Eton Riverside, 10 carriages. Great. So we all troop onto the platform, number 15. It's very important to remember number 15. And so we go there and we have to wait. Then the driver comes past us, and he sort of gets into the carriage, and we had to wait for the guard because then he could open the doors because the doors weren't open. So then he arrives, he opens the doors, and they do the welcome along to the... that's exactly what it sounds like. Windsor and Riverside. Calling at Vauxhall, Clapham Junction, Putney, blah, 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 blah. And so I thought that's good. So we all sit there. Then all of a sudden they go, sorry, there's something the matter with the train. It had now got to gone 8. So it was 2 minutes late departing, and they're normally very good at departing on time. And so they then sort of said, oh, you need to get off the train. Well, unfortunately, for the people who spoke English, that was fine. But the people who didn't speak English, they didn't have the faintest idea what was going on. So they were left stuck on the train. The guard closes the doors and then stops. So all of a sudden the little orange lights go out. So they were stuck in there. God help them if something had happened. But anyway, it didn't. And then the train driver came down and he was faffing around with sort of, putting petrol in or something and checking the batteries. And then they open the doors and we all get back on again. And we sit there for a few more minutes. By this time, it's getting to like sort of 10 past, heading towards 15:15. And there's other trains. I mean, by this time, I could have walked to platform 4, got the Reading train and left and missed all the other trains, which were going out of there, but we weren't going anywhere. And then the bloke comes on and says, you all need to get off the train. You need to go to, where are you going to? I said, I'm going to Richmond. I was going to Twickenham. It didn't matter, same sort of thing. And he said, you need to go to platform 21. Bear in mind, we're on platform 15 and we're right at the front of the platform on a 10-coach train. So, if you'd been disabled, you never would have made it. They might as well have just left you there and you might as well have waited till hell froze over. But anyway, so I managed to make it to the new platform, which was platform 21, which is normally where I go first thing in the morning. And there was the Windsor and Eton Riverside train. Yeah! 5 carriages. They hadn't bothered with 10 carriages. So, in fact, all the people who were normally crammed on were crammed on even more. Normally there's loads of room on the train, and we didn't have it. And so I walk all the way to the front of the train. It's only 5 carriages. And there's a woman there with her son, and they're playing on their things. They've both got earphones in and everything else. And sitting right in front of them, they're on a 2-seater, and then they're opposite a 2-seater. She's got this huge suitcase. They're obviously either going on holiday or something like that. So, of course, I plonked my bag down on the seat. She's also got all her bags on the seats as well. So, anyway, she looked at me and glared. So I glared back, and unfortunately it didn't really help because I had my mask on and my sunglasses. And so anyway, the train sets off. Next station, Vauxhall. Somebody gets on with a folding Brompton bicycle, proving they've got more money than sense. And that's okay. He sort of makes people move bits and pieces. And then a bloke gets on at Clapham Junction with a full bicycle. The train is heaving, and he's brought a bicycle on. A right idiot of the first order. They shouldn't be allowed anywhere near the trains. They should bring the guards on to say, get the bike off. All right, mate, you've got a bicycle, you bloody well ride it. And then there's this woman, and she looks at me, old type woman, grouchy, Australian. And she goes, oh, can I sit down there? And so I looked at her, I thought, of course you can't sit down here. There's a bloody suitcase sitting in front of us, which is huge. There's no way. I mean, where do you think it's going to go, dear? We're going to stick it on the top of the train? So I went, no. And so she then goes into practically a drama meltdown. Oh, I can't stand up anymore. I thought, well, everybody has to stand up on the train. They've only put 5 carriages on. But I think she got confused. In fact, I knew she got confused because she thought that the suitcase was mine because I was sitting next to it. So obviously she was thinking, move your suitcase and I can sit down. But there was nowhere to put the suitcase, even if it was mine. There was nowhere to put it because all the people are jammed in by me and we're up against the door, which leads to where the driver is sitting, driving the blooming thing. So she had to stand up. So she did a few wheezes, a few little bits and pieces and made sort of a bit of a drama out of a crisis. And so when I get off at Twickenham, a lot of people got off at Richmond, which is quite good, and then you get off the other side of the train for Twickenham. And I got off, and then she suddenly realised the error of her ways, that it wasn't my suitcase in the first place. It was the couple sitting opposite me who put the suitcase there. And I was hoping they might have got off and got on a plane somewhere, but wasn't going to win. Who's going to write out the cheque, Wayne or Jamie, says Ron. Well, they've both lost money. I think what they'll do is the amount of damages for whoever will be set at a penny for each of them. I bet you. Because they'll have spent a small fortune on their lawyers, and I think it will be what they call punitive damages, and it'll be a penny. It'll be just a nominal sum. Nobody will win. They will try and pretend they're going to win, but to be honest with you, I mean, you know, Wayne Rooney's wife, Colleen, she's about as boring as they come, and Rebecca Vardy is just desperate to be somebody. So far, she's achieved nothing, I'm afraid. So I don't think anybody will lose in this, because they've taken such a long time. They've almost taken too long to work out something which I saw as being fairly complicated. And I did say on the programme, you're never going to prove who leaked the stories. The only people who know who leaked the stories would be the newspapers who ran them. Because they would have somebody who goes, I'll tell you who it was, actually. I know who it was who leaked them. Because somebody must have leaked them. But as long as they don't say anything, there is no result. But it'll mean that the papers will fill up about another 4 pages tomorrow, and then you'll either find out somebody will have been decided to have been telling lies, and somebody will have been decided on also telling lies. But does it make any difference? No, I'm glad they've spent about £3 million on legal fees. Good. I'm quite sure that they'll be both equally happy with it, you know. It doesn't make any difference to them. They just sort of waste call time. Ian says, would you like an ice cream this morning? I think we could go an ice cream this morning, Ian. I think we could. We've got a new boy in, and he's never had an ice cream first thing in the morning. Do you want an ice cream? Do you want an ice cream? Sorry? Yes, he'd like an ice cream, Ian. I don't know what flavour we've got today. We always take potluck with the flavours. We're not particularly worried about what flavour it is, because they always you get a Haagen-Dazs ice cream from Ian, who delivers to all the West End theatres all the ice creams for the rich punters who buy an ice cream and sit there eating it during the second half of Les Miserables or something. Yeah, and so we always have them on this programme. Ian delivers, and he'll drop in a few ice creams. So I know. Well, you could be. I mean, you know, it's a bit of a trick. Nobody else gets it. It's only us. We're the only people that gets this. And we have discovered that, in fact, it's not only is it a bit of a treat from Ian, but it's something that kind of soothes the throat as well. And it's lovely. You get a little spoon in the lid and everything. So it's really cute. It's good, isn't it, Ian? So the new boy today will be very thrilled to have. So we're not fussed about flavours. I'm going for what you're not particularly fussed, are they? The ones we've had in the past, we've had salted caramel, double chocolate, strawberries and cream. They're all nice. Only little tubs, but they're delicious. You like strawberries and cream? Well, we'll have to see what he does. We don't make demands on Ian. We're just grateful that he remembers us, which is very nice indeed. Let me just have a quick slurp of tea while you hear one of these. Sorry, it's Neighbours' last day, and it's not going to be on the television ever again. Hurrah, hurrah, hurrah. If only the people at the BBC would do the same for EastEnders when they realise it's got no audience. You know, they could just sort of quietly close down Albert Square. That'd be a treat for us, wouldn't it? That would be the treat. Kevin Lygo, the ITV boss, has pledged to review Love Island when the series ends on Monday. Who gives us stuff? Honestly, all these people tell lies. It turns out one of them who they say she might win, but as I say, who cares? It's just a little bit bimbo time, and that's just the blokes. You know, they're all got their permatans on, a little bit of sort of half shaved and sort of the shaven bodies and everything else like that. And to be honest with you, when you listen to their conversation, you kind of lose the will to live. You can imagine, can't you, putting them on Question Time? That'd be hilarious. Noreen says, I hope you're well, Steve. We are. I hope you're well too. Can you believe how many years ago Charles and Diana got married? 41 years ago. 41 years ago. I remember us sitting watching television for hours. It wasn't to be, though, says Noreen. I remember it. I had the service. I remember I had the service, and I sort of followed it with a friend of mine, Jimmy, and we sat down and we watched it, and it was lovely. It was really lovely. It's sort of good. And then we also sat down and watched her funeral, because we had the order of service and everything else. And I thought the best bit was her brother giving his speech, and the royal family sitting there looking stony-faced. Nobody saying a word, thinking, oh, my God, they think we killed her. And that's how it goes. That's how it goes, you know. And ever since then, you know, Charles sort of then goes and sort of does his bit. We all knew he was having the affair with Camilla, and who's turned out to be a bit of a gem. A little bit of a gem. And so that was, you know, it's just the way it goes. But anyway, we've now finally got rid of Harry, which is good. If only we could get rid of Meghan, that'd be even better. Nicholas says, why couldn't the suitcase just gone face down on the floor? There was no room. There was no room on the floor. That was the trouble. The train was so packed because it went from 10 carriages to 5 carriages. And so that was it. You couldn't put the suitcase on the floor. In fact, it was on the floor. It was just on the floor in between the seats. And so I just managed to squeeze in on the end. And she looked at me like it was my fault. And you could see her looking around thinking, can't I go and sit somewhere else? I was on the seat opposite her, but I couldn't sit on the seat near the window because that's where her suitcase was on the floor. And it took up that whole gang. It was enormous. But she didn't care. She had headphones in. I'm sure if somebody said, can you move your blooming suitcase? You know, go and put it somewhere else or lift it up onto the rack. You've got a son there. Make sure he does it. And the bloke with the bicycle should have been turfed off immediately. That's the way it goes, isn't it, really? Honestly. Ashley says, urgent announcement, they've got Screwball ice creams back in Iceland. Ooh. Jane says, if Phil Vickery's listening, can you challenge him as to what to do with a tin of sardines? I don't have a cat. Oh, what are you doing with a tin of sardines? I hate sardines. Oh, you put them on toast, don't you? Sardines on toast, I seem to remember. I've never had them. But fancy buying a tin of sardines and you haven't got a cat. What you bought them for? I mean, you unscrew the tin with a little key that goes around the outside, and they're all in there with their heads on or not their heads on or something like that. Whatever it is, don't ever buy. They're horrid. Horrid. I don't like anything like that. Sardine. Oh no. I had fillet steak again yesterday. And it was very, very nice, thank you. Very nice. I had 2 pieces of fillet steak. Do you know, it must be particularly good fillet steak because literally you put it in the saucepan and it just goes so soft. It melts in the mouth. And I went up to another shop, and it's a home shopping kind of thing, and they had some balls, silver balls, which you put in the garden. And they were 4 of them. Is it 1, 2, yeah, 1, 2, 3, I think it's 4 of them. And they were $9.99. And I liked them so much, I'm going back today to go and get some more. Because I thought they were really good. And they look quite nice. They're just completely spherical, and you just put them in a pot or something like that. And they just look nice. They don't light up, no. I've got other things that light up in the patio. In fact, I've got quite a number of things that light up in the patio, which they just work on. They're just little solar panels, you know, and that's actually quite nice. Shane says, I'm in trouble. The lady next door was upset. She told me Neighbours finished on Aussie TV last night. I laughed. I said, don't worry about it. It's only a TV show. Didn't go down so well. No, some people take it very, very seriously. Some people take it very, very seriously because it's Neighbours, even though it's not real. But it's the fact that it's finishing after this amount of time. That's what it is. Martina says, sardines on toast, delicious. Ooh, gonna be sick. I don't like the idea. I've just finished studying. I could happily eat a sesame seed bagel, toasted, with smoked salmon and cream cheese, twist of black pepper and a cup of black coffee. Woo! You're living the dream. You're living the dream. Steve, I feel your pain, says Ashley. I was on a half-empty upper deck on the bus, and the one person who got on decided to sit next to me, coughing and spluttering. What's wrong with people? Oh, I'd kick him. I don't want anybody. It's so the empty seats and somebody comes and sits next to you. Oh, dear, no, we don't like things like that. It's not nice, is it, really? People coming and sit. The whole bus, it's like, whenever I park my car in a car park, you can guarantee I'll be there all by myself. By the time I come back, there's cars all around me. It's like they want to be associated. They go, I think that's Steve Allen's car. Let's go and park near him. Let's have a picture taken and pretend it's our car. You know, I hate things like that. You know, I could be the other side of the car park and they just want to go there. It's like Costco. I park as far away from it as I can just about manage. And you come back and there's people parked all round there. It's really annoying. But I always like to let them look at the car. I have come back before and found people posing with the car and having pictures taken. I know it is bizarre. Don't ask me why. People are just like that. Strippers are celebrating after a city voted against a club ban. Well, you can't really ban strippers, can you? Because you're not going to wander into a strip club not knowing what it is. You know, there'll be a picture outside of a girl showing off her boobies, and it's a strip club. So, you know, does it really make any difference whether they're open? It's not like it's not like in Amsterdam where the girls are in the windows sitting there half naked, bathed in this blue ultraviolet lighting. They all seem to have that. I don't know why. Perhaps they think it makes them look attractive. It doesn't. But, you know, and then people sort of stand outside. And it's like going through a magazine, deciding which one you want to sleep with. Have you ever been to Amsterdam? Never been. It's like that. You just ask any policeman on the streets of Amsterdam, where are the girls in the windows? And they'll go, okay, you go down here, you do a left, and then over on the right, and there it is. And it's all these little houses with little windows in, girls sitting in there. And if they're doing business, the curtains are drawn, quite clearly. And if they're not, the curtains are open and they sit there. And you just sort of go in and go in, and that's it. And it's very, very sort of open. It's a bit, I mean, it looks a bit dated now, to be honest with you. Not as exciting as it used. I mean, now you've got, what's that other thing? Is it fans only or something? Only fans. That's basically for sort of dirty people who want to pay money to people who are past their sell-by about 500 years ago, so that you can watch them get their boobs out. And they go, oh, look, I made all this money getting my boobs out. You think, yeah, but you've sunk to a new level. Ron says, so 41 years ago in 81, we had the mini metro come out. Pan Am was the biggest airline, and you were still the new boy at LBC. I know, 41 years ago. 41 years ago. I think I'm in my 44th year now. I think it's 44 years. Whatever it is, it's a long time. It's a long time. But who'd have thought? My friend Ian says, I hadn't watched Neighbours since the 90s until this week, but I was still sad to see the final episode. Oh, don't you worry. Don't you worry. It's going to be fine. It'll be okay. They'll find something else to put on the television. We were saying the other day about Noel Edmonds and the fact that he's gone to live in New Zealand. His house is up for sale. And he dominated Saturday nights. Noel's house party was it was like the forerunner. Ant and Dec nicked everything off every other successful programme. They didn't have an original idea. Every single thing they did on the programme had been done on other people's programmes beforehand. But that's what we ended up with. We ended up with sort of Ant and Dec, which was okay. So no problem with that, but Noel did it first. Somebody says, could you imagine what the reaction would be if Coronation Street was cancelled? Well, it's been run for such a long time. I mean, that's all they know how to do it, isn't it, really? Steve, I found a list of birds that like shiny balls in the garden. Oh, right. Including western jackdaws, minor birds, Eurasian magpies and blue jays. Oh, right. Oh, well, I'm going to go and buy some more of them because I thought they were such good value. I thought they were really nice, actually. Very nice. Dreary old Ben Wallace, the one who was there, now obviously he's decided he likes a bit of the limelight, but I think there's a backfire coming into this one. He's stuck his hat on Liz Truss's head. And more and more tributes for Bernard Cribbins. So the link was that LBC, in one of its many incarnations, became London Talkback Radio. And Bernard Cribbins sang the song, and it was a song about Let's Be Avenue. Let's Be Avenue, as in a road. And Bernard Cribbins sang the song for us. And so we used to play it all the time. You'll find it on YouTube. You'll find it on YouTube. Bernard Cribbins sings the LBC theme. It was very good. Very good indeed. And I always liked him, but my favourite, even though we loved him as Mr. Perks in The Railway Children, which we thought he was brilliant at, his finest moment, or one of his finest, because there were so many, was in Fawlty Towers, where they think he's a hotel inspector, but he's not. He's a salesman who sells spoons. And Basil makes a big thing about it. Oh, look at that. They're just doing it on the television. How amazing. And he goes there and he says, oh, I don't want this, I don't want that. And, of course, they're pandering to him because they think he's a hotel inspector, but he's not. And he says, you know, if you could reserve the channel, there's a programme on the television I'd like to do. And Basil goes, reserve? Yes, OK, that'll be fine. It'll be absolutely fine. We'll reserve. And he starts pandering to him. And in the end, they literally... And he turned up in a Carry On film as well. Carry On Jack. He was just good. He was 93, bless him. I always hope that when people get to an age like that, they then pass on. I always hope that they're sitting on a cloud and they can hear what people are saying about them. You know, that people are saying they really loved you and they loved working with you and we all thought you were fab and you were a nice person. And, of course, he was the voice of the Wombles. The underground, overground, wombling free. The wombles of Wimbledon, common are we. Making good use... Oh, it doesn't matter, honestly. I mean, how sad that I know the words. How very sad and tragic. But, no, he was lovely. He was brilliant. But the railway children, Mr. Perks, they bought him presents. They went round the village. And he got really angry because he looked on it as charity. And his wife kept saying, but it isn't charity. And then Bobby, the oldest girl in the railway children family, said, we're so hurt. We thought we were doing something nice for you because we like you. We thought you were our friend. And, we wanted to make sure that we got things. And everybody gave things generously. They didn't sort of give it because we made them give it to you. They just wanted to give you something that was nice. And then he started looking through all the items. There was a pram and he went, well, that's very nice. It's very generous. And somebody bought him a spade and things like that. And it was just lovely. And so in the end, they had iced buns for tea and everything was wonderful in the garden again. And that's why we love it. And we loved him. He was really great. 93, bloody good innings, Bernard. Bloody good innings.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your universal credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning. Who went on holiday camp holidays? Pontins and Butlins and places like that. Well, apparently the Redcoats beat the Bluecoats in the Battle of the Holiday Parks. And I used to watch them because loads of people that in show business, comedians and things like that, started as either Redcoats or Bluecoats. And that's what it was. But the Redcoats have beaten the Bluecoats. I don't know why, actually. The Redcoats, were they Billy Butlins? They were. Pontins were the blue ones. And then there was Haven Holidays. They had people as well. And they did a series, actually. They did like a docu-soap on Haven Holidays. And it was a bit embarrassing because you used to get some of these families, mum and 4 children, including the daughter they're trying to palm off on anybody. And they would sort of talk about, oh, they're there, they've all got their favourite Haven Holiday rep that they liked and things like that. And the girls would sort of go, ooh, I really like him and all the rest of it. And they became a bit of a pain. Pete the Pool Man says, good morning, he's here again. Tom Cruise in the Lake District. We can't shift him, can we? I know, it just doesn't work. We can't get rid of him. He's obviously destined to stay here because he loves the publicity. He's been out with it. Was it Elon Musk the other day? They went out together or something. Elon Musk has marginally got quite a bit more money than Tom Cruise. But if you're going out with somebody like Tom Cruise will go out with anybody who's got money because they just happen to mix in different sorts of levels, I suppose. Also, holidaymakers are being urged to let it all hang out in a Spanish government beach campaign called Fat is Fab. Isn't that nice? Fat is Fab. The producer was so thrilled that he's being welcomed to Spanish beaches. I said to him, you won't need to worry about taking your shirt off, because everybody else will look the same as you. Everybody else will look the same. Yeah, you'll feel right at home. I mean, it then means that you don't feel put upon. It then means that you don't feel a little bit, sometimes you take your thing off and as people walk past you think, I think I better breathe in. And you go, and then just hold it like that. But at least on the Spanish beach holidays, you could just let it all hang out. And as long as you spend most of your time face down in the sand, you should be fairly okay. Has it got that bad? You know why? You could get a chocolate bar this morning. That's what it was. No good trying to sort of get away from it and sort of go, oh, Steve, I don't know where this weight comes from. I know exactly where it comes from. My chocolate bars. Why do you think we're keeping, different presenters away from it? We have to, because some of them are prone to putting on. Steve, my mum worked at the Victoria Casino on Edgware Road, and one of the security was previously a Womble. Well, Mike Batt sang for all the Wombles. In fact, they were very successful, not only on the television, you'd see them on Top of the Pops. And then at Christmas time, they'd so Womble to your partners and Womble. It was all Mike Batt. All Mike Batt. And then they did Wombling White Tie and Tails. We wish you a Wombling Merry Christmas. We thought it was great. I love the Wombles. I thought they were fab. I thought they were really fab, especially when I discovered that it was Good Mike Batt who did all the voices and sang all the songs. Lovely voice, seriously, lovely voice. The village in the paper today has been taken over by seagulls. I mean, not literally, they're not working the shops and stuff like that, but they are attacking people, putting some residents in hospital, because I think it might be time when seagulls give birth. As far as I'm concerned, the only good seagull is a dead seagull. They're far too dangerous. I mean, seriously, elderly people have been attacked, and if you sit on the seafront with a packet of chips, they will come and take them. They hover in front of you, and they will take them. Ridiculous. The protesters who tried to arrest a drag queen. I think this is the old story about doing the sort of talks in the library or something like that. And a lot of protesters don't like the idea that a drag queen's doing it. To be honest, I thought it was a pretty odd choice myself. The learner driver has a car seized by police on his way to take the driving test. How that happens, I've got no idea. And there is a 12-year-old girl who was killed in a car crash the other day. You know why? She was driving the car. A 12-year-old girl was driving the car. Her stepfather was sitting next to her. And I can't work out, what the reason would be for putting a 12-year-old behind the wheel of a car. I've never heard of anything so stupid, but unfortunately they had to sort of pay with her loss of life. The car dealers lose their dodgy Daly tag, as in Arthur Daly, because everybody used to say, it's an Arthur Daly thing, isn't it, really? And they didn't like it. I've got an idea a little bit later on. Well, I've got a few ideas, actually, of how to keep the kids entertained for free during the holidays. And the UK win gold for the biggest waste of public money yet. What do you think that is? What do you think that is? Some of the papers being a little bit mean-spirited. What do you reckon? Commonwealth Games. Who gives a toss? Seriously, Ian says, cookies and cream or Belgian chocolate today? I had Belgian chocolate, Ian. Belgian chocolate? Is that all right? Oh, cookies. Oh, let's have all cookies and cream, Ian. About 6 o'clock, he says. In fact, can you last till 6? Hopefully. Okay, well, if you keel over, let me know. Eileen says, how lovely is Ian thinking of you boys with the ice cream? I wish everybody was as nice. I know. We seem to bring it out in people. People want to bring and deliver ice creams. And that's a nice thing to do. He delivers to all the theatres, and on his way round, at this time of the morning, he drops off 3 here, and all the boys get a little tub of ice cream, which was cookies and creams. You get bits of cookies in the actual ice cream. He likes that idea. He likes that. So, yes, 6 will be fine, actually. I'll tell Dan when he gets back that he better check downstairs, which is very nice. So, thank you. Marilyn in Toronto said, Steve, sardines are wonderful and so good for you. Oily fish and all that. My husband does wonderful dishes with sardines. I couldn't eat that. I really couldn't. I mean, it's not that I don't want to. I'm putting my foot down. I've just decided I don't want to eat sardines. I've never liked things like that. I'm not really sort of that sort of good at eating things that come in tins with lids on. Although I used to like Spam and corned beef and things like that. And yet fish, and there's something about a little bit different. Ash in Margate says, hope the message finds you in fine fettle. I've never been on a camp holiday, but I assume they look full of fun. I used to love Heidi High, so I assume I would have loved a Pontins or a Butlins holiday. Yes, I think you'll find that the Heidi High regime was back in the 50s when the whole country went on holiday at the same time. All the trains were packed, everything. Everybody went on holiday. Now they're all spread. So basically the country closed and everybody went to the holiday camps, and they would have all those, accuracies of Ted and Peggy, want to be Yellowcoat and all that kind of stuff. That's how it would have been. You would have had the ballroom dancing champions. You would have had the camp comic, and you would have had, big meals done like school dinners. That's how it was. People enjoyed going on holiday, and they'd have sort of, knobbly knees competition, glamorous granny competitions. It's changed a little bit now, but I mean, not hugely. You still get the talent competition where sort of parents shove their blooming kids up on stage and they'll sort of say, oh, for the wings of a dove. Yeah, whatever. People liked that sort of thing because, holiday camps were it. But I think there's loads of comics around who used to work the holiday camps, and it was something to do for the season. Affairs were had and affairs were not had. But either way, it was quite a nice thing to do. So a bust of Ken Dodd has been unveiled at a theatre that he helped save. His wife said he would be delighted, I reckon. And the strike at the ports may hit the Christmas toy suppliers. Oh, here we go. Here we go. So, in other words, we're only in June, July, or very nearly in August, and it's a case of, well, Christmas toys might not be as plentiful as they have been in previous years. And you think to yourself, well, I mean, are you encouraging, really, people to go out and buy their Christmas presents now? Why can't you just lie to the children? They don't understand how it works. What you have to do is say, listen, because they don't know. They just see a load of presents with paper on. They rip them off. It's a toy. You know, they might have asked for Barbie Plane or, you know, the Tree Family or whatever it happens to be. Whereas, in fact, really, they'd be happy with just about anything. They don't know. They have no idea. And you just say to them, Father Christmas has done you a letter. Dear so-and-so, dear Stephen, I'm sorry I didn't have your football that you wanted, but I will deliver it to you in January. Look out for the postman. And that's all you've got to do. You just play the game, for God's sake. Honestly. Goodness sake, honestly. Lewis says the sardines on the Costa del Sol are cooked over wood and are delicious with a drizzle of lemon. I can't eat them. Seriously, I can't eat them. I wish I could. I mean, perhaps I should be brave. But at the moment I'm not feeling particularly brave. Sarah says, Steve, up early, wrapping up my daughter's birthday presents, and then going to have to wrestle a 2-foot unicorn helium balloon that travelled with me in the car from Loughton to Thatcham yesterday. A unicorn balloon. I love the people who go to the balloon shops and buy them and then walk down the road with them in like a bin liner, which always looks quite funny. It's quite sweet. And Roger says, Ian brings ice cream, Kevin brings the milk. Can you find somebody who'll bring you a bacon sarnie? You think that's pushing it a little bit? Mind you, I tell you what they did bring us. Didn't we get from McDonald's? Actually, they opened up their fries and they did me a special treat. And they brought it over one morning for me. It was delicious. I forget what it was now. It was whatever it was my kind of food. Thank you very much indeed. But also, because today's Friday, I put the petrol in the car yesterday. So that I've done and it's dusted and all the rest of it. And what else have I got? Oh, I'm still waiting for them to open my bank account up because, you know, it was frozen because we sort of let lapse with the VAT. And so it's a bit of a pain. So we've had to send off stuff to Company's House, which we've done. And I thought it was only going to take 3 days. I think it's taken about 4 because if they don't do it today, it'll have to be Monday. And so at the moment, my bank account is frozen. I can't take money out. Luckily, I have other accounts, so I do have money. It's not like I'm on Poor Street. And so also they couldn't pay in my wages. Like they actually couldn't pay anything in because the account's frozen. So consequently, no money comes out of it, no money goes into it. So it doesn't make any difference. It's sitting there, and the moment it's unfrozen, which I'm hoping. I mean, it could be today, or it could be Monday. Then I just have to tell our accounts department, and they can then pay it over, which makes me feel a lot better about life, as you can well imagine. What else do we have? The consumer group behind Kit Kats have pushed prices up 6.5% over the past 6 months, which was, you know, it's quite a lot if you like Kit Kats. You know, and I'm assuming the producer likes Kit Kats. In fact, just food, full stop. He'd eat. Yeah, chocolate in particular. He's a bit of a chocolate boy. Johnny says, we were always a Pontins family. I remember the baby crying in chalet number, son by the side of the stage. Did you not see the one that they did? Ted had a bit of a scam. And he said to Peggy, he said, do you want to make some money? And she went, oh, it was the chicken Big Mac. Thank you, Charlotte. Thank you. See, I always knew there was somebody who knows these things, who's better equipped than I am. So thank you, Charlotte. And Ted said to Peggy, he said, you make money with the babies crying. And so she said, well, you know, what do I have to do? Hang around outside the chalet until the baby starts crying? He said, no, he said, you go in there and make the baby cry. He said, you make the baby cry, then you come out, then you go in there and go, chalet number 22, baby crying. That's what they used to do. And then the people come down and you say, I've managed to stop it crying now. And they give you $1. He said, you do that 10 times a night. He said, you're on a nice little earner, which was good. So Johnny was a Pontins family. Ooh, Steve, when I was a tourist in 1988, I went to the Empire Discotheque in Leicester Square twice a week. I loved it. The disco's gone, says Connie, and now there's a casino. Do you know what happened to the Empire Discotheque? Well, they just go, don't they? Discotheques became very popular. I can remember, because I'm old enough to remember, when the Hippodrome was a discotheque and Stringfellows, and my friend was the manager, called Andrew, and also we knew Peter, and so we used to go there all the time. I had a card for the Hippodrome and a card for Stringfellows, a celebrity card. I've still got it. I mean, it looks a bit faded now and a little bit old, but it doesn't matter. And we would go to Stringfellows and we'd have a few drinks with the Page 3 girls and chat away and do bits and pieces, you know, kind of a waste, I always thought, but anyway. And then we'd go over to the Hippodrome for midnight for the light show. The light show at the Hippodrome was worth watching. In fact, you can find it on YouTube. Morning, nice to be company. In the light of the death of lovely Bernard Cribbins, we'll look back at the faces from children's telly and find out where they are now. Because there's quite a few of them, people that we grew up with on children's television, you know, and it was just, you know, when I heard that Bernard had died, I remember thinking, I've forgotten how old he was, 93. He did really, really well. He's one of those people that just sort of seemed to go on, didn't he? And I thought that was actually quite nice. And because he'd done so many good films, and so many good bits and pieces, I remember thinking, that's nice. That's really nice. Really liked him a lot. So Kevin can't afford your fuel bills, which I don't think you will be able to, actually, because it's getting very, 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 very expensive. Already bills are coming in and people are going, what? How's that gone to that price? Seriously, it gets worse and worse and worse. And it ain't going to get any better, I'm afraid. The dock workers at Felixstowe vote to strike over pay. They're obviously determined to bring the country down, aren't they? All these people striking, they don't really care, do they? Which is a little bit of a shame. TV Gold, Sporting Insight. What was the one that I read the other day, which I think is quite nice? And that's right, unexpected morons in the bagging area, courtesy of Ali Ross's column. Tipping Point's Ben Shepherd, derived from a word meaning to knock down, which Native American axe shares its name with a style of steak. Parveen went, a sirloin axe? I mean, seriously. Tipping Point. In 1739, the legendary highwayman convicted of stealing horses was Dick Who? Adam Van Whittington. I mean, where do you get stupid people from? I don't know, there's an agency, I think. The Chase's Bradley Walsh. Witches are most often depicted flying on what object? Keisha. A UFO? I mean, seriously, these people are completely off their trolleys. And what was the other one? I can't. Perhaps it was in somebody else's, actually. But it was sort of things that you've heard, unlikely things that you hear. So great TV lies and delusions of the week. This morning's Alison Hammond. I'm going to miss you too, Matthew. Right. Poor old Alison Hammond. I think somebody gives her key words to say. And they go, just say, oh, you're really good, I like you, and all this kind of stuff. My favourite, Lorraine. You're looking very Italian and gorgeous, Arge. Yeah, right, of course, dear, of course. Claim to fame had to be the band at the wedding of Stacey Solomon, which wasn't a wedding at all because her house is not licensed. And a spooked Scotland paranormal investigator, Chris Fleming. I feel like we're being watched. Click. Not anymore, you're not. I love it when they do that. I love it. But imagine, though, writes Ali Ross, if BBC One suddenly noticed EastEnders' dire ratings and scrapped the show. I know. We all live in hope, don't we, really? And a £300,000 house, less than 20 years old, is to be demolished to make way for a cycle path. Oh, dear. It's been bought by the developer and rented out for the time being. It'll go to create a cycle path and footpath. Well, how are they going to make money out of that? And Ben Wallace, he turns out to be a bit of a drip, doesn't he? The battle for number 10. And so Defence Secretary Ben Wallace, not that I've ever known him do anything, but he was going to stand for PM and then he decided not to. So he says, Rishi is guilty of abandoning his post in cabinet. That's why I'm backing Liz. Oh, go away. The other day we had a picture of him with Priti Patel draped all over him, like an ancient Christmas tree decoration. And Vanessa Feltz is to quit the BBC after 20 years on air. She's leaving to catch up on a decade's deficit of beauty sleep. Well, I wonder where she'll be going. I'm going to put money on that one. That'll be interesting. Plus the music festival. Oh, yeah, the music festival. We've already got the ticket booked for the producer. He can't wait to go. Seriously, can you? You can't wait. The music fest where you take your clothes off. You're like, yeah. He's very happy to do that because he thinks it's a free holiday in Jamaica. That's all he's looking on, at free holiday. And a fen orchid has been found for the first time in nearly 20 years by an 11-year-old boy on sand dunes. I wouldn't even know what I was looking for. But he found this fen orchid and obviously pulled it up and went, oh, look, fen orchid or something. And then somebody went, oh, my God, don't pull it up. Terrible. Dan in Kent says, we decided to go on a friend's holiday with 4 other couples to Haven for only 30 quid each for a long weekend. Our expectations were very low, but we were extremely surprised at how modern and clean the mobile homes were. They even had Bluetooth speakers in the ceiling. Couldn't fault them at all. That's good, isn't it? 30 quid each for a long weekend? That's very good. Very, very good. Very nice. I've never done one of those holidays, but I wouldn't have any objection living in a caravan for 3 weeks or 2 weeks or a weekend. It wouldn't make any difference at all to me. I'm quite happy with things like that. A church is evicting a woman from her home of 27 years, even though she's done nothing wrong. Apparently, church officials told Anne Allisop the whitewashed cottage was yours until you die when she started renting it, but the agreement was not legally binding. Oh, God, how miserable of a church. How miserable. But it's next to the Presbyterian church in the village of Saundersfoot in southwest Wales. So she got an eviction notice based on a no-fault basis, giving her 2 months to leave. A spokesman for the church says, unfortunately, the church needed to sell 2 houses. A notice was served in accordance with the law, you miserable little so-and-sos. In accordance with the law, we've decided to kick her out because it says we can do. Ooh, you horrible people. Horrible people. Typical Presbyterian church in Wales. They've got a little cottage. She was told she could stay there till she died. She's 85, for God's sake. But unfortunately, the church needed to sell 2 houses. The notice was served in accordance with the law. Oh, my God, what a bunch of miserable people. I have a good mind to go and dig you up when they bury you in the cemetery. You know, just go, terribly sorry. We're selling the ground for something else. As Ramsey Street residents bid farewell after 37 years, they ask, how well do you know your neighbours? I won't bother asking you because we don't do quizzes on this programme. This isn't BBC Radio Shropshire, for goodness sake, you know, where they do little things like that. But definitely not us. Somebody writing about their marriage, which has gone 15 years and they've had enough of it. And what's this one here? Apparently, time of letting my beliefs slide can end as soon as you make the decision. The less planning you give a passion gift, the more it could mean. This is Mystic Meg. She's not Mystic Meg at all. She's wearing a wig, and she knows about as much about sort of, you know, predicting the future as I don't know about predicting the future. What else we got? So Nestle putting up the prices, and apparently Love Island broadcaster ITV have high hopes for its free streaming platform, ITVX, which is set to take over from ITV Hub. Whatever that is. I've got no idea. We don't know what it is. We don't care. And no, I didn't watch the Commonwealth Games the other day, but they had a woman carried in the late Duke of Edinburgh's beloved Land Rover, and all these different cars came in, and it was nice, although a lot of people were sort of anti the Commonwealth Games. They said, what a waste of money. Why do we need to do the Commonwealth? And I don't know, because I only saw little bits of it. They had a giant puppet bull charging through the stadium, and they said it was part of the ceremony that celebrated the history and culture of the host city. I've only ever heard of the bull ring. I've never heard of anything else. I don't really understand what it's all about, but I'm sure it's absolutely wonderful. Holidaymakers queuing at the port of Dover with warnings for this weekend. Extremely busy. So you have been warned. Which is, okay. The village taken over by seagulls. They're so aggressive, several inhabitants have had to have tetanus shots. Gareth Parry says, if I could, I'd send my council tax to the seagulls because they own the village. Apparently the problem has been worse than it's ever been in the Anglesey village of Llanfair Pwllhwylyn go. That one, you know, the one with the very long name. Anglesey Council it comes under. England's Lionesses will each bank a £55,000 bonus if they become European champions for the first time in Sunday's final. Oh, I hope they get it. It's only 55 grand, for goodness sake. Tributes pour in for Bernard Cribbins. Been with everybody. Doctor Who, The Railway Children, Fawlty Towers, Corrie, Jack's Old Boat, Carry On Spying. He was also in Carry On Jack. He was in all sorts, but fans hope that the BBC will dedicate a show to him. Hope so too. His wife Jill died last year. Elaine Page, who appeared with him in the musical Anything Goes, says he was a very special man. Funny, kind, genuine. Yeah, everybody liked him. Everybody liked him. He was lovely, and I'm very, very pleased that people are remembering him in such a nice way. What else do we have here? China says it's keeping tabs on a falling rocket, which could shower us in huge metal fragments. Oh, dear. And Vicky Patterson poses on holiday while sharing a reality check. She was apparently in Geordie Shore, and you know what a revolting bunch of people they were. The language was unbelievable. Unbelievable. I couldn't believe it. Could not believe it. And what have we got here? Alfie Boe turns up on Love Island with the fake couple, David and Ekin Sue. Apparently she's an actress of something. I've got no idea why. Bruno Tonioli is up for a sensational comeback on Strictly. Oh, God. But he'll be busy judging on the American version of Dancing, but when that finished, he's likely to make an appearance over here. As long as we can get rid of Anton Dubek or Tony Beak, we're more than happy, actually. That'll make things an awful lot better in life, wouldn't it? Listen, nice to have your company. It's Friday. It's July the 29th. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast with you till 7. And we'll take the news at 5. I'm back with you in 3.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your universal credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to be company. Welcome to Friday. Welcome to the end of the week. Unless, of course, you work over the weekend, in which case, welcome to the beginning of your week. Kevin the Milkman says, I remember family holidays in the early 70s. Campsites exactly like on Heidi High. Everybody eating breakfast together in the big dining hall. Fancy dress competitions, sandcastle competitions, sitting outside the bar with all the other children, all drinking bottled Pepsi with a straw, and everybody singing Good Night, Sweetheart at the end of every evening. I've still got the family photos. Then, when I had children, it was holiday camps in Great Yarmouth, nearly every year for 20 plus years, first with my sons and then my wife, after that with my girls and their mother. Good times. So I've never been on one. The producer was telling me about, God, so boring. He was telling me about the fact that he used to go to Butlins and he used to like it and all the rest of it. And I said, oh, how interesting. I tried to feign interest. It was not easy, you know. We never went to places like that because once you booked your holiday, everything was free. You know, there were the funfair rides and stuff like that and donkeys and bits and pieces. But for sort of people, when you get to sort of 15, 16, you really just sort of want to go and pick somebody up, don't you? That's the whole idea. You have what they call a holiday romance, which is quite nice. On the way to Manchester for work, got a bottomless brunch in Liverpool tomorrow. Can't wait. Nearly the weekend, says Brad. And Kim says, Dad didn't allow us to go to Pontins or Butlins, Steve. He used to say, I work hard all week and get told what to do all week. I'm not going to a holiday camp to be told what time to wake up, how to spend the day and what time to go to bed. We were more of a self-catering family holiday, exploring for ourselves, eating the local fare. Mum and I quite fancied the holiday camps, but Pops was the boss-ish. Yeah, I mean, we never did it. We never went to. We did a caravan holiday. We did lots of caravan holidays. And you'd pull in onto the site, and they were always pre-booked. You'd go through this book that the caravan club had, and you'd say, right, we're going to go to Porthueli or wherever it happened to be. And then you'd find the caravan site, and then you'd get onto these sites. Sometimes they were on a hill. Literally, you'd have to prop the thing up. We'd get out there. We had blocks of wood that went underneath the things that you wound down, and then you'd connect up the gas bottle. And the whole idea was, and then you went exploring. And they had all sorts of things on these campsites. And I thought it was great, actually, but we didn't do the actual holiday camps at all. Dave in Plymouth says, I watched a small part of the Commonwealth Games opening. It was just lots of Brummies saying how great Birmingham is. I was too busy. I always listen to the commentary on those sort of things. And I'm always absolutely amazed at how bad it is There was one girl on there yesterday doing the commentary on it and sort of saying things like, "Oh, God, you look really sensationally gorgeous." I'm thinking, what rubbish is this? What rubbish. Steve, this morning, says Cheryl in Farnborough, was a joke. Craig Doyle was hosting with another Z-lister and they interviewed Biggins. It was hilarious. Craig mentions he only washes his hair once a month to Biggins, discussed. He said he could smell the unwashed hair from where he was sitting and the faces he was pulling at the thought of it. I don't know why they've decided to resurrect Craig Doyle. I can't quite work that one out at all. Because years and years ago, people liked him because they thought he was good looking. And as I say, but he turned out to be a bit boring, which was a bit, and they're using sort of Josie and sort of, I don't know who we've got next week. We'll have other people doing it, which is okay. Philip on the Isle of Wight, says Steve. Unbelievably dumb person on Tipping Point earlier this week. What was the name of the daughter of Henry VIII and Catherine of Aragon, who later became a queen herself? Answer, Victoria II. Philip says, we are doomed. I don't know where they get these people from. They obviously don't have to pass an intelligence test. Because sometimes they're very good and other times they are so stupid you begin to wonder whether they're doing it for a joke. But it turns out they're not, which was very embarrassing. Apparently, Brits are most likely to lose their hair in September because of seasonal shedding. Seasonal shedding. So there you go. That's what happens. Well, I don't know, actually. Falling autumn temperatures and prolonged exposure to the sun are thought to be to blame. So there you go. It's something that's left over from our ancestors. September thought to be the worst month. I don't ever remember sort of having a seasonal losing of hair, but because it's the weekend, I like it. I always feel you can put your foot down over a weekend. You could sort of let your hair down, excuse me, and have a nice time. So we've already done the filling up with petrol. Off to see the godchildren tomorrow. What few will be around, because they're all so busy now. They've all got jobs, they're working, and it's great. So, with the sad death of Bernard Cribbins, looking back at the faces from children's television, hands up and you get a point if you can tell me that you remember these people. Taking over from Philip Schofield in The Broom Cupboard from 1987 to 1990. Used to have a show on LBC as well. He was joined by Ed the Duck, also presented on Top of the Pops and Motormouth, and today hosts on another radio station. And his name, Andy Crane. He didn't look any different. He worked. I used to follow him on a weekend, actually. Stu Francis was on Crackerjack. His catchphrase was, "Ooh, I could crush a grape." Remember that one? Crush a grape. He's 71 now. And he's appeared in programmes including The Keith Harris Show and is a regular in Panto. 71. Lord above. John Craven. He presented more than 3,000 episodes of Newsround before leaving in 1989 to host Country File, a job he still does today at the age of 81. Wow, he's been married to wife Marilyn for more than 50 years. They have 2 daughters and 5 grandchildren. 81, it's unbelievable. I did interview him. He was the man who made news programmes acceptable for young people. Because up until then, young people didn't really have a news programme, and he did it, and he did it very, very well. Floella Benjamin, finding fame in Play School, of course, between 76 and 88. She continued to work in television, most recently starring in the Sarah Jane Adventures. She's 72. She was made a life peer in the House of Lords. She's married with 2 children and recently released her autobiography. She's lovely. Tony Hart. Remember Tony Hart? Starred in Take Heart and Heartbeat, both of which featured The Gallery, best works by fans. Also famed for the lovable plasticine sidekick Morph. He retired in 2001. In 2008, he revealed he'd suffered 2 strokes. He died in 2009, aged 83. I used to love him. Tony Hart. What a marvellous man. Derek Griffiths. Another Play School and Play Away favourite. Play away, way a play. He also provided the English language voice of Super Ted. Talented man. Very, very talented man, Derek Griffiths. Johnny Ball was famous for his Think series of science and technology shows. He was in Strictly in 2012, age 74, booted out in the first week. He's 84. He's been married twice and has 4 children, including, of course, Zoe Ball. Jeffrey Hayes was the man tasked with keeping Zippy, Bungle and George in line. Oh, I don't know, Zippy. having presented Rainbow from 73 to 92. After it finished, he struggled for acting jobs, working in supermarket shelf stacker and driving a cab. He died from pneumonia in 2018, aged 76. Keith Chegwin found fame on the multicoloured swap shop at the age of 17 before Cheggers Plays Pop and Saturday's Superstore, but his career slumped in the 80s and 90s as he battled alcoholism. After quitting booze, he went on to star on The Big Breakfast, presented a revived It's a Knockout and stripped off for Naked Jungle as well. He did actually take everything off. He took all his clothes off. I mean, we thought it was... I remember sitting watching television. They went, now here's the host of this Naked Jungle quiz show, Keith Chegwin, and he steps out from behind a fake boulder, stark naked. I sent a letter of sympathy to Maggie Philbin saying, I'm so sorry. And, as you do. But he'd insisted that everybody on the show, the contestants were all naked and the cameramen were all naked. Very interesting. But anyway, he died in 2017, aged 60, after suffering from a lung disease. Brother to the late Janice Long. He was married twice, including Maggie Philbin. I think because all the fans wanted them to get married. That was it. John Noakes hosted Blue Peter between 65 and 78. He set the record for the highest civilian free. '83, and as he had requested, his remains were shot into the sky in a firework. Shep and Flinger went on to become a radio DJ before presenting Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. Very Itsy Bitsy Teeny Weeny Yellow Polka Dot Bikini, which got to number 1. He also starred in I'm a Celebrity. Steve, I'm attending healthy eating counselling and I'm trying to reduce my portion size to no avail, says or in the town where she lived, and she had on, you know, this. They'd done their eyes with berries, which had the juice that came out, and lipstick and all the rest of it. And she said to her mum, "Isn't she beautiful?" And her it's cookies and cream. I believe it's cookies and cream. Ian says cookies and cream. That's what we're hoping for. Ashley says, Steve, I worked at Haven Holiday Park. Whatever happened to the birdie song? I loved the job, however, cleaning the caravans was no Martin, DB11. Thank God it's not 40 degrees centigrade. I know, it was funny actually, I was just saying that I was going to get the car washed Saturday morning and quite like in this particular colour. Timothy Mallet apparently is cycling around the country doing paintings. That's right, he does paint. To the dog. Much has been made about the return of Scott and Charlene, but many fans have been asking, what about funding, and no other backer could be found, which is a great shame. But mind you, it's always the same, isn't it? Why do we think about it? Oh, is OK magazine. The only thing it doesn't have is the new addition to Why I Couldn't Keep My Marriage Together. But it does. Labour could lose the black vote, according to the Daily Mirror, if Keir Starmer doesn't take stronger action against racism in the party, Diane Abbott has warned. Last week, the Ford report found the party had not done enough on anti-black racism and Islamophobia. Miss Abbott, a former Shadow Home Secretary, said if Starmer continues to treat race and race issues in this really contemptuous fashion, what does he expect black voters to do? MP Cape Ossamore says the response to Ford felt like a kick in the teeth, but MP Dawn Butler says tackling racism required painstaking cultural challenges, not a change of leader. Well, they're not going to change the leader, as far as I know. I can't see that happening, but he just needs to set out his policies, because if he doesn't, it's going absolutely nowhere. There's a fight to save a tree. This is a 600-year-old oak standing amid a flattened building site as protesters, backed by Chris Packham, battled to save it. The group has surrounded the tree, which is said to be felled to make way for a new road. Work started 10 months ago. This is in Somerset. Chris Packham said it's a magnificent tree, it's beautiful, it needs to be cherished. I agree. It's 600 years old. You know, and you look at it and it's literally in the middle of a building site. There's not many, well, we've got loads around our way. 600-year-old trees, yeah, loads. Very, very popular. Just around Marble Hill Park, you can see the trees because they're so old. The trunks are so gnarled, and they're huge. And there's loads. I mean, some of them in Marble Hill Park are propped up. They've got stakes underneath them to hold the branches up because they're sort of in danger of breaking. But this thing here, I mean, I like it. I'm backing Chris Packham and all the rest of it. We need more trees. We don't need to sort of cut them down. It's 600 years old. It's survived 600 years. And they're just going to knock it. These builders don't care. They really don't care. They go, oh, don't worry, because, it's going to be a new road. Well, why don't you make the road go round it? Make it in the middle of a roundabout. Try and be imaginative, for God's sake. So annoying, isn't it, when people want to do things like this? Why do they want to destroy our heritage? Mind you, I looked at some lovely pictures the other day of Roman towns and villages in this country which have been uncovered on people's land, and they now open them to the public. One of them, it is like a town. They've uncovered buildings and everything else, and you can go, it's open every day. And there's some pieces that were sort of found on people's land, and then they sort of open it all up and they start going, oh, we've got to keep this. I mean, the Romans were very prolific in their building. But I remember looking at all these pictures thinking, it's fantastic. I love stuff like that. I mean, you know, when they find these beautiful mosaics, they found the ones in Turkey, do you remember? And they used the music from Jurassic Park. Dun, da, da, dun, da, da, dun, da, dun, da, dun, da, da, dun, da, dun. And they found these Roman villas. And unfortunately, they had a big problem. The Roman villas were in an area which was due to be flooded for a new reservoir. And so the people, the archaeologists, went to the government to say, listen, can we have a stay of execution so we can rescue these fantastic murals? You've never seen anything like it. These mosaics, which are in perfect condition. And they went, you've got a week. And they went, a week? So somewhere under a reservoir, there are these Roman villas. They managed to get out quite a few. What they did was they cleared the house. The Roman mosaics were then covered with a glue, which were then covered with sacking. They let it dry, and then they lifted the whole lot up as one pit. They are perfect. Absolutely perfect images of dolphins and all sorts of things like that. But they reckon that there are loads more which they didn't manage to get to, and which then became flooded. You know, they were so desperate to have a reservoir as opposed to a little bit of Roman history. But these mosaics were just, oh my God, just absolutely fantastic. Really fantastic. So we're getting the first signs of autumn in 20 years. This is after the heat wave in the driest July since 1911. The bust of Ken Dodd. You must watch, if you watch nothing else, watch Ken Dodd doing his ventriloquist act, which was just so funny. It was, I mean, he's not a ventriloquist, and he wasn't a ventriloquist, but he did this thing with Dickie Mint, I think, and he used to, he'd have this conversation with Dickie Mint, and he'd say, shall we do the alphabet? And Dickie Mint would look at him and go, no. And he'd go, why not? Should we do the alphabet counting backwards? And the puppet would look at him and go, no. It was the way he did it. It was beautiful. It was absolutely beautiful. But if you ever went to see a show with Ken Dodd in, they had to write a clause in the contract because he just overran. He just went on and on and on. And the staff would be standing there going, bloody finish now, we need to get the last bus home. So they had to put a contract in there that if he went over, they had to pay huge amounts of money just to get him off stage, because you couldn't get him off stage. I went to see him at the Grand Theatre in Blackpool, and he came on doing so, and he wouldn't stop. It just went on and on forever. Which, when you think about it, even when he did his audiences with, they were really very, very good. Very, very good. Lots of comedians who work the cruise ships and go around the world and do all sorts of wonderful things, but you don't find anybody like him. Was found to be poor value at £71 a night. Wow. Apparently one satisfied guest a typical day out at the Tyne and Wear port city, which has 19 beaches, was found What else do we have? So if you think Wimbledon was a BBC bore-a-thon, try the Commonwealth Games. Which you can probably count on one hand. They just don't learn, do they? They really don't learn. It's a bit of a shame, actually. Dave in...
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or
picks up a map and goes, I think it's, as in Paddington's case, where they followed a piece of marmalade for what seemed like... singing. We never did that. But what you're supposed to check is tyre pressure and washer fluids. But luckily, most cars now are sort of way ahead of it. So, in fact, I don't need to check my tyre pressure. I push a button at the front and the screen shows me all the wheels and it tells me what the tyre pressure is in each wheel. And that's... Sorry? It's very futuristic. But the trouble is, I've had that on most of my cars, being able to sort of tell the tyre pressure. And because, they're all just full of computers now. They were showing a thing on Top Gear the other day. It was a new car that was made in India, very basic car, and I think it was about 6,000 quid. And they then brought on, I think it was a Rolls, it was a Bentley Enage or something like that, or a Bentley Turbo. And they said, for the same price, you can buy the Bentley Turbo. It was £6,000. This other brand new car from India was £6,000. The one difference was, yes, you can buy both of them at the same price, but the Bentley's going to cost you more in servicing. So in other words, something goes wrong on a Bentley, you're going to be paying for it. You know, you can't get away with somebody going, 4 tyres, £60. You're looking at nearly £300 a tyre on a Bentley. So it isn't a case of buying the blooming cars. It's a case of, can you afford to run it? And the petrol as well. I will go down to my godchildren tomorrow and I filled up, so it's a full tank, completely full tank, and I'll come back and there'll be half a tank. And then the producer just reminded me that tomorrow apparently it's another train strike. Are you sure it's another train strike? This is ridiculous, honestly. Perhaps there's something on the television that they want to go and watch. Can't think of any other reason. Steve, a few years back, says Glenn, we got a knock on the door after moving into our new house. A little surprise, it was Bobby Ball with a crate of beer from my wife's friend. Bobby, apparently, was her father-in-law. Well, there you go. I was never too sure about Cannon Ball. Ever since they actually did something to Biggins, they changed his sort of costumes. They were doing pantomime together down in Southampton, and they thought his costumes were too short, so they lengthened them, which didn't go down at all well, as you can imagine. And yet later in life, they turned out to be, sort of a lot better. I think they both discovered God and religion and all the rest of it. But some of their bits which they did at the Royal Variety Performance were very good. There was a lot of pathos, where sort of Bobby had come on and he'd sort of, wanted to be friends and all the rest of it. It was quite sweet, actually. And they did it very well. And then they sang that song, did they? Ring me a dun 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 dun. Matt in Edinburgh says Michael Barrymore's doing reunions with the kids he spoke to on Kids Say the Funniest Things 22 years ago. It's really funny. Is he? They've still got, I think there's a Michael Barrymore show still in the can. It's on the shelf. And they're waiting for it because, Michael and the incident, let's just call it the incident, that's the only thing, basically killed his career stone dead. The only thing he ever turned up on, I think, was Coach Trip with Brendan. Michael Barrymore turned up on that one at one point. He'd lost everything. All through the fact that they went to the pub, picked up this guy, he comes back, they're doing drugs, bits and pieces. Michael Barrymore was at one end of the house, and the swimming pool was at the other end of the house, and the rest, as I say, and that effectively killed his career stone dead. In fact, every theatre he ever turned up in, the father of the boy who died was picketing outside. Never let it go. He just he said he wanted closure. He wanted to know what happened. But as I pointed out on numerous occasions, Michael Barrymore didn't know. He was at the other end of the house. He didn't go anywhere near the swimming pool. Pete says, I love the Little Chef restaurants on our trip to Devon. It's now a Starbucks. How very disappointing. I'm obviously a relic, missing the good old days. Yeah, we used to have the Little Chef restaurants. They were good. They were good because it was all cooked as you waited for it. They used to sort of cook the things, and I forget what we had, International Grill or something, I can't remember, whatever it was all brilliant. It was all wonderful. And we liked things like that, because there were places you could pull into when you went on your car trips years ago. And in fact, you almost used to look forward to it. You go, can we pull it? And you go in there, and then you could have a milkshake or a fizzy drink, and your dad had we had a Hillman Minx at the time. A Hillman Minx, I ask you. And you'd pull in, and we'd all go inside, and you'd look at the menu with sort of eyes the size of saucers. It was all quite wonderful. We expected, as you probably know, ladies and gentlemen, very little when you were young. Unless you had money, and we didn't have money. We had we had sort of the right things. We had central heating, and we had a colour television and stuff like that. But we didn't go out to eat very often. That was a rarity, a complete rarity. We didn't have takeaways. There was no takeaway Indian. There was no takeaway Chinese. There was nothing like that at all. Certainly weren't any kebab shops. Had nothing at all. And yet, for some reason, we seemed to be happiest. There was, you'd watch a television programme and you'd go up to bed and, you couldn't wipe the smile off your face if it'd been something really good. If it was something that was on a little bit late in our house, we used to have to get ready for bed, pyjamas and dressing gown. Then you could go downstairs and then you could watch. And the moment it finished, you'd go up to bed. You'd say goodnight to your mum and dad, and then you'd go up to bed. And if it was Christmas, whoa, blimey. You knew damn well that you'd wake up in the early hours of the morning because you were so excited about the fact that it was Christmas. And you'd go downstairs and the Christmas tree lights would be on. And I could picture them now. They're as real to me today as they were ages and ages ago. And I remember looking at the tree, and the sitting room door would be open, and our Christmas tree would be lit up with these beautiful lights that we had from Hong Kong. And then underneath were the presents, and you'd try and not sort of mess them up. You try and look at the labels to see which one was yours. I never got the biggest present. I really didn't. David in Shropshire says, you're right. When we used to take long car journeys, when I was a little boy, my dad would always use a road atlas, and we hardly ever got lost. Well, we didn't have anything else. Nowadays, I mean, every car that I've ever been in has got sat-nav built in. I mean, I've got portable sat-nav, and I've got sat-nav built into the car. You just have to decide which voice you want to listen to. Never got me lost, no. I did go one time. I was going down to... I only missed it because it was snowing. And I was on the motorway and I was going to Brighton, and you thought I could have found Brighton. But for some reason, I missed the turn-off, and I'm going down this road and I'm thinking, this is just... why am I taking so long? And I suddenly realised, because when it's snowing, everything looks the same. It's just white. And I ended up going down this hill where the back of the car started sliding. And I remember thinking, oh, my godfathers, and it was a big old heavy car. Big old heavy car. And on the way down this hill, there's a tractor on the way up the hill, and he had to pull in to let me go past because it was and I just got completely lost. Only time it's ever happened, actually. Christine says, when you were talking about Sunderland, it brings me back. I lived in Chesterley Street for years. It's a lovely place with wonderful people. Oh, people are nice. Steve, some years ago we went on holiday to Devon. One day we went to Putsborough Beach near Croyd, which is about 1.5 miles long and 1/4 mile wide. We were the only family there as it was early and set up camp right in the middle. Another family, the second to arrive, came and plonked their stuff right next to us. They had all that vast space and they chose a spot 1 yard or so from us. We moved, says Mike. I like it. Steve should always check tyre pressure and tread manually. Despite the technology, it does occasionally fail. Oh, no, mine's perfect. It's funny, actually, the more you drive big cars, and I've been driving them for many, many years now, it's a case of they seem to sort of increase the pressure as you're driving. Something to do with sort of heat, I believe. But we get there. We get there for all these different things. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. So Sunak has vowed to double the number of foreign criminals deported. Yeah, that'll be good. You'll never manage it because they'll have all their lawyers and they'll be appealing against it. We have murderers, rapists, paedophiles, everything in this country. They can't get rid of them. They've been trying for ages, so it's no good coming up with this load of old codswallop at the moment because it's not going to be happening. Not going to be happening. Keir Starmer scrambling to quell a hard left revolt after his dismissal of a front bencher for joining a picket line. This is Sam Tarry, the partner of his deputy, Angela Rayner, for making up policy on the Hoofert and RMT rail strike in London. So you've got it for tomorrow. Diane Abbott says Sir Keir was distancing himself from ordinary trade union members. I can't bother with anything that Diane Abbott says now. I really can't, you know. Although the Sunak thing says we're far too soft on foreign criminals. Why are you just repeating something we know? We're not stupid. We're quite well aware that so far the Rwanda plot to deport anybody is just failed miserably, but they've got millions of pounds of our money, which we won't ever see again. You know, to see all these people standing out there with sort of big signs going, you know, Liz for leader, Liz to be trusted, Liz for this and Liz for that. And then on the other side, Rishi Sunak waving at the leadership hustings, which Nick Ferrari was involved with yesterday, and Ben and Ian and everybody else. But they say straight talking trusts, so you can see where the Express's loyalty lies, can't you? Liz backs the high-speed trains for the north, says, I grew up here, I know how poor transport is. They come up with a load of old toffee, don't they? They really do. It's anything to win you over. Anything to make sure that, you know, you sort of vote for the right people, but I don't believe any of them. I'm way too cynical to actually believe that anything they ever tell you is ever likely to come to fruition. Andy says, it was an Olympic breakfast for me at the Little Chef. I was a traffic cop on the A1, and the Whois knew all places for food. You knew, oh, right. But they meant something, the Little Chef. It was a standard that we accepted. I can't remember any other places there used to be. I remember thinking the food, generally speaking, on the motorway service stations was garbage. Utter garbage. The petrol was most expensive you could ever have. And who in their right mind calls into one of these off-road stations on the motorway to buy a tin of toffees? They sell tins of toffees and firewood. And you start thinking, what's all that for? Ridiculous. Pete says, I went back to the house I grew up in. I left the house 41 years ago. Very emotional. All the wonderful memories. Tears flowed as I stood there reminiscing. Residents must have thought I was a fruitcake. I should imagine so, Pete. They probably did. Complete and utter fruitcake. Because they don't know. I often thought if I went back up to Yorkshire, went back to one of the old houses we used to live in, if I sort of parked the car right outside because it's at the end of a lane and sort of knocked on their door and went, yeah, listen, you're going to think I'm really mad. I've rehearsed this a million times, but we used to live here for a few years when I was 14, 15. Could have a look round. I'll leave you the keys to my car, just in case you think I'm going to sort of nick things. I wonder if they'd let you in. I suppose they'd have to, wouldn't they, really? Well, they would, if I'd sort of burst into tears. Morning, it's 11 minutes to 6. Trust we find you well today. There's the leader of a chain of tropical islands planning to cut ties with the Queen. It includes a favourite royal hideaway, has proposed a referendum to ditch the Queen as head of state. Ralph Gonsalves, the Prime Minister of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, suggested ending his Caribbean country's historic ties with the British monarchy. He told his Parliament, "I am prepared, if the opposition agrees before the end of the year or early next year, to put one question in a referendum to have a homegrown president, a non-executive president." The island chain includes Mustique, where Princess Margaret had a holiday home and was once pictured with the tough guy actor John Bindon. The Duke and Duchess of Cambridge also holidayed in Mustique. Dr. Gonsalves failed to get the necessary support for a similar move in a referendum in 2009. It comes after Jamaica has vowed to remove the Queen as head of state by 2025, with Barbados replacing her with a president. So now you know. I don't think it makes any difference. They'll be quite good about things like that. And images from one of the rarest collections of Viking treasures ever found are going on display tomorrow. The Galloway Hoard, currently held by National Museum Scotland, features gold objects buried in around 900 and discovered in Dumfries and Galloway in 2014. Now Aberdeen Art Gallery will display new photos of gold filigree objects from the hoard, thought to have been used to hold pieces of bone or wood. The hoard is the richest collection of Viking Age objects ever found in Britain or Ireland. Chris Breward, who is the director of National Museums Scotland, said the exhibition is a fabulous opportunity to see the hoard far more clearly than before and to gain an insight into the amazing detailed work that we've done. Galloway Hoard Viking Age Treasures runs tomorrow until October the 23rd. Looks beautiful. Looks absolutely beautiful. It really does. All sorts of nice things. Very clever, these people. Very clever. And the fact that we keep finding this stuff, I find absolutely amazing. Lots of details on summer desserts now, because we're still in summer. Although I think everybody's going to be trying to get away tomorrow, you know, because the kids are sort of on holiday and they're sort of going, can we go away now? And that's why I think I encountered this woman with her son with a big suitcase on the train yesterday. Unfortunately, only having sort of, 5 carriages on the train wasn't exactly the best. Funny you mentioning, says John in Manley Beach, your old home. That's exactly what I did 2 weeks ago when I was back in the UK. I took my daughter to see my old school at Berkhamsted. And then the house where I lived over 35 years ago. The owners came out and invited us in. It was the same family that had bought the house from us all that time ago. So I stood in my old bedroom and it seemed so much smaller than I ever remembered. It was lovely and weird at the same time. I think ours will be like that, actually. If I went back to the house in Yorkshire, it was, we used to have the bedroom. My brother and I shared a room. It was quite a big room, I thought. And then we had a playroom as well, which was to one side with a separate door to it. And you could go in there and our train set was set up in there. So you didn't have to sort of go downstairs and do it. We had a very little sitting room at the front and then a bigger dining type area. We didn't have any central heating, so it must have frozen to death in the winter. Perhaps they sort of got us out of bed and got us dressed as quick as possible. Steve, we used to stop on the Little Chef at Barton Stacey on the A303, says Steve in Dartford. My 2 girls used to get excited asking, are we there yet? That was that famous thing, wasn't it? Are we there yet? No, you're miles away from it. We're still at the airport. Anushka says, I saw this ice cream slush puppy maker and I thought of you instantly. The best of both worlds. Perhaps something for your Christmas list? Oh, I haven't even made a Christmas list yet. Perhaps I should do, should I? I should definitely do something like that. And the best service station, Gloucester M5 Farm Shop there. Fabulous cakes, very posh, says Tracy in Wolverhampton. Sounds nice. I like a farm shop. I like looking at all the cakes. Lemon drizzle, fruit cake, Eccles cakes. I like any of those sort of things. I'm not supposed to have it. But, it's a start. Joanne says, I remember our family stopping off at the Happy Eater back in the 80s. It was so exciting. Yeah, we used to go to all sorts of places, even in Richmond down the road from me. I was working there when I was sort of 18. And we had do you remember the Tennessee pancake houses? All they served was pancakes. And they were either sweet or savoury pancakes. I used to love stuff like that. Love things like that. And it was a treat. We didn't do it all the time. We couldn't afford to do it. Could not afford to do it. What else we got? Funeral plans will be regulated from today. Following a major industry clampdown on controversial practices. Apparently, tens of thousands of customers are still at risk of losing vast sums after a string of firms went bust or failed to meet strict new checks. Oh, dear. 24 have been approved, covering 87% of an estimated 1.85 million plans sold, but up to 16 are banned because they didn't apply for authorisation or failed to meet new rules. So there's 45,000 customers waiting for their money. Another firm called Unique Funeral Plans, with about 700 customers, collapsed this week and will not refund any money. So in other words, you paid money in good faith and you're not getting it back, which is not very good. So they have to check all these places. Typical funeral plans cost between 3,000 to 4,000. Promise customers peace of mind that when their loved ones will not be hit with big bills when they die. Because I keep seeing all these ones going, listen, pay this much money and, you don't need to worry about it. We will come and collect the deceased, take them to our crematorium, and then they'll bring you back the ashes. That's the theory. I would hate to think that people were sort of giving money under false pretenses, because that's, a lot of people worry about it. I've always said don't ever worry about the cost of all these sort of things. An average funeral, as I say, can be between 3,000 to 6,000, something like that. And people worry. They go, where am I supposed to get the money from? And I go, listen, don't worry about it. Goodness sake, honestly, it would be absolutely ridiculous to start worrying about something that is not going to affect you. Let somebody else worry about it. Much better. What else we got? White pupils are the ethnic group least likely to attend a top university for the first time, following a national drive to make intakes more diverse. And they've got all the sort of who's best at getting into top colleges. And it appears to be all sorts of people, actually. Rate of entry by pupil ethnicity is very interesting to look at. I'll let you read that one a bit later. And the energy giants who are striking it very rich. Shell, 9.5 billion. 9.5 billion. Centrica, 1.3 billion. The backlash at the grotesque profits as the families face crippling bills. I told you it will. And Centrica, which owns British Gas, is planning to reopen the Rough gas storage facility under the North Sea to protect the UK against shortages and price rises. Because that's what they're going to do. They're just going to be putting the prices up. And unfortunately, it just comes down to the fact that, if you want their services, you've got to pay for it. The railway children, and this is a natural slapstick man, Bernard Cribbins, the busiest, laziest man in Britain, they say, the actor whose chuckling voice was beloved by generations of children. He's been in Coronation Street, he was in Casino Royale, he was in New Tricks, The Avengers, apart from all the ones that we knew about, which was The Fawlty Towers, The Railway Children. That was lovely. And I don't think he ever recovered, as people don't. When his wife died the other year, they were married for 66 years. He credited the success of their partnership to an early conscious decision to avoid the affairs and sexual liaisons that were commonplace in the theatre. Never had any of his own children. You'd have thought he would have been the perfect man to have his own children. He could tell stories till the cows came home. Do you know 1 in 4 family doctors work full-time? 1 in 4 family doctors. And outrage as Emmanuel Macron hosts Saudi Arabia's crown prince for dinner in Paris. The meeting is part of Mohammed bin Salman's first visit to Europe since the murder of Jamal Khashoggi. That was in 2018. 2 leaders met in the Saudi city of Jeddah in December. So people not very happy about things like that at all. Also, the swimmer's shock at changing next to her trans rival. Race organisers failed to forewarn her. This is what you're going to be hearing a lot of nowadays. This is a former US college swimmer has revealed her extreme discomfort at having to change next to a transgender athlete. Riley Gaines says she was kept in the dark by the organisers about Leah Thomas using the same facilities as female athletes. She's a former University of Kentucky swimmer and said there was a huge lack of accountability at the National Collegiate Athletic Association over protecting women's sport. So now you know. But it seems to run on this one here. And They've said it's last night, FINA, the world governing body for swimmers, banned competitors who've been through male puberty from taking part in women's races internationally. Non-stop arguing, isn't it? It just gets worse and worse. People argue about all sorts of things nowadays. And brutally honest, the sign of the times, the wait for a medical bed in one A&E hospital, that's at the Royal Bolton, 40 hours. There are 6 beds only left, they say, but 40 plus hours. Well, the good news is that we're going to be having our ice cream in a moment, which is very nice. I can't wait for Ian to deliver. And then we're to the final part of the programme. More of your texts and emails. Leeds University being sued by a Jewish graduate who claims she was given a fail in one of her sociology assignments because she didn't criticise Israel. We'll come round to that one. And the blaze threatening the mansion used in the hit Netflix show. I think it was the one that was the ancestral seat of the Bridgerton family. And because of all the dry weather, the parts of it just bursting into flames. So hopefully that will be okay. And what's Jan Moyer thinking about today? All sorts of stuff, including the brave lionesses. Somebody says stop dragging them into our rabid culture wars. All of that, your texts and emails on 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk.
To keep my business ahead of the game, I knew I needed some fresh ideas, and fast. That's why I decided to host a young person on a T-level industry placement. My student has already brought loads of new skills into the workplace. Plus, we're getting first pick of new talent coming into the construction industry right here in the Northwest. It's been a total win-win. Go next level with T-levels. Search Skills Revolution.
Is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. So I'd forgotten, my fault. Another train strike tomorrow. Okay, so exactly the same repeat of the other day. And then you'll have to wait because they won't get the trains back in the right places. So it's another one. I don't remember there being 2 in a week, but I suppose there must have been. Steve says, Brian, I can see if Miss Truss becomes Premier, she'll go for the power dressing look suit or skirt and jacket, and her hair will become bigger, almost Thatcheresque in appearance. She already has the earrings. There's a look, isn't there? There is a look. It's, it's the kind of thing that works, really. Kathy says, I miss the little chef. I got married in Gretna Green, just me and the hubby and 2 witnesses grabbed from the post office. And when it was done, we had our wedding reception at the little chef there. Spag bowl for him and a seafood platter for me. Must have done something right. We've been married 30 years this year. That's an achievement, isn't it? That is an achievement. I'm all in favour of that. Stuart in Keston says, I was talking to someone the other day who mentioned that their mother had died a few months ago and they were still waiting to raise the funds of $11,000 for her funeral. She showed me the documentation from the funeral company, which included the price of the burial plot alone, which was £4,500. This is in London. I don't know if it's cheaper to die somewhere else. Oh, I don't know. Never thought about that. Do you have is it a family plot? If it's a family plot, then I'm assuming you've got to pay for somebody to open it up. That's why I've always thought cremation. I don't know, it's a very depressing thing to talk about, isn't it, on a Friday, cremation. I've thought because then it doesn't make any difference. They just sort of, do you want the ashes back? Not really, no. Do you want them scattered? Yes. Of course, scattered. You can have them scattered at the crematorium. There's an area where they scatter, or, as in the case of John Noakes, you can be put into a firework and sent up into the sky, or turned into a ring, I believe. There is a process whereby they can turn your ashes into a ring. I'm not sure I want that. Really not sure. I don't mind the idea of a firework. I think that could be quite good fun. Something like that. Otherwise, stick me in an egg timer. Sid Cup Julie says, I'm back from Rome. Obviously listened to you first thing. You were right. It was blooming hot scorchio. Yes, Rome gets boiling hot. I mean, seriously, it gets boiling hot. It's one of those sort of things that you sort of go there and you can... take that one. Sorry, we're just sorting out the ice cream. Oh, it's icy cold, isn't it? Icy cold this morning, which is very nice indeed. Thank you, Ian. We love Ian. I think we might have to get married or something like that if somebody keeps supplying, chocolate ice creams and everything else. The producer's in for a bit of a treat. Perhaps we shouldn't give it to him. I like the idea that our ice creams have little wooden spoons. We just have a little... Just a little taste. Just to make sure it's up to the usual high-quality standard. And it is. It's very nice indeed. Thank you. Thank you, Ian. Cheered us up on a Friday. We like a bit of cheering up. Adam says, King Henry VIII of England privately married his fifth wife, Catherine Howard, on this day in 1540. Hardly private. Hardly private. Have you ever been to Hampton Court? You should go to Hampton Court Palace. If you've never been, you should go, because it's so interesting that what you're looking at is not a joke, it's not a recreation, it's not sort of a facsimile. It is Hampton Court Palace, where he used to go to. I mean, he didn't do a lot of entertaining, Henry VIII. It was what they call a lock-up palace. So he lived in London, and if they wanted to go up to Hampton Court, they would check the clock. They've got a big clock in the courtyard which tells them the tides, so they can see how long it would take them to get up there. And it was a good few days. Everyone had to row him from London, and in the meantime, people on horseback had gone ahead, and they'd had to open the palace up. They'd get all the people, about 700 people employed, to open the palace up. They'd open all the shutters, take the covers off the furniture, everything else like that, and then the kitchens would be, and you can go to the kitchens now. You'll find them eating in there. People who dress up as part of this sort of acting thing that they do at Hampton Court Palace. It's really good, actually, and really, really very entertaining. And you could see the place where he stayed, which didn't really involve him mixing with all the hoi polloi. They didn't want to sort of mix with the hoi polloi. And so they would cook in the kitchens, these huge, big, open fires, and it was good. And they still do it now. They still do it now. And it's really, it's like sort of living history, because he did walk those corridors. He did go there. He probably went up on the roof, I should imagine. Matt and Nat taking Mum to Joe Allen's for her 65th on Saturday on your recommendations. Anything you recommend? No, all of it. All of it. Listen, you'll have a nice time. Just get her tiddled. That'll be well worth it. You can always guarantee a good time if somebody's had a few bevies. we like things like that. But no, it's lovely. I hope you can get there because of the strike. Mind you still got the underground. You still got buses. Okay, and there's quite a lot of buses that go along the Strand. So you can get them, and from Waterloo, you can come over the bridge, turn left, and then you get off at the first bus stop, walk over the road, you're into Joe Allen's. It's as simple as that. Phil in Slough says, my dad bought a Morris Minor back in 2018. The Morris Minor Club put my dad in contact with a parts supplier nearest to him. The supplier only lives in my dad's old house. I made arrangements to go and visit the house, first time since 1979, and the Morris Minor turned out to be the very same one the caretaker had at my infant school in 72. Very spooky. Very spooky. Steve, an ex of mine, was a telesalesperson selling funeral plans. Their commissions were massive and they targeted the elderly, hence why she's an ex. And Paul says, I love Hampton Court. I once went and leant across one of the barriers in a closed-off room. I got a right royal telling off. It's huge. Huge. It's worth going to. It really is. It's a lovely place. It's living history as far as I'm concerned. And that's why we like it. That's why we like it. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Birthdays today, Diane Keane. Now, come on, rack your brains. She's the London-born actress, starred in sitcom The Cuckoo Waltz. Do you remember I used to love The Cuckoo Waltz. And Rings on Their Fingers, and the soaps Doctors and Crossroads. She had a hip replacement after a horse riding accident, and she made about £500,000 from 10 years of Nescafe adverts, most of which she spent on classic cars and a racehorse. And she's 76 today. So many happy returns to Diane Keane. Also, Fernando Alonso, the Spanish two-time Formula One world champion, had a cycling accident last year, left him with a broken jaw and needing an operation to insert titanium plates. He's only 41. So many happy returns. And if you're celebrating your birthday, many, many happy returns. Back on this day, in 1983, Peter Davison, who plays the Fifth Doctor, will quit in January after Doctor Who's next series, and the BBC is seeking an older model. Viewing figures have sunk from 20 million to 8.5 million. Yesterday, producer John Nathan Turner said he wants an actor with the magic of the early eccentric Doctors. He said, we tried a young one and now we're after a much older one. You'd think, really, actually, after telling you that it's sunk from 20 million to 8.5 million, that they would do the same and put EastEnders out of its misery. because they used to have 16 million, 20 million, and now they're down to about 2 million. Hardly worth bothering, but they spent millions, and it's not made the slightest difference. Connie in Stotwell says that you're enjoying your ice cream at the moment, and in 1 hour I will enjoy my frozen vanilla yoghurt. My compressor ice cream machine is making it right now. Yum, yum, yum. Well, I'm having Belgian chocolate today, which is delicious. You liking your one? Is it very nice? Producer gives it the thumbs up, Ian. It's very delicious. He's never had an ice cream at this time of the morning. It's all a bit of a treat for him. You know, they like things like this. Ian says, enjoy. Found a new sandwich bar off the Strand called Checkers. Lovely bacon rolls. You sure? I like bacon rolls, as you know. It's my favourite. But at the moment, we're enjoying the ice cream. And as I say, it's a bit of a treat for us. So it's a really nice treat for the weekend, I think. Definitely. Another one here. Queen of Shops, Mary Portas, has a bone to pick with the fashion industry. She's fuming over the industry's failure to use women over the age of 40 in adverts. They tend not to, don't they? They tend not to use these people, and I've got no idea why. No idea why. Perhaps they sort of think that women over 40, and yet they must be a huge part of the income. Matt says, you've got me craving for an ice cream. I'm going to get one later at Hampton Court. You can't beat it. Seriously. And you've also got to have a tub. You've got to have a little tub. You know why? Because then it doesn't drip everywhere and you can just help yourself, and it stays frozen for ages. Ages and ages and ages. Furniture restorer Jay Blades may have replaced 007 in the affections of Judi Dench. She developed a soft spot for the TV presenter Blades, this is Judi Dench, after they met in March. So there you go. I don't know. I was sort of worried about these people. What they do is, you know, you get somebody who features on a programme, and the next minute they're presenting everything, barring news at 10. Ron Howard was in town the other day. He's made a film about the Thai cave drama. Very skillfully done, but they say at 147 minutes, you may find yourself wanting to be rescued before the end. I think what happens was when they start making these films, they don't really appreciate the fact that it goes on so long. And if we're sitting there, our bottoms go to sleep. Seriously, I've been in theatres. I've watched theatre productions thinking, this is way too long, way too long. And even films. I mean, I went right off the Bond films because they started running into hours. And I don't have the time. You know, I don't actually mind, you know, sort of, you know, watching something, but I mean, at least make it a reasonable length. Billy Elliot, the musical, is in Leicester at the moment. Stephen Daldry's award-winning film written by Lee Hall about a boy from a Geordie mining village, then became the hit West End musical. One of my favourite shows. One of my favourite. I always recommend to people, listen, if you've never seen it, and it's about the miners' strike, and it's about the boy who wants to dance, and it's brilliant. They did a lovely version live at the Victoria Palace Theatre, and it was beamed to cinemas. So they've got a live audience watching this thing. It's beautifully shot, beautifully filmed. The kids are fantastic. It's got everybody in it. And if you've never seen it, then you really must. It's set against the miners' strike, now been reimagined with great effect. It's fair to say that Elton's finest work lies elsewhere, but I think it's lovely. I love all the songs in it. I love every single bit of it. And so I've even bought, for friends of mine, copies of the DVD just so they can appreciate it exactly the same. Morning, nice to be company. 18 minutes past 6 is the time. Who am I describing? They were the world's most glamorous couple when they agreed to appear in a tiny student play in 1966, bringing with them minders, starry demands and a Rolls Royce with a boot full of unread fan mail. And their relationship, in fact, I think they married twice. I'm pretty certain they married twice. Yes, Burton and Taylor. I mean, to be honest with you, he was drunk and she was tempestuous, and they created such interest. They played Oxford. I think, actually, Taylor was playing Helen of Troy. The tickets were normally 6 shillings and sixpence. 6 shillings and sixpence, which is about 32 pence. They were changing hands for a £5 or 100 quid in today's money. Such was it that their powerful relationship. And I think it was the fact that they argued. He would be drunk, he would be dismissive, he would be everything. But they made this the stage their own. She was, she sort of played him as good as she got, and he didn't mess with her. And I can remember at one point they stayed in a boat, a bit more than a boat. I think it was like some sort of mega yacht type thing, moored down on the embankment. And crowds would sort of gather just to see if they could see them getting on and off the boat to go to the theatre. It was quite amazing, actually. But it's, I believe there's a book coming out all about them by David Wood called Elizabeth Taylor's Kiss. She used to visit his grave, although we actually discovered, didn't we, a short while ago, that when people went to his grave in the cemetery, it was all overgrown and nobody had looked after it for ages and ages, which is a bit of a shame, actually. But she used to go there dead of night with minders. She would turn up all in black and everything else. And they would have umbrellas shielding her so that people couldn't take pictures of her. And she would go to his grave. I mean, it was all terribly dramatic. But at the same time, it was almost, absolutely fantastic because she played over here. Elizabeth, she did the play Little Foxes. They had to redecorate her dressing room because she didn't like the colour of it and all the rest of it. And I can remember thinking then, and she did a Michael Parkinson interview. I think she was flogging a diet book, but they paid her to do the interview. I think she got £25,000. In the back of my mind, that's what I remember. Rachel is visiting Torquay and says, I've stood near where my friend's ashes are scattered twice during this trip to Torbay. Depending on how I feel, it can still feel very raw that the person has left us. Thank goodness for memories. Oh, I absolutely agree with you. I absolutely agree. And it is something, I mean, thank God we've got memories. Thank God we've got memories that, you can remind yourself about nice places and nice things that happened. And you also, the other thing you think about, especially if it's with sort of parents, is all the things you never said to them. All the things you wish you'd said to your parents while they were alive, like sitting down and going through everything so about when they met, how their relationship formed, where did they go to, did they sort of go out on dinner dates, you have to get the parents' permission and everything, because you never ask your parents that, and before you know where you are, you don't have them anymore, and it's too late. You should always ask them. Steve, I fell asleep watching No Time to Die, the Bond film. I was nudged by the guy next to me for snoring. Seriously, says Pete, I was completely out, fast asleep. These new cinemas are too comfy. Oh, have you been to the one here in Leicester Square? They're like huge armchairs, and you push the button and the chair tilts backwards. I mean, you pay for it. It's like between 30 and 60 quid, I think. But that's what it is. Mari says, have you been to Hever Castle, the Boleyn family home? I have. I like castles. I'm quite big into castles and anything like that. I just sort of look at them and think, these people actually walked these corridors. People walked them. This isn't pretend. This is real. I love it. Albert says, I visited Hampton Court in the 60s with the school. It was an amazing place. The kitchen fireplace was big enough to cook an entire ox on a spit. Yeah, they used to have little boys, literally with their clothes off. Well, I think they had pants on or something like that. And they would turn the wheels because there was so much heat in the kitchen. These fires were enormous. The chimney breasts were like, whoa, mega big. And they would be turning the wheels to keep the meat turning, because there was if you had 700 people for dinner, they're getting through a lot of food. So the kitchens are absolutely enormous. Steve, am I imagining it, says Joe, or did you once go to a special restricted part of Hampton Court? I did. I joined Historic Royal Palaces, and they had a special thing where they were taking you up on the roof. Loads of people have been up there. If you remember, they have special days where they can take you up there. I bought flowers at Hampton Court, because whatever they have surplus, when they planted out the flower beds, they sell, and you can go there early in the morning, like sort of 7 o'clock, and they wheel out a thing, and you can buy their surplus plants. But if you join Historic Royal Palaces, sometimes they have trips up on the roof. Sometimes they take you on hidden staircases. There's so much that goes on behind the scenes at Hampton Court that you don't often see. If you're just a normal day visitor, you don't see things like that. But sometimes they'll open up a piece of the wood panelling in a bedroom and there'll be a staircase. And that's how the people delivered hot water to all the different rooms. They didn't have bathrooms. They had sort of closets and everything else, but somebody had to sort of go up and down the staircases, which were hidden behind all the walls and everything else. And they would deliver the water and everything else. Ian in Cardiff says, I understand the judgment for Wagatha Christie is due today at 12. Looking forward to your take on that. I know, I've got to wait till Monday. I'm not sure I can wait. Not sure I can wait. I mean, can we make a prediction of the Wagatha Christie thing? I mean, is it going to be nobody wins? Because they can't tell who's telling the truth. As I said before, the only people who would tell you who bought the stories would be the people at the newspapers. But I don't remember the newspapers going up in court. They would be the only ones who can say, well, actually, we paid so much money to X or Y. And that's the only reason you'll ever know. So I think they might just do nobody's won. You both have to step back. It's cost you £3 million in sort of lawyers' fees, and more fool you both for that one. So that's good news. But the rest of it, we don't know. We have no idea. And that's why I think it's taken such a long time, because otherwise it would be fairly straightforward, but it's not straightforward. It really has become quite complicated, and it's dragged on for ages. Blimey, we got Johnny Depp and Amber Heard coming through a lot quicker than we did for this thing. And it's only two drearies. That's all it is. It's two people married to footballers, more money than sense. One says one thing, one says another. And we all go, oh, God, it's almost like, people just wasting money. There are people starving to death. There's a war in the Ukraine, and they're prepared to stand in court and spend, they reckon, £3 million between them. That's what it's actually cost to try and sort this thing out. So that's why I'll be very interested, because whatever happens, they're both going to make money out of it. Because somebody will want to make a TV programme, as boring as it seems. That's what they'll be doing. Have you watched Little Voice with Jane Horrocks, says Nikki. Listen, I have. And Jane Horrocks lives down the road from me. She's a Twickenham girl. I turned on the Christmas lights one year with her. Also the film Annie Mary. No, I don't know Annie Mary at all. And Steve, random thought, says Gary in Leicester. Why is this drive to the East Coast so boring? I'm driving from Leicester to Lowestoft, and God, it's numbing. Steve, we were given a memory, so we may have roses in December. One of my favourite quotes at sad times, says Hannah. Given a memory. Oh, right, so you can have roses in December. Oh, well, seems quite nice. Steve, wouldn't it be fab if you and Ian had an LBC ice cream van and did a tour of London? You could launch at Hampton Court, says Desi. Hampton Court has the biggest grapevine in the world. It's not the biggest, it's the oldest, Agnes. They've been feeding it for donkey's years. I know it because I've seen it, and I've seen the bunches of grapes, and it's amazing. The lady at Hampton Court Kitchen told me Deliveroo is hundreds of years old, as they wrapped hot meat and delivered it to the guardhouse over the bridge. Unbelievable ingenuity. And Steve, says Gerard, have you decided what you're selling this year for Make Some Noise? Well, actually, they phoned me yesterday to say we'll have a meeting next week, and then we shall have a better idea. But I have to keep it secret. I'm not allowed to. I get into trouble if I tell people. I have to say, no, it's got to be a secret, Steve. So a secret it shall remain until we decide. We have to decide a few little bits and pieces next week, and then we shall know. And also we'll see how much money we can raise this year, because I think there's lots of demands on you. But I'm hoping that you're better help us out. Because every year we raise millions, and every year we help lots of little charities who don't get a look in, which is a great shame. But with your help, we can perhaps do a little bit of good, which is always a nice thing to do. Archie Battersby's parents failed to persuade the Supreme Court to step in and keep their son on life support. Holly and Paul begged for more time as they take their fight to the United Nations after losing battles here in the High Court and the Court of Appeal. The Supreme Court last night rejected their plea to bar the hospital switching off the 12-year-old's ventilator after a ruling this week found no signs of life. And this is the problem. This is the big debate. They say there's no sign of life. She says that the eyes flicker and he's gripped her hand and everything else. Now, this might just be involuntary. We don't know. And that's so difficult. I've said this a million times before. Holly says we can't describe how devastated we are. All we've ever asked for is for more time. But I don't know where we go. He was found, as you know, with a ligature around his neck. They think it was some sort of social media blackout challenge, which unfortunately kids fall prey to nowadays. And so he's been in this coma for quite some time, and they've been to the High Court twice, and the High Court have said no. The doctors have said they should be allowed to turn it off because there is no sign of life, and Holly's saying, well, I think that there is. But the trouble is the nurses in the hospital and the doctors are saying, no, we're monitoring him. There is nothing. There is nothing at all. And that's why it's so tragic. It's so tragic because every time we see a picture of him, you just see a picture of a little 12-year-old boy who looks as though he's asleep. But in fact, he might have already passed. And until they switch off the machines, we won't know whether or not he can survive without them. And that's the big debate nowadays. If we turn these machines off, which are keeping him technically alive at the moment, will he survive very long? They say not. But until they do it, they don't know.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your universal credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
Leading Britain's Conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
I just realised, actually, Les Dennis has agreed to host Countdown for a couple of weeks. He'll be the guest host. And Ian Hyland says, I bet you at some point he does this. Well, I don't really know, Rita. He's going to do. You could just tell, can't you? He's going to do it. Because they've not found a replacement, have they yet? Or have I missed that little bit? Steve says, Susie, I have my wonderful husband's ashes on my windowsill, and I get great comfort from them being there. And he died 11 years ago. So that's the good thing about ashes. They don't disappear, do they? And if it brings you comfort, that's the main thing. That is the main thing. So agrees, Steve, about not asking your parents enough. I went through so many photos after they died and so wish I'd asked more questions about the various people and who they were, says Anne in Richmond, who's in Germany at the moment. No trouble with the shuttle on Wednesday. And Mickey says, my mum Patsy, she's 87. She met Richard Burton in the 70s and got his autograph on an old Woodbine cigarette packet. I quite like that idea, actually. And Jane says, my parents met in the 50s in hospital. He was in for an operation on his overactive thyroid, and she was one of his nurses. He always joked that she asked him to get married, and he couldn't say no due to the operation. He could only nod yes. Totally untrue. Didn't Jane Horrocks do all the voices in Little Voice, says Eddie? I don't know. And Posty Paul in Stoke says, 2 more deliveries and off to Cornwall. Are the trains back to normal? They are today. But tomorrow they're not. Tomorrow they're on strike again. So good luck, unless of course you're driving. Colin says char grilled chicken panini with chili sauce and mayo. What, at this time in the morning? That's a bit of a mouthful as far as I'm concerned, actually. A survey this week revealed Dancing Queen to be the UK #1 wedding song in the UK, unless it's Katie Price, Kerry Katona or Steve McDonald's wedding, presumably. In which case, you wouldn't blame the DJ for giving Another One Bites the Dust a spin, says Ian Hyland. Yes, we haven't heard, actually, have we, from Katie Price for a long while. That must be the best news I've ever given you. We haven't heard from her for weeks and weeks. She must be due for more surgery then. Perhaps that's why. Perhaps she's sort of coming up with the recuperation bit. Unless, of course, they've given up with things like that. So, home fun. Because the kids at the moment, parents must be driving them mad because they don't know what to do to keep them amused. And yet, really, kids amuse themselves. You know, you can do things like bunting. You can make your own bunting. You just stick it on bits of ribbon and stuff like that. You could also enjoy a scavenger hunt, hide things. That's always a very good one. Keeping a boredom, a jar. You can keep different things in a jar or a little fish or something like that. You can play water balloon toss. You ever played that one? That's quite good. Actually, I've noticed the other day I've got this bubble gun, as you know, because we sent a picture of it to my Twitter feed, and it's got 26 holes in it, and you dip it into the thing, and then when you pull the trigger, you get a cascade of bubble. You know anything like it? Then I discovered one the other day with 69 holes in it. And it was 30-odd quid, and I thought, I can't bring myself to spend 30-odd quid on a bubble gum thing. But it's also got lights in it, and that kind of nearly pushed me a little bit. But I didn't quite get there, actually. I didn't quite get there. Steve, a very quick week with you. Where has this month gone, says Kim. Enjoy your weekend. I'm giving the house its monthly lick and a promise, whether it needs it or not. Sunday, I'm taking one of the boys for a new harness at the local pet stores. But take good care, says Kim, and you too. I hope the weather's good. Sue says, we once had Elizabeth Taylor launch her perfume at Selfridges back in 1989. She was a complete pain and had so many demands. Oh, she was very demanding. She was incredibly rude at turning up late for things. So in other words, people would be standing there waiting and waiting and waiting. Some people think it's being a diva. It's just called being rude. You know, if you're supposed to be somewhere, it's like when we watched that ghastly programme with poor old, can't remember her name now, the Collins. Was it Collins woman? Can't remember, the one who was in The Only Way is Essex, and Gemma Collins. And she did this diva programme. It was just her being vulgar and rude. That was it. She thought she was really clever, but turning up late for something is, I'm afraid, rude and offensive to everybody. I would have actually turned around when she eventually turned up and went, I'm terribly sorry, we've cancelled it. Okay, bye. See you, everybody. See you, and just let her stand there and look like a complete and utter turkey. Ridiculous. Andy says, I had to do a first-year uni project on Little Voice. I've shuddered every time I've seen Jane Horrocks ever since. It was 20 years ago. She's ever so nice, actually, Jane Horrocks. Also sensory play. Do you know, we never had, when I was littler, we never had paints. Well, we had paints, but you can get paints now that kids cover their fingers with. They paint them all different colours, and they do all sorts of different bits and pieces. And the one thing that they like now, which we don't get, or we certainly didn't get when I was younger, face painting. You know, where kids go to a fun fair or carnival or a fete or, something like that, and they get the most popular tent will be the face painting. You know, who do you want to look like? I want to look like a lion, or I want to look like, a princess or something like that. And they get their faces, and I think that's so clever. We never got anything like that. Paul says, I bought a sat-nav voiced by Harry Styles. You ready for the punchline? I don't like it. It keeps sending me in one direction. Right, you're barred. You'll never hear the light of day ever again. Rehome fun. My son Charlie, James and I are camping out in the garden tonight, says Pete. Now, that's fun. Oh, we loved camping out in the garden. Didn't last too long. It used to get freezing cold at night. But we used to lower the washing line and put a blanket over it. I don't know why. We always had this one poor blanket. It was okay. It was something to do when you were kids, or you take your toys in the garden and stuff like that. And we used to play badminton. You can create your own cinema, which is quite nice, and also get the kids to dress up as their favourite character. I mean, you can get so many children's films now and cartoons. That keeps them quiet. That really does. Did you ever interview Bernard Cribbins, says Mark in Bletchley? I didn't. And Mark says, I met him in the 60s. You're in Bletchley. I like Bletchley a lot. And Nikki in Devon says, yes, Jane Horrocks did do all the impersonation voices in Little Voice. Brilliant. And the film, very Annie Mary, is well worth a watch. Not very well known, but it's in the same vein as Billy Elliot and Little Voice. Billy Elliot, I thought, was sensational. I just thought it sort of had everything in it. It had great kids, and many of them have gone on to be hugely successful. And to watch them, I just thought it was brilliant. We all went there. There was a big crowd of us went one night. Well, I say a big crowd. It was only like sort of six or eight of us. And we loved it. And then you watch it back again and you watch them sort of dancing and doing it. Was just sensational. My granddad, says Roy in Crawley, used to be a chauffeur for Richard Burton when filming Where Eagles Dare. He always used to ask my granddad how his family was after getting to know him a bit. That's quite interesting, isn't it, being a chauffeur for Richard Burton? I should imagine that would be good. I'd be asking for autographs every single day. Have you got any autographs? Can I have an autograph? Got any memorabilia? I can't even remember when he died. I can't remember anything like that at all, but I just remember seeing these pictures of Elizabeth Taylor going to visit his grave, always at night and always shielded by umbrellas so nobody got a picture of her. It was a very dramatic kind of thing to do. Mind you, I watched Whatever Happened to Baby Jane on the television the other day. I wasn't sure if I was watching a documentary on the making of Whatever Happened to Baby Jane. And I started watching it and I thought, I don't know. And I thought, wait a minute, I know this. I know this film anyway. I know it very, very well because I remember when they were talking about it. It was very interesting to find out that they absolutely hated each other. They'd had a big falling out. But that's what made the film so good, because everybody knew that they really, really didn't like each other. The Rocketman star Taron Egerton has caused concern earlier this year when he dropped out of the West End play owing to personal reasons. But anyway, apparently now the Welsh actor's opened up about another challenge, which is the misery he faced when having to slim down dramatically for a film role last year. He says, I oscillate between being somebody who eats quite well and somebody who really doesn't eat well at all. So I played a part where I had to be in good shape, so I had to think about it. For a long time, it was very hard and boring. Dieting is so boring. So ask anybody who's ever done diets. They'll tell you it's the most boring time of their life. All you got to do is lose a bit of weight. But, oh, goodness me. People lose weight. And the only thing you can do it really is sort of by doing a bit of exercise. Little and often an exercise. And that kind of covers you. Now we've got, as well, I mentioned Mary Portas. And apparently Hollywood star Antonio Banderas is still bewildered by the behaviour of some of his co-stars. He said, I've seen things that are very silly. He says there is an actor, of course, I'm not going to tell you who. Every time we did a take, he mooed like a cow. I mean, I suppose there's sort of some quite odd people in Hollywood. I mean, there has to be by the amount of drugs they keep finding. Did you see a woman the other day? I think she was semi-famous. She goes to a festival. She's apparently quite well known as some sort of OnlyFans type model, and she decides to smuggle in an intimate area, cocaine, and the stupid woman gets caught. And the reason she gets caught is they've got a sniffer dog. And sniffer dogs can sniff out, even though she'd hidden it in what she thought was a fairly sacred, sort of a secret kind of a place. And she admits them straight away. Yes, I've got cocaine with me, but I'm not selling it. It's just for me and some friends. And I thought, you're even more stupid than you look. Anyway, they put her up in court, and she semi got away with it. I think she was sort of fined and all the rest of it. And she said, let that be a lesson to people. I thought, yeah, well, most people were very sensible. You were the stupid one. You get some really idiotic people nowadays. You know, that when they've got dogs at airports, they're there for a specific reason. They're not just pretending. They can sniff drugs out. I've watched them when they do it at Twickenham Station, when they check the students coming in. The students come in and they've got about 2 or 3 drug sniffer dogs. And they go up to somebody and just sit in front of them and look at them. And you think, they're good. They're good. They've got dogs in Florida that sniff fruit out. So, you know, if you've saved an apple from the flight thinking I'll have that while we're waiting on the coach, they'll sniff it out. You're supposed to have eaten it on the aeroplane. Nice to have your company. It's Monday, August the 1st, so we could do the pinch and a punch for the first day of the month of no returns, pinch and a kick for being so quick. It's what we like to do. It doesn't make the slightest bit of difference, but it just means that we're sort of nearer, deck the halls with boughs of holly, because we're getting Christmas is around the corner. Rebecca Vardy apparently is doing a book deal. Who in God's name is going to want to read that rubbish? I wouldn't. Revealing the secrets of the trial. Really? I'm surprised you know what the truth is, love. Seeing as you just lost that massive case. $3 million it could cost her, and then some. So that's good news. 12-year-old Archie Battersby, if you've already heard in the news, due to have his life support removed today. And as I say, the parents are still fighting, and I don't know how much further it goes on from here. I really don't. Nichelle Nichols, you just heard, Lieutenant Uhuru from Star Trek, 89. Doesn't seem possible, does it, that people can reach these great ages? And the charities who back the battle to ban the single-use barbecues, I quite like them. If you're a single person, there's no point in firing up the barbecue. You might as well have a little tray with a little paper bag in it. And well done to England winning the Euros. I mean, that's a surprise. Not really. I predicted that. And I predicted the score, which was fantastic. So move over the fellas, they say. It's home. So that's good news. Everybody very happy. And there's still chaos at the airports, people going up there and people... I mean, I thought it was nice to see actually a full turnout at the stadium. Didn't you think that was good? I mean, normally women's football doesn't exactly get much of a look in. And so there they were out there and they were giving it their all and everybody was very happy and everybody's very pleased. So I was very pleased as well. The only thing I wasn't pleased about was the fact that I screwed up completely on the Vardy thing. I didn't think there would be an overall winner. I thought that there would be, some sort of compromise, and the judge would say, basically, you've been both too stupid for words, and we can't prove anything. But of course, they can prove things, and they proved beyond a shadow of a doubt that Rebecca Vardy is a nasty little piece of work who tells lies. And she was caught out, but she's that stupid and that ignorant that she really believed that she was going to get away with it. Whereas, in fact, that was the only bit that I wasn't sure about. I wasn't sure about it. I mean, the moment, I think when I first heard that her phone had fallen overboard into the North Sea via her agent, that's when I went, liar. And the judge decided that as well. And so she's got to pay for that. She's also probably going to be picking up Colleen Rooney's legal fees. So that's good, actually. And I love the way that the disgusting Miss Vardy was out the other day, horse riding, big smile on her face. She went to a concert and all the rest of it. I thought, that's why we've got you, dear, because you're so dumb you don't realise when you're caught out. So I was very pleased about that, very pleased. And there's also a deal to bring back Big Brother. I don't know why they couldn't find anybody the last time round, and I'm bored with reality shows. Can we have a bit of quality stuff? In fact, I'm even bored with Naked Attraction. What is all that all about? I mean, what is that all about? I understand people going on there and going, I'm a veterinary surgeon, and I'm looking for, and then the camera does close-ups on people's bits and stuff like that. It's really very unnecessary. Very unnecessary. And then you quite clearly get professional people who are professional at taking their clothes off, because they don't have any shame about taking their clothes off on television. There was one bloke, he was a student, and he said, all the other people in my house, he said, because we have a house share, know that I'm well blessed in the downstairs department. I thought, oh, God, honestly, how embarrassing. It's like going on to Love Island and people going, oh, you can speak more than 3 words of English. Because most of them can't. And that's just the blokes. I mean, you've never seen such a weirdo bunch of people. You think if you moved in next door to me, we'd have to sell up and get out there as quick as possible because they're mad as fruit bats, really. The good news is, I knew there was something I was going to tell you. If they bring back Big Brother, they're not bringing back Ryland Clark, so thank God for that. I think I've seen quite enough of Ryland Clark, although actually the other one that's coming back again onto your television and really is one of the most dreary wastes of television time. It's that little Scottish comedian who's doing a trip about the seasides again. The last time she did it, it was the most boring piece of television dross I've ever seen in my entire life, and they're bringing it back again. And so she's going around British seaside resorts, and you'll see the little short one in the sea and on a funfair ride and having fish and chips, and you think, I'm sorry, do you really think we're that stupid? And the answer is, obviously, they do think we're that stupid. Do you like it? Oh, I think it's absolute dross. I really do. I think they obviously are trying to follow in the footsteps of Jane Watsit, who goes off on the cruises. I can't remember her name now, actually. It's very good. She does the cruise, and she's got a personality, whereas this little Scottish comedian has nothing to offer us at all. We know what a seaside resort is, dear. It's got sand and donkeys. So, cruising with Jane McDonald. So you've got Susan Calman, who's dragging her weary carcass alongside, beaches, and it's boring. And, as I've proven on time and time again, Axe EastEnders, it's now under 1 million. There is no point in keeping it going. It's rubbish. There's more people working on it than watching it. It's got to go. It's got to go. They got rid of Neighbours, and that got 2.5 million on the last one. So let's get rid of EastEnders. You know why? They've effectively killed their own little goose, because they brought in all these children to do sort of adult parts, and the storylines are dire. It's just, it's had its day. It's had its run. 1 million, and they've spent, how much did they spend on the actual rebuilding of the set again? It was about 80 million. 80 million of my money and your money. Completely wasted. Whereas what they should have done is blown the place up and gone, oh dear, what a shame. Old Arthur and his allotments and all the rest of it. Just get rid of it. It's not worth keeping. For under 1 million, hardly worth bothering. They spent 87 million on it. My God, what a bloody waste of money. What a waste. I like the idea Rebecca Vardy thinks that people are going to buy a book that she's written. No, we're not. We're not interested. I'm not interested in liars. And I'm certainly not interested in you, thank you. Charles facing the row over this Bin Laden cash. They were making a big deal about that over the weekend. And nearly 7 million people in this country have nothing left to cut back on. They can't cut back. Somebody was saying, oh, it's terrible. You know, some people are having to go round and cook their food at other people's places because they can't afford to put the cooker on. And you think, well, you can afford to put the cooker on. It's just that nobody's told you how to do it, so it's economical. You know, there are ways that, because somebody said it's easier to turn it off. I think somebody said fridges, and they went, no, that's not economical at all. You leave the fridge on. It uses peanuts. Peanuts. They really do. People seem to think they cost all this money. And I bet you anything, there are so many people now that go, oh, I can't afford to do this. I'm going to food banks. We understand about food banks. I know how they work. And people get the vegetables there and stuff like that. And yet they all go in with their fags on. And you think, you can afford to smoke? Blimey. The landlord who said there's a ghost haunting his pub is another liar. You know, these people are like, oh, their sort of business is really dire in this pub, so let's pretend that we've got a ghost who turns the jukebox on and off and throws glasses across the bar. It's a lie, OK? These people tell lies. Go and have a chat with Rebecca Vardy. She'll tell you all about lying. The Crystal Goblet, now this is one I wouldn't have minded owning. Used by Napoleon. Sold for almost £11,000? 11 million pounds? It can't be 11 million, can it? Not for a glass used by Napoleon. Haven't they got Napoleon Bonaparte's willy in a jar or something? No, well, Rasputin as well, probably. You know, odd things that they keep nowadays. But yeah, the Crystal Goblet used by Napoleon, it's got, I think it's about £11,000, which is quite nice. And then there was all the rumpus, which we did on the programme ages ago. The watch owned by Adolf Hitler has sold for just over £1 million by an auctioneer. And somebody was saying, nobody really should be buying something like that. And somebody said, well, they bought it for historical reasons. Then I watched Posh Porn the other day. Have you ever seen Posh Porn? It's very good. It's the shop in Weybridge. There's one in Richmond. They've got them all over the place, Hatton Garden. And they were offered some pictures painted by the Krays. The Krays, the murdering Krays, the people who, it was so much different in the early days with the Krays, yeah, because one was gay and was picking up young boys all over the place, and the other one wasn't, but in prison he became gay. But anyway, they had some art that had been done, and the bloke who owns the Posh Porn shop, well, quite like actually, he was saying, I can't justify making money out of crime. So he said to the bloke who had these pictures, he said, listen, he said, I know an auctioneer. He said, and he'll deal with you directly because there are people who are interested in buying this sort of stuff. Then there was another lady, my favourite, and she had this set of jewellery she wanted to sell because she was expanding her hat business. She was a milliner. She'd learned how to be a milliner. She'd done a correspondence course and she'd learned to do this, and she wanted to expand into London. And she had this beautiful necklace, came in a red box. You open it up and it was earrings, and it was rubies and diamonds, and they take it to a guy called Ian. Now, Ian, you'll know because he's very, 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 very camp. He's almost beyond camp, but he's so interesting that you can't... He knows everything about jewellery, and so they take stuff round to him in his company, and he goes, oh, this is fantastic. And he's covered in jewellery. But he's such a character. He's a really, really good character, and we like him a lot. And he said, this is beautiful. He said, I have a client for this now. And he said, we just want to know what it's worth. Anyway, this woman wanted 50,000 quid, £50,000 for this. And he said, listen, these are rubies and these are diamonds. And he said, they're all the rubies are matched. It was beautiful. It was absolutely beautiful. And so they go back and they call this woman in, and he goes, so how much were you looking for? She said, well, I'm looking for 50,000. And he said, well, I'm prepared to offer you today 125,000. So she got 125,000. She only wanted 50,000. And I thought, wow. And they had another thing as well, which actually my producer Elliot would like. It's a thing you use on water, and it's like a backpack, and there's a long pipe that comes off it, and you're up in the air like that. 25,000 quid they sold it for. 25,000. And it was, I don't know what they call it. It's like a jet ski, but up in the air. And it'd be the sort of thing, like a water jetpack thing. And he said to him, can I have a go on it? Said they actually put the bloke who owns the business onto it. And he was actually not bad. He was not brilliant, but he wasn't bad at all. And I thought I was going to buy it for Elliot. I thought about it, and then I sod that for soldiers. I'm not coughing up 25 pence, let alone 25 quid, or even £25,000, because he wanted 30, but he accepted the 25,000, and it was really good. They did it on a lake, and it literally, because I remember years ago watching the Los Angeles Olympics, and they flew in over the stadium on these jetpacks. There was about 4 or 5 people came up over the top of the back of the stadium on these. I remember thinking, wow, I'd like to do that, but I'm a bit scared of heights. I'm not good with heights. I get a bit panic-stricken over stuff like that. And I always worry that it's going to sort of break down and you're just going to drop like a stone. So I thought, no, thank you. Morning. Nice to be company at Steve Allen's Early Breakfast, being Monday, August the 3rd. Pinching a punch for the first day of the month and no returns, which is very nice. Noreen says, last week somebody mentioned going back to Berkhamsted to visit houses, I believe. My dad was from Berkhamsted. We used to go there a lot as my grandmother lived there until she died in 1983. And I remember my grandparents had a huge house. I often talked about it with Mum and Dad. Brian and I went to see it maybe 5 years ago when we visited my grandparents' grave. The house was nice, but it wasn't huge. But I suppose to me as a child, it was. My grandmother left the house when Granddad died in 56. The owner showed us around. We'd knocked and said I'd lived there and asked if it was okay to take a photo. I found out so much, some of it incredible. See, I that's what I want to do. I want to go back to Yorkshire and to go and knock on the door of this house, which is at the end of the lane, and say, you're going to think this is really mad, but I've driven up here from Londinium, and we used to live in this house for 2 years. I'd love to have a look round it to see what's changed after all these years, because when I was there, I was 12, 13, something like that, a young little boy, and there was nothing to do in our village, but we used to amuse ourselves. We'd go and play on the farm. We'd climb the hay bales. You'd make the hay bales into dens and everything else. It was all one of those. It was rural living. And we had a little village shop where you could get sweets, you know, and things like that. But I mean, it wasn't, we didn't have supermarkets or anything else. I don't remember seeing a supermarket for years and years. Steve, the best thing about Rebecca Vardy is she got offered the chance to settle, but she's too arrogant and it's cost her in the long run. Yeah, 3 million. I was delighted. I hope she goes bankrupt, to be honest with you. If you start playing with the big boys, and she's not bright enough to know that if you tell lies in a court of law, they will find you out. You might be able to tell stupid people who follow you online, but you can't tell them in the high courts. They know about things like that. Ron says, I'm absolutely certain that Dawn Neesham's going to be happy that England won yesterday. But she's apoplectic, I bet. Oh, she'd love it. Steve, I thought Posh Porn was another name for Made in Chelsea, says Joe. There were two, weren't there? There was Posh Porn, and there was the American version of Posh Porn, Porn Stars, which actually I didn't like any of them. We went there. We went to the actual place, and it was just basically an advert for the TV show. Buy T-shirts and mugs and all of that. I thought it was garbage, absolute garbage. But the Posh Porn over here, I liked. I like it when people take stuff in, and then they got caught out a few times where the bloke was trying to rush through doing watches, but what he hadn't done is opened the watch at the back. You have to open the back to have a look at the workings inside, and they didn't do it, and they got caught out. So they paid money to this woman. I think they lost about 3,000 quid. And the bloke who owned it went, this cannot happen again. You've got to open up the back of these things. You've got to look at them, because they all know what they're looking for. It's like if somebody takes in a handbag, they know if it's genuine Chloe or this or that or whatever else, you know, and so people have to check them. I mean, I've got a few little knickknacks at home, but I mean, that's my business. I'm using cream for it, and it's working very well. Thank you very much indeed. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. So what else we got? Britain hit by the storms and the rain this week. Darren is going to be so happy. So happy. I'm still Tomoriting and feeding all my plants and all my little bits and pieces. Patel's final bid to stop migrants coming over the channel. What are you going to do, dear? Drain it? I mean, for God's sake, honestly, what a loser. What a loser. You know, everything she's come up with, nothing's worked. There's still hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people coming over, and her final bid to stop the migrants. What you can do, dear, have a ticket machine at the entrance or something and charge them to come in. It's not going to work, is it? And the alpine ski resorts, the summer ski season has just melted away. You know, places that would normally be knee-deep in that white stuff, now all of a sudden, very sparse. Very, very sparse. There you go. Dawn Neesham, she's a good girl. She said she's very happy indeed wearing England white today. I thought they did sensationally well. I think it's quite nice that we can get excited over something when everybody else goes, oh, we've got nothing to be excited over. Oh, look, those poor, sad, ancient Russians all standing behind Putin. And they all sort of stand there with their little uniform. They're about 95, these people, and they're still wearing their uniforms. But it's all a bit embarrassing, isn't it, really? I do feel a bit awful about Archie Battersby. I just think that we're so used to seeing the photographs of him in his bed, asleep. Well, we think asleep, although when they turn the machines off, and I think it's 2 o'clock this afternoon, they're going to turn them off. I think they said 2 o'clock. It's a case of how long will he survive without being on the machines? And I think that's so sad because we're so used to seeing the picture. How often do you see the pictures of a child who is dead? In the newspapers, you don't, and yet we just take this one for granted. And I just feel immensely sorry for his parents because they're going to do everything possible, aren't they, to try and make sure that they give him every single... He's 12, for God's sake. He's never going to see 13. I think that's so sad. So sad. Steve, my daughter and I only ever watched 5 minutes of Big Brother Brazil and then changed channels. Never watched a reality show since. Can we have a quality programme for our TV licence? BBC got a new £2 million bus station demolished for their Cardiff offices, says Conrad. I think they're wasting your money like there's no tomorrow. They're seriously wasting it. It's just, when you look at how many sort of different shows... I did watch the other day Country File. And Margarita Taylor's on that, and I see her in this building, and she's quality. She's definitely quality. She's really nice. And she was doing tartan, and then somebody made them this thing. They went down to look at raspberries being picked in these big polytunnels, and they do this raspberry thing, which comes with cream and whiskey, and look, bloody gorgeous. It came out like sort of a trifle kind of thing, and they spooned it into glasses, and she was chomping this down like there was no tomorrow. Looked absolutely delightful. There was a name for it, but they were also showing you how they make tartans and things like that. And an absolute a kilt costs you the best part of £400. Best part of £400 because they've folded and ironed and and done all the bit. They look really lovely actually. And they had a whole book. This company, a whole book of all the different tartans that were available. Including some that were basically chosen by Queen Victoria. Very nice. Gloria Hunniford has had a cancer unit named after her daughter, which is nice. Karen. 17 years ago, Karen died. 17 years ago. I don't know where the time goes. I really don't. But I don't like to think of Archie going. It's just, I think 12 years old. You have to keep asking yourself the question, don't you? Are you sure there's a God? Are you sure what the sort of Russian people allowed to bomb women and children, and yet he allows a 12-year-old boy to die? You have to question it, don't you, really? What was the other one that I quite liked? Oh, happy birthday to Andrew Marr today, 97, and not really, actually, 96. And thousands of BT and Openreach workers are on strike today over pay. And apparently doctors believe that the over 50s becoming grumpy and isolated is a sign of dementia. That's strange. Why would they say that? I'm not grumpy. Not all the time. Yeah. Isn't that funny? They say that's what it... And a teenage woman arrested for being on one of those scooters and she was drunk. So she just... to be honest with you, it's either that, arrested or be killed. Because there's not much choice if you're stupid enough, and she obviously is stupid enough. We found a pineapple grown in this country in the Eden, part of the Eden collection. That sort of thing down there. £10,000. I haven't had fresh pineapple for ages. The last time I think was on a Hawaiian pizza. But as you are well aware, if you go to Italy and ask for Hawaiian pizza, they'll show you the door very quickly because they don't do Hawaiian pizzas. It's a concoction made up for those good old Brits. So what's in the Hawaiian, mate? Ham and pineapple. How lovely. The Italians are going, you eat that garbage? The answer is yes, sadly they do. Lawrence says, I could hear Diamonds and Pearls by Prince as you were describing the gems. If you saw these gems, beautiful, 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 beautiful. I'll tell you where you should go today, if you've got enough time. Go to the Victoria and Albert Museum. Go up, go in, go all the way to the back, turn to the right, go up the stairs, and they've got a jewel room. And they've got lots and lots of diamonds and there's a whole room full of diamonds and jewellery and these beautiful necklaces and just jaw-dropping. Jaw-dropping. Even if you're a man, you're going to enjoy it because there's so much beauty up there. And you look at these diamonds and you think, oh, they're absolutely amazing. And these beautiful necklaces and tiaras. I've often wanted a tiara. But I thought, no, too camp. So, but some of the necklaces are fantastic. They're just beautiful. And if you've got money, if you look at Elizabeth Taylor, when they sold her jewellery collection, she collected jewellery. She collected, good jewellery. And it went for millions and millions and millions, mainly because of the provenance of being owned by Elizabeth Taylor, and B, because they were just such beautiful pieces. And they ended up putting them all on display so people could see them before they were actually bought. And they went for huge amounts of money, even more money than they can ever imagine. They were just stunningly beautiful. The grain tycoon who's died in the Russia missile strike. Did I hear correctly? I think I did, actually, over the weekend. They were talking about the Russian soldier who castrates the Ukrainian soldier. Have you heard of that? They put it up online. This Russian soldier, how low, as they say, without it sounding like some sort of bad joke, do you have to go to do something? He castrated this Ukrainian soldier. And I remember thinking, that is about as bad as it gets. Absolutely about as bad as it gets. Steve, looks like Neighbours, says Roger, has been replaced by Cash in the Attic. I know it has. And it got 2.5 million people. No, EastEnders 1 million. Get rid of it. But you're right. They got Chris Kamara on Cash in the Attic. Boring. I don't know. All they do is they find sort of, sportsmen and women, and they sort of put them into these television programs, and they expect us to like them. I think not. I've got sort of favourite, but I did like Countryfile. It was nice that, they showed you farmers who've sort of amalgamated their farms and they've sort of got everything together. I thought it was brilliant. I thought it was really good. I hadn't seen it for a little while, actually. On Saturday, Steve, 4 of us sea swimmers from Broadstairs, together with swimmers from Selsey and Bognor, travelled to a picnic and a swim organised by the river swimmers from Laleham on Thames. I know exactly where you are. I have sat on that bit there. Look at you all. That's a great picture. That is a great picture. Have you noticed? I'm looking at this picture. What is missing? Booze. Booze is missing. But people go swimming in the river at Laleham. It's very famous, Laleham. Very, very famous. But a nice bunch of people. Sorry? Famous for people swimming. People who would go swimming there. People say, you're going to Laleham? And they go, really? What are you going for? And you go, swimming. That's what it is. Look at them. You lovely lot. Hope you're all listeners. I'd be very disappointed if you weren't. Very disappointed. But wonderful group of people. So different to swim in the Thames. Much nicer and cleaner than I expected, with ducks floating by and boats. Yes. And there's such a wonderful group of people. You get mermen. A merman, too. A merman. Nick says, Steve, many years ago I knocked on the door of the house I grew up in and asked if I could have a look around, but the occupants told me to get lost. Sometimes parents can be so cruel. Old ones are the best. You're barred. And fancy replacing Neighbours with Cash in the Attic. It's either that or Susan Calman, but the producer likes Susan Calman. I've got no idea why. He's got nothing in common. She's sort of short, slightly rotund and funny, and he's tall, thin, and not at all funny. So I don't really know what the appeal is. I suppose perhaps it's something to aspire to. Is that what it is? I did have a joke with him. I'll tell you about the joke earlier on. It worked a treat, actually. I didn't believe I could still actually convince somebody to fall for an April Fool in August.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your universal credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
Morning, nice to be company. 27 minutes to 5. Poor little Abby, lonely Abby in Surrey, who says, haven't you changed your tune about Colleen Rooney? No. I've been exactly the same. I said I didn't think anybody would win in this particular one. I was never a fan of Colleen Rooney. It wasn't a case of changing your tune. You need to get a bit of a life, actually. I wonder what you would have had to say about her if she'd lost the case. Well, she wasn't going to lose the case. She was telling the truth. She knew that Rebecca Vardy was a liar. And the judge proved that she was a liar as well. You need to get your facts right, Abby, honestly. You're coming over as very lonely. Very, very lonely. Somebody says you should definitely go back and visit your childhood home. The owners are probably avid listeners, Steve. 1 more month of school holidays to go, then I start in my new school, says Sophie. The producer just said the same. He said, you should definitely go back there to your old home. I said, well, he said, could you find it again? I said, yeah. I said, it was a little lane in this little village, and at the very end of the lane was our house. And behind our wall, there was a big wall in the garden, was the village house, like a big mansion. And the woman who used to own it owned a material shop in the seaside town down the road. And she used to have all these doves and pigeons and rabbits. She dyed them all different colours. We used to have blue pigeons, red pigeons, green pigeons, yellow pigeons, everything. She'd have them in cage. They'd all be dyed with vegetable dyes. And then she dug a big sort of thing out and filled it with water so the foxes couldn't get there. And all these rabbits lived on this island. And under our stairs, we had a smuggler's tunnel, which used to go to the coast, because the coast was only a mile down the road, and you could follow it back. And it was just basically a brick tunnel. And it was blocked up our end, but you could follow it through the field next to our house. And then up in our attic, you went up to the first floor, my parents' bedroom and my brother's bedroom and my bedroom and our playroom. And then the next floor up was where the servants lived, because it was a very early house built in the 1600s, and there would have been lived in servants. Yeah, it was quite nice, actually. And we had a garden, and we had plants like red hot pokers and things. You wouldn't know what they were. And we used to have peacocks and peahens and everything else sitting on the wall. Oh, this woman had every bird under the sun, and it was fantastic. It was lovely. It was really, that sort of countryside thing, which was great. Steve, do you remember when David Blaine was suspended in a glass box above the Thames near Tower Bridge for 44 days with nothing but a water line? Crazy. People used to throw things. Do you remember him with Eamon Holmes? And I mean, you always get magicians who do different things. They will sort of tell you things. And so Eamon Holmes asked him a question. He held up his hand and he goes, "The eye sees all." And Eamon went, right. He didn't really know how to deal with him at all. But it was David Blaine sort of, acting for this thing. But he was suspended in a glass box above the River Thames, so people used to go down there and look at him and things like that. Magicians did different things. It was all done years ago by Houdini. He used to sort of suspend himself. He'd be tied up. Oh, happy days. And he'd be tied up and then pulled upside down in a straitjacket, and he had to get himself out. Or failing that, they'd lock him in a trunk. And then they'd sort of drop him into the Thames or New York or wherever it happened to be. Shane says the network, who had neighbours, has a competition where you could win the Ramsey Street sign. Oh, that's quite a nice thing to win, isn't it? I like that idea. Connie in Stockwell says, my neighbour's on holiday and I promise to look after her 3 cats. I love it, but I know nothing about gardening. She's got plants and a few hanging baskets. Can you tell me how many times a day should I water them? And do they need a lot of water? Yes. Okay. It depends if you're doing it on a hose. Then if you do it over the basket, you keep going until it drips out the bottom of the basket, not over the sides, but out underneath the basket. That means that the earth is all soaked through, and you're doing it once a day. Because at the moment, we haven't got the heat back. It's fairly sort of chilly and all the rest of it. So that's it. So you can water. I do watering once a day. I was out there this morning and I did it all with 2 watering cans. So as fast as I'm using 1 watering can, I'm filling the other one up from the water button, so it goes on. But no, keep watering the baskets. Go careful, and because if it's dried out, it'll just roll over the sides, and you want to see it dripping through the bottom. That's when you know that it's soaked it through. There you go. That's the Steve Allen Guide to Watering Baskets. I know these things. I've been there. And Paul says, I don't understand why you had servants. Oh, God, doesn't everybody have servants? Where have you been? Cheeseburger, large fries. Whew. McDonald's cola. Whew. Ice? No, thank you. Steve. I visited my child home. My parents had a massive open conversion done when I was 2, and the new owners renovated and put everything back that my parents had taken out. We had that in Twickenham. Somebody had moved thing that they bought a house and they started taking away all the old things, and the council went, what the hell do you think you're doing? Made them put it all back again. So there you go. And everybody's saying you should definitely go back and see your childhood home. Yeah, I mean, I'm slightly sort of dubious about doing it. Slightly dubious. But I'm sure I shall probably get round to doing something like that. But I don't understand why you had servants. Everybody had servants. We had them in Hong Kong, dear, back in the 1960s. I say servants. We had one servant. But because that's what happened, you know. You got things like that. I mean, it's a lot of entertaining to do. It's very demanding. So people had servants. I can't tell you why. We just did. We didn't think anything about it. So Love Island's all over tonight. And who's going to win? Who cares? 13.4% are backing Gemma and Luca. He's the fish shop bloke and she's the foul-mouthed daughter of Michael Owen, who can't make it to go along to the show. Oh, what a shame. 9.3% back Tasha and Andrew. 66% back Ekin Sue and David. I know somebody who fancies David. I know somebody who looks at David. Now I'm looking at that. That's you know, the type of person you go for. That's really... It's odd, isn't it, really? Right. Is it the beard? Right. Also, the funny thing, she's claiming to be an actress. Of what sort? I can't imagine. Would you like more of more Whitmore? This is Laura Whitmore. And believe it or not, 58.5%, no, rather not. They don't like her. She's very, very average. Hardly talented. How would you rank this series? Not as good? 41.3%. Not as good. Does the format need a shake-up? 84% say yes. Well, it's just boring. People in high heels and bikinis walking around with sort of brassed-on makeup. Have you seen how much makeup is in there? Seriously, it's dreadful. Do the producers have too much influence? Well, of course they do. They're making a programme. 90%. What will happen next? Ekin Sue and David will marry 3-1. Of course they won't. They're doing it. It's fake. How are people so dumb? Will Ekin Sue host After Sun? Yes, she's an actress. No, she's not. That's just what she's told you she is. She's in a soap. I mean, everybody's in a soap in Turkey. Everybody. Who'll be the richest? Ekin Sue. Believe it or not, poor old Gemma doesn't even... Oh, she does. 27%, but 62% for Ekin Sue. And, oh dear. What else have we got? So Tasha and Andrew, 9.3%, and Dami and India, 6.5%. I don't know anything about those two, but no. So David is he's sort of good looking in a sort of vaguely sort of vacant kind of look. But I love the idea that do you want more Laura Whitmore? 58% no, rather not. She hardly features at all because she's very average. Mind you, the lucky thing is she's going out with the bloke who does the voiceover on, isn't it? Whew, goodness me. Well, that took a bit of working out, didn't it, really? As indeed these things all do. Roger says, we had a sitting tenant in our big house in Chiswick in the 70s. Cost us 12 grand to get them out. A lot back then. Actually, a lot of people used to employ heavies to go in there to get people out of places. Because once somebody had moved into your property, if they barricaded themselves in, you had a hell of a job to get them out again. And people were going broke over it. And these scum, who were just moving into different places, they had no intention of paying. And you think to yourself, oh, I don't know about this. What else have we got? Here's Jennifer Lopez, hardly wearing anything. It's a bit sad, isn't it, really? I thought we wanted to know you for your singing, but not really. And here's the lovely Archie Battersby. The support for him is going to be turned off, they say, at 2 p.m. today. And his parents were notified in a letter from Bart's Health NHS Trust, which has been treating him. It said you or any of the family may wish to lie on Archie's bed with him or have him in your arms if that should be practically possible. It's awful, isn't it? Because he's connected up to a machine. He's connected up for everything. I think that's so sad. So sad. Will this air travel hell ever end? Jane Moore's done a big feature on that. And the answer is it's just a shambles, just a complete shambles. Plus, what have we got here? This is Amazon chief Jeff Bezos. He's a looker. Way, there you go, Jeff Bezos. What was it about the bloke worth 150 million that appeals to his TV host partner Lauren Sanchez, who's basically wearing a frock that doesn't fit, but at least your boobies are hanging out, love. So class act as always. But strange enough, Amazon founder Bezos reportedly dated Sanchez whilst wed to Mackenzie Scott. They split with a £30 billion settlement. And somebody in America has just won that 1.3 billion, but you don't get 1.3 billion. You can have it, but spread over 29 years, and you can accept it now for a cash settlement of about $749 million. You know, I mean, to be honest with you, it depends how long you think you're going to live. $749 million I could live with. Be quite a nice little house, wouldn't it? My God, nobody'd ever say no to you, would they? To say, you want to come out with me tonight? I think money. Yeah, be there straight away. Cheryl from Girls Aloud. God, that was years ago. I can't manage while she's out. But here she is, cozying up for a snap with her brand new alpaca. She says he's a movie star. Well, is she that desperate or something? I don't know. I'm not sure about alpacas. Do they spit at you? Are they the ones who spit? Yeah. Oh, well, perhaps it'll spit at her. And a couple who turned their 4.6 million National Lottery bonanza into a £30 million property empire are splitting. So they're selling their Glasgow mansion. And it's a case of, I think they won 5 million. He put it into property and it went a bit further. And this bloke, we've seen this one before. His name is Edward Short. And he's a bit of an attention seeker. He's been on various programmes. I think he went on Coach Trip and everything else. Something about him I don't like. Don't know what it is. He was on this Grand Designs home. He said, I'm selling my £10 million Grand Designs nightmare. Some payback will be nice, even if it's only a pint and a packet of crisps. He's an attention seeker. He's been an attention seeker for ages. So it's a £7 million debt, but Edward is characteristically cheerful. He'll never sell it. He'll never said it'll go for, 100 tons of steel and 25 huge pillars. But he turned up in all these television programmes because he obviously thought he had something to tell the world. Sadly, he didn't. But the sun have fallen for it. Morning, Julietta says, Steve, that's what I do. Fill the next watering can from the butt whilst I'm watering with the first. 3 of my butts are empty, as well as the pond. When are we getting proper rain? Oh, I hope soon. Not happening at the moment. I think we will do in probably a couple of weeks' time. They've said thunderstorms this week. But they've said that before, haven't they? And we sort of sit there waiting for it. That's all I want, just a precious downpour. Cass says, we had an Armour in Singapore. But my mum did all the chores before she arrived. Her name was Polly. She was very kind. Ours was called Arlene, not Our Lynn, or Harmonica. And Steve says, Pete the pool man, for the first time in years, I was pulled over by the police whilst driving the pool mobile. I overtook a car crawling along at 30 in a 50. However, the policeman wasn't impressed. I got the full blues and twos treatment. He told me off and I just nodded. Very lucky. By the way, I've shared a sauna with the posh bag lady. Have you? Woo! I'm interested about that. So in other words, he's crawling along at 30 in a 50. You overtake him and he pulls you. These policemen, they do exceed their duties. I got the full blues and twos. He told me off. You should have said, well, you should have been keeping up to the speed limit then, shouldn't you? You should have said, I've got you on film. I'm going to put you up on the internet. That's what I love. That's what I love when people threaten them with YouTube and stuff like that. Steve, the house I grew up in the 1960s had factories around us, says Shane. Now the factories are gone. It's all high-rise buildings. And the pub, the Imperial Hotel, is a gay pub now. And was featured on Priscilla, Queen of the Desert. Ooh, can't imagine Australia having gay pubs. That's somewhat incongruous, but there you go. Steve, I think if you're under 35, take the 1.3 billion spread over 29 years. Otherwise, 749 million will do now, says Ron. Yeah, I think so as well. I think so. Steve, I'm a listener of 40 plus years. LBC's been a friendly and familiar friend to me, not least you. Yeah, whatever. Whatever. And wait a minute, I've not read it properly. It says, can you ask, I'm sure I saw you on This Is Your Life for George Michael. Absolutely not. No, the only This Is Your Life I was on was Dale's. That was the only one. I certainly wasn't on George Michael's. I don't know why. I mean, I could have been, I suppose, but I wasn't. Steve, wouldn't it be great if all reality programmes were barred from TV? Imagine the bliss. No tacky Love Island, says Stella. It's not so much tacky Love Island, it's tacky contestants. That's what it is where do you find these bimbos? You know, where do they find them? And the answer is, there's hundreds of them out there, if not thousands. They desperately want to be famous. They don't have any discernible talent. In fact, I felt sorry for sort of Gemma Owen, that foul mouth of hers. My God, her parents must be delighted. That's the way she's turned out. I bet that was a good education as well. Steve. A lot of people talk about watering things and when are we going to get rain. I wish I knew. And Steve, I lived in our family home till I was 19 and always dreamed of leaving there on my wedding day. Didn't have the guts to go and ask. It's one of the biggest regrets of the day. The other being, in hindsight, going through with the actual wedding. Long story, says Ange. I like the idea. People say, oh, I don't know, weddings. What are they like? It's like Stacey Solomon got married. Well, she didn't. It's a lie, because her house is not licensed for weddings. So even if they'd had a proper wedding, it wouldn't have been valid. So they're going to have to do it elsewhere. She just got a blessing. And she was trying to sort of make the day special by saying, can nobody take any photographs? No, because they sold the pictures to Hello Magazine. I mean, that's how tight she is, you know, in Pickle Cottage. Didn't invite any of the loose women apart from one. Rest of the loose women, I wonder if she likes them or if they don't like her. We've heard a lot of this before, haven't we, from loose women? I think two of the producers went. I bet one was Matty. And, but, you know, I don't want you to take any pictures there. And you think, what, because you've sold the pictures, because you're so tight? Or is it because Joe Swash hasn't earned any money in ages and ages? That pudding with raspberries is called Cranachan. It is. It is. Cranachan, you're quite right. And it's strawberries with cream and some whiskey. Look delicious. Absolutely look delicious. There it is. Look at it. Cranachan. A traditional Scottish dessert. It's got some porridge oats and a bit of honey. And it looked delicious. Seriously, it's even the producer's getting a bit excited, but he's carrying a bit of weight at the moment, so he's got to be careful. But it looks nice, though, doesn't it? So they did it in one of these beautiful, like not a champagne glass, but sort of a glass you'd have cocktails in or something like that. It was really nice. Very, very nice. I'm very, very impressed. Steve, they should put Rooney and Vardy on a special winner-takes-all episode of Countdown. Well, I shouldn't imagine Vardy or Rooney do very well on that. Neither of them are particularly bright. Least of all Vardy, but of course she could always lie, couldn't she? I should imagine she's very good at lying. What else we got? Ramesh Ranganathan is a bit too convincing when he's doing the school run. We like him. He's famous for turning on his stage grumpiness. And what was the other one we got here? 80s comedy icon Max Headroom will star in a reboot of his satirical science fiction series by the US network AMC. Once a staple of Channel 4's Youth TV, now we just need to get the show imported to the UK. I used to watch Youth TV all the time. Max Headroom. Max Headroom. Did you ever see it? Max Headroom? Oh, it's very funny. Very funny. It was like sort of it was just great. It was sort of a character. The actor was Matt Frewer, who played him, and he'd go, Matt Headroom. It was, no, just me again. I'm the only one who kind of gets these gags. But it was very clever. It used to be on Channel 4 all the time, actually. And we thought it was pretty trendy. Pretty trendy. Especially he'd laugh and do all sorts of little bits and pieces. I think you'd enjoy it now. That you should bring it back. But the trouble is I don't think kids watch television anymore. I don't think they're bothered with it. Mainly because it's all rubbish. You know, for most of these sort of, you know, the 12, 13-year-olds who make up the television audience, they're not going to be watching Love Island. They think it's trash. They're not going to be watching it. They just don't do that kind of thing anymore. It's a case of it's a bit out of their depth, I think. A little bit out of their depth. Frankie Boyle has defended a vile stand-up routine in which he joked about doing various things with Holly Willoughby. And he described a game involving killing and people at the Latitude Festival in Suffolk. He said later it was part of a very long routine about whether or not it's okay to do a joke about things like that. They all do that, don't they? They all do things. They sort of say, is it okay to make a joke about this thing or that thing or this thing or that thing? But, yeah, they're sort of pushing their luck. It was a Conservative MP Caroline Noakes who attended the University of Sussex at the same time as Frankie fumed. The Frankie Boyle I was at university wouldn't have found that word funny. Well, he's changed then, hasn't he? Honestly, nothing worse is than the sort of MPs who get on their high horses and nobody's ever heard of them or ever will again. The landlord who says the ghost is haunting his historic pub is Jeremy Sterling. He said the spooky events had mostly taken place in its converted attic, which is a B&B. He said a woman said she was lying on the bed and the glass flew and hit the wall. The jukebox started playing. And we've had 2 sets of car keys, which were in a locked room, never accessed by staff, go missing. There was no rhyme nor reason. He's desperately trying to get some interest in this pub, obviously, and if you can come up with sort of something visitors have been freaked out by. So my advice, avoid it like the plague. You don't want to be freaked out, do you? You don't want to go to a place like that. He's obviously bitten off his nose to spite his face, I should imagine. What's this? Airline bosses? No, they're boring. We don't like them, do we? And soaring grocery prices have seen some popular items double in cost compared with years ago. I'm always finding something that's gone up in cost. Always be a little bit of a something, and you think, oh, that's gone up. I'm sure that's gone up from last time. I don't know what. I can't think of anything off the top of my head, but I'm sure there's always items that I purchase on a sort of a fairly regular basis, And Roger says, can you imagine Rebecca Vardy versus Rachel Riley when it comes to numbers? I can't imagine Rebecca Vardy actually being able to come up with anything at all. She's the least intelligent person I've ever seen. And as for telling lies in a court of law, that's cost her $3 million. I was so happy. So happy. What else we got here? Christine Aguilera. She's going to hit the UK later this month. I can't imagine. I wouldn't want to buy a ticket for Christine Aguilera. It's not my sort of music, I don't think. Anyone hoping to take Britney Spears' autobiography away on holiday may have to wait another year. They've had to delay it because of a paper shortage, which is a bit odd, isn't it, really? Never heard of that one before. And Why Not Festival turned into a great big birthday party for Kate Bush, who turned 64 on Saturday. So many happy returns of the day. And what have we got here? It's what women have always known, despite the sexist jokes, that they're better drivers than men. And that's official, apparently. Researchers found the fairer sex are quicker at wrestling back control of modern driverless cars in emergencies. So there you go. I think they're only better because I've got the man with the red flag walking at the front of the car and there's a guide dog on the roof. But apart from that, I shouldn't imagine it's at all similar. What else we got here? Soldiers guarding the Queen at Balmoral have been caught up in a noise row for playing their bagpipes too early. I love bagpipes. I've often been known to go to YouTube and to sort of type in marching bands and stuff like that, and you get all the pipes and the drums and the big bands. It's not annoying at all. It's great. It's called history. It's the kind of thing that we like because we like our history. We like our pomp and circumstance. We like this thing. And when you see 1,000 pipers at the Edinburgh Military Tattoo, then you'll realise what 1,000, yeah. It is so 1,000. It's so, don't even question me. It's so 1,000. Why would you not think it was 1,000? Of course, it's so many bagpipes. It's 1,000 pipers and drummers and all the other massed bands that they do at Edinburgh Castle. You have a look at you'll see 1,000. You'll see 1,000 at the end. I'm never wrong. And then you'll publicly apologise and money will change hands and we'll all be feeling a lot better about the world, won't we? There's good Lord above. There's a woman here who knits willies out of balls of wool. I don't know why. And her name is Mandy Hernandez. She can't be here. Oh, she's from California. I was going to say, she wouldn't be allowed to make stuff like that in this country. What a bizarre thing to want to make out of wool. I've ordered one for the producer. Just in time for Christmas, I think. That would be quite nice, wouldn't it? And she's boldly gone where no woman went before. Lieutenant Uhuru departs this mortal coil and goes into space.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company, nice. It's Monday, it's August the 1st. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC. Through till 7, Nick Ferraro will be here at 7. I'm still waiting for the rain. I'm still waiting for the thunderstorms. I'm still waiting for anything. I was looking at the grass the other day. There was where were we? We were looking at something, and I remember looking out of the side of the bus or out of the side of the car or something, whatever it was. All the grass was all parched. And I thought all it needs is a downpour, and all of a sudden it will spring back into colour again, and it'll look quite nice, because at the moment it just looks so dreadfully dreary. It's about the driest it's been since God created heaven and earth. It's awful, really. I don't know. I'm sure I remember years ago somebody said that they could put rockets up into the sky, into the clouds, and then the rocket would explode and the clouds would disperse their rain. Because, I mean, listen. In the middle of the desert in Las Vegas, they don't go, oh, it's been a bit dry for a few months, we haven't got any water. They've got loads of water. Why can't we cope with it? They go, oh, it's all dried up, you know. And we go, well, that's ridiculous. Must be something you can do, mustn't there? I would hope so, but obviously not at the moment. What have we got here? Married at First Sight is back, but which of the relationships have survived the year? Who cares? Who cares? My God, there's some boring people. Really, really dull people. And the dramatic last series produced furious bust-ups, couples swapping, and even a baby. Well, I don't know enough about it because I've never seen the programme. I've never seen it, and I have no idea at all. I'm assuming it's just sad, desperate people who, you know, want to be on a television programme. So they have to pretend, as they will on Love Island, that they've got a relationship going. And so if they've got a relationship going, that then means they can make some money out of it. Apparently Rebecca Vardy was moaning, as of course she does most of the time. She's got one of those moaning faces. Her face always looks like, I mean, she's obviously quite dreary to live with, I should imagine. And especially now that Jamie's going to be down about 3 million. Perhaps they can do it in instalments. That'd be nice. But Susan Calman is sort of out there again. Her new TV show, Grand Week by the Sea, taking in Tenby, Skegness and Weymouth, scoffing food and wasn't pestered once by seagulls. It's the most boring piece of television I've ever seen in my entire life. Why did anybody ever think it was good or funny or worth commissioning? Can't understand it. Can't understand it. Alan Carr is booked for a gig in Greece and fears no one will get his jokes. We don't get them over here. Edith Bowman, Sean Fletcher and Colin Murray will front 2 new BBC shows, the Great Food Festival, celebrating farming, produce in the countryside. Oh, God in heaven, how boring. How dull. Edith Bowman, what in God's name does she know about the countryside? And Colin Murray. Who's Sean Fletcher? I don't even know who Sean Fletcher is. Doesn't really help, does it? And now Clive Myrie. Following the success of Kalush Orchestra at Eurovision, Clive Myrie is going to front a show about the Ukrainian Freedom Orchestra out on BBC Two. God, I've lost the will to live. And there's Sean Fletcher, a British journalist, best known as, he's the Good Morning Great Britain one, the one who stormed off and had his little tantrum, didn't he? Or he upset Piers Morgan. And so they've got him again. He's 48. And so they're obviously desperate to try and find something for him. But what these people know about the countryside, I can't imagine. I really can't imagine. There's a new dating show called Are You the One? And the answer is no, obviously not. They've got a girl, she's a dental nurse and ring girl. Oh, this is Thea. Oh, you know what a ring girl is? They walk around on the boxing matches holding up a number. It's basically showing you their shoe size. And she's going 11, and that's it. It's really bimbo stuff. It's very embarrassing. Really, this is starting actually on... When is it starting? Oh, it doesn't say... Oh, wait a minute. Are You the One? It's already been a hit in the States, but the UK edition premieres next Monday on MTV. Yeah, go for that one, eh, baby? Yeah, baby. We're going to love that one. So it looks like it's straight out of 50 Shades of Grey or black or whatever other colours you like. And sounds marvellous, doesn't it, really? You know, because you're going to meet some really intelligent people. Really intelligent people. So I shan't be watching. Actually, I might watch a little bit just to sort of keep up on it. I just want to find out how long it's going to take Rebecca Vardy to cough this money up. Do they send somebody round with a dog or something, say, 3 million, love? Want to write your cheque out? That'd be quite nice. Loads and loads of pictures of the Lionesses 2. Germany 1. Exactly the score that we said. I said 2-1. I said 2-1, and I was not wrong. Did I make any money on it? I am not at liberty to discuss that. Not at liberty. And Steve, our friends Thomas and Mary Keto have a new baby son. You'll never guess what they've called him. Amos, says Rob. Amos. Why Amos? Steve, Las Vegas is built on a desert, but underneath there's a water plane. Billions and billions of tons of water run like a river underneath. Yeah, that's why they all fall into it, don't they? And Ashley says, on the topic of the drought, why don't they take water from the Thames in tankers, then use it to water the parks? Well, they do. Down the road from me, BP have got I think it's BP, it's one of the oil companies. They've got a big thing there where employees of the company can go and stay there, and they water all their grounds with River Thames water. They've got big giant pumps and they spray it all out there. No, it's not smelly at all. No, the River Thames doesn't smell. It's very nice, River Thames. It's very nice. But and that's what they do. So that, in fact, if you go down there, they've got luscious green and all the and it's really quite nice actually. Quite like I don't like seeing it all dried up and horrible. That's really quite depressing because you know it's going to change. And guess who just got married? Kelly Brook. Unlike the Stacey Solomon fakery, this is a proper one here. She's got married to Jeremy Parisi, and very glam. He's very good looking. Reminds me of me actually a lot. I don't know why. Just one of those sort of things. But they exchanged their vows in the port city of Civitavecchia. Now the reason I can't pronounce that is because every cruise ship that takes you on the journey and you go to Rome, you call in to Civitavecchia, and then you get a coach to go to Rome, and it takes hours. It's not like round the corner. But they had a storm. Apparently Kylie Minogue was one of the guests. They had a storm there. I wish we didn't have a bloody storm. A source said the wedding cost up to $500,000, telling The Sun Kelly knows Jeremy is her soulmate. And, oh, good, because she works in this building. We see her all the time, actually. She doesn't say hello to you. Don't try and jump in on muscle and on my banner. You're not Bezzy mates at all. You are not Bezzy mates. She doesn't even know who you are. She knows who I am. Yeah, I Zoomed her for the wedding, okay? I Zoomed her. That's her. I've got her number in my phone, which actually I nearly lost earlier on. It was terrible because the producer started writing to me. So, of course, because the police are on speed dial, I have to inform them if he contacts me, because that's how it works. You know, you're not allowed to contact the talent because the talent are, you know, precious and a little bit sort of kind of thing. And anyway, before the programme, he sort of wrote to me. And I wrote back to him saying, I'm not in work today. I'm at home because I've lost my voice. And he bought it. He bought it. It was so good. It was so easy. It was so wonderful. It was so... And then I pretended that I'd lost my telephone. And he fell for that as well. I mean, is anybody so dumb as to get somebody the once is a bit of a bonus in this business. And then I said to him later, I said, oh, I found my phone. I'm so lucky. And he went, oh, good, I'm so pleased for you. And I thought, yeah, jealousy oozing out of every pore. It was just embarrassing to watch. But he's so easy to fool. He really is. I did that once to a friend of mine. She worked for a bank. And she phoned up here. And she was telling me about my overdraft. And so I pretended that it was on speakerphone and the whole office heard. And of course, banks are not allowed to make sure, well, they have to make sure that, you know, you're not overheard if you're discussing somebody's finances and all the rest of it. And I'd known her for some years. And I then went back to her afterwards. I said, everybody in the office has heard that phone call. And she was so mortified. They paid £25 into my account and I got a huge bouquet of flowers. And years later, I told her the truth. We don't talk anymore, as you can well imagine. I love it, seriously. So what do we do about Archie? I don't know what we do about Archie. I don't know what the parents do about Archie. And it's just so awful. 12 years old is such a young age. He's just a child. He's such a child. And a spokesman for the Department of Health says, we realise that it's an exceptionally difficult time for Archie Battersby family. Do you? Do you really understand what it's like for them to have to say goodbye to a child that they're totally convinced there is some sort of life there? And they say that ending treatment is in his best interests because they're keeping him alive on a machine. If they turn the machine off, what will happen? Now, we don't know what will happen because they haven't done... You can't just sort of play around with this and experiment. You have to turn it on or turn it off. And now the High Court judges have decided 2 o'clock today it goes off. And but they can be with him at the end if indeed there is such a thing as an end. It's very sad, very, very sad. So I think the papers will be full of that tomorrow. Best before dates on Waitrose fresh food to expire next month. So it's 500 fresh products on Waitrose. They're going to take away the best before. I mean, apparently Morrison's have scrapped the use-by dates from 90% of their own brand milk. Because I like to know with milk. And the only reason you know if it's gone off is if you smell it and it's gone off. That's the way that you know. Otherwise, everything is, you've got no idea. Lurpak, Waitrose, 5.25 pounds for 500 grams. That's quite a big pack. And they've got all these different things here, spaghetti. I keep hearing somebody saying there's a shortage of Heinz salad cream. There is no shortage of Heinz salad cream. These people are a bit screwy. They keep saying, oh, there's a real why would there be a shortage of it? In fact, I went to Iceland the other day. Somebody over the weekend phoned me and said, oh, by the way, there's a shortage. And I'm thinking, you're just a bit stupid, aren't you? There's tons of it. I could sell you a whole shop of it. Iceland have got loads of it. I like fish fingers as well. Bit of a fan of fish fingers. And Birdseye, 10 cold fish fingers are £3.60, which is very good. They do the chunky ones in Waitrose, but my favourite, if I was going to have favourite fish fingers, they're the Young's ones in chip shop batter. You can do the whole box, about 14, and just eat them bit by bit by bit, but they're just delicious. They're pre-battered. All you got to do is just sort of either stick them in the oven or, oh, it's delicious. Absolutely delicious. So farewell, Uhuru, legend of Star Trek. That's Nichelle Nichols, 89. And it's amazing, actually. She found fame as a communications officer. I thought she was brill. I love Star Trek. I get a bit confused which one's which, but that was good. That was good. Morning, Steve. They used tech and tickets to make it rain after the Ukrainian nuclear plant exploded in Chernobyl. They made it rain before the cloud made it to Europe and the UK to avoid us. We're still getting, on our cars, sand. Still getting it from the Sahara, still getting it. I got the car washed the other day and I like driving it when it's just been cleaned because it looks pretty cool. And people always go, I wonder who that is driving that. Oh, look, it's Steve Allen, and I sort of wave out the side, if they want to take a picture, let them take a picture. But I've got to get my alloys done. I've scraped 2 of them. I'm very annoyed. I've got to get the alloys done because if you park so close to the curb, it scratches them and then you've got to have them taken off and re-sprayed and everything else. And I've got 2 that need doing now. In fact, my godchildren noticed the other one. Oh, look, Uncle Steve, they said, you need your alloys doing, which is a bit of a pain. Steve, if there's a hosepipe ban, it could be a bit of an issue as water is an essential part of a pool. A pool loses water, though. Well, it's coming from the Thames. And also, if there's a hosepipe, there won't be a hosepipe ban. I don't think so. But when you look at the deforestation and the fires there, it's tinder dry. Once it starts going, it just goes forever and a day, which is not good. And Johnny says, my London taxi is haunted and has a poltergeist. The meeting can be seen to go up really quickly on its own. I'm now taking bookings to Heathrow and Gatwick, starting at £350. Woo! Actually, I knew somebody whose meter did go up and down like a yo-yo a long time ago. Long time ago. Steve. It's called cloud seeding. When they fly aircraft into the sky, as opposed to where, that drop salt deposits in the atmosphere to initiate rain. The UAE does it all the time to try and get it to rain in Dubai and Abu Dhabi, says Ibrahim. Oh, right. But there is a way of doing it. I know that there was, because I remember seeing it done ages and ages ago. I thought it was just rockets that they sent up, but they're in aircraft, and they fire. Yeah, I can see them. God, blimey. They fire them into the clouds, and then it makes the clouds sort of give up its rain. And then everybody goes, hallelujah, there's rain, it's lovely, we like it. And I can't wait for it. The producers promised to go and stand outside We won't have a choice in it. We'll be pushing him outside so he can go and stand outside. Was it you who described your mother making lovely rock cakes in your first home? Oh, she did make rock cakes, but also curry with banana, and cucumber. We had a Lazy Susan, Andrea, a Lazy Susan, which was in the middle of the table, and it's a little round thing with about 6 or 8 different dishes, and my mother used to put banana and sultanas and all sorts of things around the outside, and then you could add it to your curry. It was the British version of curry, which bore no resemblance to anything else at all. Pete says, we need a certain level for the pool to operate correctly. Also, there's a chlorine shortage on the cards. Years ago, I'd been worried. A chlorine shortage? Wow. Amazing, isn't it? Steve, they wanted to build a desalination plant in the Thames to supply London with water, but Ken Livingstone said no. Where is Ken Livingstone now? Disappeared completely. Nowhere. No idea. Sadly, Steve, it may not be the outcome for Archie and his parents, but my friend's son was on a life support machine. And when the machine was turned off, he woke up. Well, I think in this case, that's not going to be the situation. Sadly, they've looked at this. The doctors have said there's a name that they call it whereby his brain is gone. So in other words, he might wake up and move his eyes, but that will be it. Nothing else will happen. So we'll have to wait. For either way, it's just the most heartbreaking decision anybody has to make, and you're making it about somebody else's child, which is even worse. On this day, in 2018, Hannah Hawkswell died. Hannah Hawkswell was the Yorkshire Hill farmer, shot to fame in the ITV documentary way back in 1973 called Too Long a Winter, which showed her solitary existence living on £5 a week. Though just 48, her hair was white, and after the broadcast, gifts and cash arrived for the old lady in the Dale. She spent it on a few cows and had electricity installed, but fell forced by age to leave. The farm is now a nature reserve, and she looked about 85, 90, but she was under 50. Hannah Hawkswell, and they made programmes about her. They made her into a star, into a celebrity. People went up there, and she had no electricity. In the winter, to feed herself or to get water, she had to go down and break the ice in the river, which was at the bottom of her garden, to fill up her little thing with water, take it back. She used to have to hang her bread up in her little cottage from the ceiling on strings to stop the mice and the rats getting to it. And everybody thought that she was really ancient, and they made this documentary about how this woman was surviving. She was a Dales woman, they called them, and she had, 1 or 2 cows. And that's, you put up a picture of Hannah Hawkswell. She became an instant character. They actually took her on a trip around Europe, and she was quite amazing. Everybody was gripped by this in the proper days when there was proper things. You see, look how old she looked. She was under 50, and she lived with no electricity. She had little candles, and she survived in the Dales throughout the winters and everything else. And people used to send her. Then they sent her off round Europe. She went to Pisa. She went to all sorts of different places. And I bought the DVDs. It was quite something. She lived in basically poverty. She was living on £5 a week. I don't know how she existed, but she was stalwart. They sent her on one of these riverboat cruises, and she met a woman there who was German, who didn't speak a word of English, but they got on really well together, even though neither of them spoke the other one's language. But so it's gone up for sale. So I mean, it certainly didn't look like that when she was in there. It was falling apart. But when the snow came down, she'd have to go out and pick up all the water for herself. She had to get everything delivered. It was really quite something. But all those years ago, she died, 2018. But she, as I say, after this money arrived for the old lady in the Dales, because people were moved by her. They couldn't believe how old she was. but she wasn't that old. She wasn't that old at all, but it was very, very, very interesting. So if you get the opportunity of getting the documentaries, get the documentaries, because it'll make you appreciate what you've got. Steve, Caroline Noakes is our local MP for Romsey in Southampton North, where I live. Only reason I know who she is, says Nikki. Otherwise you wouldn't know, would you? You never know these sort of things. And another one talking about Rebecca Vardy. She's going to have £3 million and then the rest of it. I think it's going to end up... I mean, she's going to wish she'd never done it, but she's always been really clever. But she wasn't. Steve, I know you said you had a servant. Wouldn't that be great if her name was Lazy Susan? Yes. No, we'd never have a lazy one. No, and my mother used to do the same. Dale used to have not only a cleaner, but a housekeeper and a gardener. But in fact, before the woman came around to clean the house, he'd clean the house. His mother used to do the same because they didn't want the house to look messy in case the cleaner went away and said their house is filthy. So they would clean it all up. The gardener used to grow all the stuff in his garden and then take it home. What's the difference between a cleaner and a housekeeper? The housekeeper earns more. Cleaners doesn't. They have to do what they're told. That's what happens. Cleaners, yeah, you just sort of clean. You know, you're supposed, you go in there, you put your pinny on in the morning, and you then sort of start cleaning things, everything. Not just cleaning, you know, surfaces and stuff like that and doing the washing up, but also if the silver needed cleaning. My mother on a Sunday night, she'd put down newspaper in the sitting room and get all the items out that we had, the silver and the copper and, I was going to say gold, we didn't have any gold. And she'd get the Duraglit out and we'd have to polish it and clean everything. Yeah, we're a bit like that. You know, because I made a poker at school. I used to do woodwork, and so I made the poker in the metalwork class, and that was quite nice. Which had it was sort of brass and steel, and I made it, and you had to sort of do all sorts of. And where it is now, I've got no idea, but it was very good. It was a very nice sort of thing. At school, we used to make things and take them home. I wanted to take home fairy cakes, but in metalwork class, there wasn't a lot of call for that. We didn't do that very much indeed. So, in fact, and I was very good. Steve, we do alloys. Be glad to do yours. Thank you. I know. It's dreadful, isn't it, these alloys? I forget how much they're going to cost me, but they will have to get... Nigel will sort out for me. Bless his heart. He knows these things. If you take something in there, and when they come back, they look lovely. They really do, but I'm just curbing. Dale used to curb all the time. It's a danger on the roads, but when they're done, they look lovely. I mean, at speed, as you're going down the motorway, you can't tell that they've got a scratch on them, but I now know it's there, which is very annoying. We're still waiting for the account to be opened at Metro. We haven't got that opened yet, so hopefully today. My brother wrote to Company's House to say, listen, you said 3 days. It's now been more than 3 days. So hopefully we can get some money, which would be quite nice, wouldn't it? Would you swap your Aperol Spritz for Sprints? What is the point of going on a holiday where you have to do fitness and all the rest of it? It's not us, is it? It's not us at all. I could no more get excited. They were doing a thing on a cruise ship the other day, and it was a case of, you know, some people get up really early in the morning on the cruise and they go running round the ship, and then they go and do a workout, and you think, oh, get a life. Get a life. It's not very exciting, is it? You can't get excited about doing exercise. I mean, if you're going to do exercise, don't bother going on holiday. You know, people only go on holiday to enjoy themselves. So Susan Calman today, they've put it pick of the day. I don't know why. It's just not funny. It's not funny or even interesting. I find it incredibly patronising of, you know, this is a British seaside and it's got a fun fair and you can have a stick of rock, or you can have sort of, I could sit on a fun fair ride designed for a child. It's not very good. Rebecca Vardy danced away the devastation of losing her libel battle. I'd start saving your money, love. But of course, knowing Rebecca Vardy, I should imagine she's quite dismissive. My husband will pay it. My husband will pay it, I bet you anything. She gave a 2-fingered salute and wore a punky jacket with normal is boring. Well, it sums you up then, doesn't it, darling? You are boring, very boring. And now you're £3 million down. I wonder how long that marriage will last. I wonder. Should we put money on it? Sleepless nights could be on the cards this week. Tropical weather's going to hit. I'm so used to tropical weather. So used to it. Experts say hot and humid conditions will last until Wednesday, up to 29 degrees. And then isolated areas may hear the odd rumble of thunder. Met Office forecaster Greg Dewhurst said it'll be warm and muggy with plenty of cloud as high-pressure builds. There's a very muggy fit. Yeah, where's the water? Where is the rain? Don't start giving us all this baloney. Ridiculous. Marvin Hume says he's truly the luckiest man in the world after renewing his wedding vows only after 10 years. What's the point? What is the point of renewing it after 10 years? I mean, God in heaven, how insecure must you be? So they marked their anniversary at a ceremony at Lake Como in front of their 3 children and 75 close friends and family. But they're thrilled. You've all got to pay to go to Lake Como. They got married at Blenheim Palace in Oxon. Marvin told Hello magazine. They seem to have stepped into the breach to pay for everybody's, sort of marriage and things like that nowadays, don't they? And as Love Island draws to a close, and it can't happen quick enough, ITV bosses have finally clinched a deal to bring back Big Brother. It's going to be shown on ITV2 next year. Rylan Clark, Emma Willis and Davina McCall unlikely to be involved in the reboot. I don't know who they're going to get for it. I've got no idea.
To keep my business ahead of the game, I knew I needed some fresh ideas, and fast. That's why I decided to host a young person on a T-level industry placement. My student has already brought loads of new skills into the workplace. Plus, we're getting first pick of new talent coming into the construction industry right here in the Northwest. It's been a total win-win. Go next level with T-levels. Search Skills Revolution.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company night. So what are they going to do, actually, with this sort of Big Brother thing? One insider said it needs to be totally new and fresh. Well, that's what we were saying before, if they decide to bring it back. And to be honest with you, I mean, it ran out of steam a long time ago. Talks with the rights owners, a company called Banijay, have been going on for months, but a deal has been struck. So, I mean, it did turn people like Nikki Graham, Nasty Dick Bateman and Jade Goody into sort of celebrities. Rylan's made no secret of his that they're not interested. They're going to go for new people. They've got to make it brand new. You can't go back on to how it was before. It's got to be completely different. Emma thinks it's time for a change, declaring new era, new host. They hope Marcus Bentley will carry on as the voice of Big Brother. Well, that I would agree with. That makes perfect sense. Could be the best person, but we don't want Rylan back. Thank you very much indeed. Definitely not. No, but they need, if they're going to recast it. The reason it died last time is because it was the same old. Welsh whiskey is set for the same protected status as Scotch to help it sell around the world. Didn't know there was such a thing as Welsh whiskey, but apparently officials confirmed that the single malt variety of Welsh whiskey is being considered for protected geographical indication, like Cornish pasties and Caerphilly cheese. So that'll be quite nice. It'll enjoy the same protection as farmers of Welsh lamb and growers of Jersey royal potatoes. Because they only ever come from Jersey, don't they, royal potatoes? And they come in little sacks, then people buy them and they go. People absolutely love them. People absolutely love stuff like that. Steve, in America, says Roger, I used to see loads of mall walkers, OAPs walking round and round shopping malls, exercising their legs. Yeah, well, go to Japan and you'll see Japanese elderly people in all the parks doing all the very slow-moving Tai Chi, and they do things like that, and they do it every morning. And they also take their birds out. They all have little birds in little cages. Little tiny cages. And they take them out and hang them in the trees so they can talk to each other. They do that a lot in Japan. A lot. Which is, it's quite sweet. I hope they don't leave them in these little tiny cages all the time. That would be ghastly. Show finale tonight. What a ride it's been. Yeah, ghastly. Elkin Hu, they say, made it clear she meant business. And she stole David from Gemma. Gemma's the one with the foul mouth. She's got a famous father and she couldn't wait to tell you about. And Luca works in a fish shop in Brighton. So that's about his mark, I think. Plus, what else have they got? Polly Hudson looking back on it. There were more lows than there were highs, I think. And Luca, they say, was the golden boy turned saint. And he came up with all this garbage. If she's fallen for it, more fool her. Where he goes, would you like to go out with me? I really love you. And I'm thinking, I'm going to be sick. It was just so vile. David gives viewers the ick. And Poor old Gemma. And she didn't do very well at all, actually. And as I say, it was the foul mouth, which was a little bit embarrassing. Luca and Danica, I think she was the one who pole danced or something. I'm pretty certain she was the one who pole danced. Either way, I couldn't care less when it finished. I'm really not remotely bothered by it, because we know that there's going to be another one coming out, I think, Christmas time. And I don't know where they get... Do you think there's an agency for really stupid-looking blokes? There must be an agency, mustn't there? I think it's... Yeah. Kate Garraway returns to Good Morning Britain today, saying Derek Draper is back on the right side after a frightening turn. So we wish him the very best, and her, of course, as always. And Call the Midwife has been voted the best show in the past 25 years in a Radio Times poll. Got 25% of the vote. I've never seen it. Call the Midwife. I know what it is, but I'm not really particularly interested in it. It just doesn't... Why would boys be interested in Call the Midwife? And the answer is we're not. So, finally, a glimmer of hope for a better future amid Liz Truss and Rishi Sunak's tussle. Apparently, Ryland Clark has suggested he might be up for the challenge. No, they're looking for intelligent people, dear. Although you'd never believe it. I mean, let's not stretch yourself. Plus, number of singles Beyoncé currently has in the top 10. She's got 2 singles in the top 10. And the first album was... This is the former members of One Direction are getting increasingly honest. Louis Tomlinson recalls their debut in less than glowing terms. The first album was rubbish. Well, yeah. Well... I mean, they're very ungrateful, these people, aren't they? For goodness sake, somebody writes a load of tunes for you, makes you incredibly rich and successful, and you basically kick them in the small spherical objects. Comedy writer Mark Gatiss is planning to write a memoir about his time on the set of Mission Impossible, titled My Month with Tom Cruise. They all do it, don't they? And here's Cheryl with her alpaca. He's a movie star, she says. Something about her, isn't there? We don't hear much from her now because luckily she doesn't release any music, thank God. And there might be, I'm not saying there is, but there might be, although we dropped a hint of this some time ago, a Spice Girls tour of Australia. But before you get too excited about it, I don't think there's going to be any Victoria. She doesn't need to go on tour with them because that means having to work. And to be honest with you, she's past the working situation now. Because she gets the same money if she doesn't go on the tour, because they're all down on the writing credits for all the songs, so she still gets the money. It just saves her having to do things like that. Steve, check out Alloy Gaiters. They protect wheel rims from curb strike damage. Oh, it's such a pain. Steve, I have a lovely Hannah Hawkswell story. 20 years ago, I volunteered at Childline. One day, we had a whole day in a bookshop in Knightsbridge to raise funds. We had 10 famous authors, and I was lucky enough to be asked to look after Hannah Hawkswell for the day. We had a little wander up the high street, and she was the loveliest person, totally overawed and fascinated by the shops and the people. She died 4 years ago, aged 90, I think, says Jill. I don't know. When was she died? Have a little check. We think, was she 90? She made it. She had 2018, might have been the producer just finding out. He's a bit excited by this. So, how old was she when she died? I mean, if she got to 90, she did very well, only proving the hard life is something to go for. Is she, wait a minute. We don't really know, actually. We can't find. 88 she was, Jill. She was 88. Bob says, did you enjoy the Anton Dubek feature in The Observer? What, Tony Beak? Can't bear him. Can't stand him, honestly. What a creepy man. Very creepy. I think at one time he thought he was going to be the new Bruce Forsyth, and then we suddenly realised he just had irritant factor. Conrad says, Steve, the story about the lady in the Dales reminded me of my mother Priscilla and her mother-in-law Odette. They would do things in the kitchen, one speaking English and one Portuguese. They both understood each other, 2 ladies in the kitchen that worked well. I think that's quite cute. Don't you think that's cute? I love. Steve says, Jonathan, Big Brother, don't bother. Chav TV. Yeah, I mean, it's the same people, isn't it? You know, to be on, Big Brother, and I don't understand what the purpose of it is. Especially when you consider, the amount of times that I've gone to YouTube and watched Lady C, a foul-mouthed woman, if ever there was one. Dreadful. I mean, chance of using her on television should be down to 0 as far as I'm concerned, because she was just awful. But I'm so good. This is, you're nothing to me, she used to say. And I used to watch her and think, God, what a horrible woman. Really nasty. Steve. Oh, a lot of people are talking about. We've only just got this Whoops Wheel Fix It in Enfield. We quite like the idea of Whoops Wheel Fix It. Okay, get it now? Which is nice. We don't get gags on this programme very often, but alloy gaiters protecting wheel rims, says Andy in Mansfield. Are you sure we get stuff like that down here? Is it sort of a normal thing? Here we go, the best alloy wheel protectors. Oh, right. So how do they work then? How do they work? Why don't keep whizzing your little mouse around there? I can see what we're looking at. We're looking at wheels. God in heaven. But my wheels don't look anything like that. In fact, these look way too... No, I've got square wheels. I've decided to go for the square ones, the original versions. much easier. Did you know the Swedish Navy have barcodes on the side of their warships because they can scan the Navy? Why'd you put that through? It's not funny. It's neither funny nor interesting. Honestly, the producer puts the maddest stuff through. But you're right with Big Brother. It's not for everybody. Lotto millionaire Di Foster has snapped up 3 homes within a quarter of a mile of each other so she can run a granny daycare. She bagged £1 million last year, and she set about buying homes for herself, her daughters Kelly and Jodie. And she says it's a dream come true after splashing out on sandpits and paddling pools. Oh, good for her. Very good. I like that idea. And a Louis Vuitton travel trunk found in a loft has sold for how much? It's been in the loft for 30 years. A Louis Vuitton travel trunk. The owner of the luxury case gave it away to a neighbour who never used it. Now, I have to tell you that these bits of trunk are highly sought after. People will pay a fortune for second-hand cases with labels on and stuff like that. This one has just sold for £5,000. £5,000. Check your attic. You will find these things in there, and people just love them. People absolutely love them. And in fact, the older they are and the more tatty they are, the more it makes you look as though, you've been around the world a few times, which is quite nice. Twin brothers obsessed with vegetables. Oh, God, not more people obsessed with vegetables. Easy carrot cupcakes, Middle Eastern-style cabbage salad. I mean, I ask you. Where do they get these people from? There must be an agency that goes around looking for people going, give it to them. We can put some more people onto the television. Signs you're getting old. Tony Jones from Shearing in Essex says, my husband and I are both a bit deaf. And we can manage to hold a long conversation with each other before we realise that we have completely misheard what the other was saying. I sometimes think that, actually. There's a place near me, and they do... you can go and get your ears looked at to determine whether or not, because as you get a bit older, you do get a little bit deaf. Pardon? Thank you. The old ones are the best. And it's a case of, sometimes you need to get your ears syringed or something like that. I've seen them doing it in the barbers. The barbers do it as well. I don't know why they do it, but... sorry. Order. Thank you. And, you can go to the barbers and they sort of stick a lit candle in your ear or something like that, which I thought was quite good. And, Steve, I've just heard... wait a minute, I'll do a check on these gags. I've just heard, sadly, that the CEO of Dulux has died. Yeah, breaking news. Recently, he froze to death during a cold snap when walking in the Alps. A spokesperson for the company said he really could have done with another coat. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. I'll tell you, it's jokes like that killed comedy. Seriously is. We don't want any more. You send any more and I'll bar you. And I can. So everybody going on about how fabulous that the 12 were, cheered on by 87,192 fans. After 56 years of hurt, it's home. Well done, girls, ladies, whatever. It's fantastic. Morning, nice to be company. Welcome to August the 1st. I don't know what that signifies for anybody, probably apart from it's August the 1st and there's bound to be another train strike around the corner. But the full extent of the chaos which has engulfed airports, is going to be revealed in a shocking TV documentary tonight that shows desperate passengers crawling on a conveyor belt to find their luggage. I'm so glad I'm not flying anywhere. Seriously, I cannot think of anything worse than people going to the airports and hoping that their flight is going to take off and hoping that it's going to be landing at the right time and just basically hoping it's going to be there. Because it turns out that Dispatch's Airport Chaos Undercover features a TV reporter secretly working as a baggage handler. Footage captures a pair of travellers offering to help him find their suitcases and even climbing on the baggage carousel. As their heads appear through the plastic carousel curtains, one of them says, "Do you want me to help you unload the bags? We've been waiting for an hour and a half. We've got another flight to catch yet." The unnamed reporter also filmed a baggage handler colleague at Manchester Airport who complained about working conditions, saying it was chaos because they've got literally no staff. They added, "I give up, mate. I've just had enough already." And the reporter then says, to be honest, I don't know how people do these shifts and these kind of hours, starting at 3 a.m. It's brutal. Yeah, but nobody's going anywhere, are they, really? The presenter of the programme is Jane Moore, as you know from Loose Women. She also meets a number of passengers who've been affected by flight cancellations, including one family who spent £4,000 rearranging flights for a wedding. Because that's the trouble. What was I watching the other day? Oh, it was an old Come Fly With Me programme which featured EasyJet. And I can't remember whether they were in Luton or wherever they were. It was very entertaining because the amount of abuse they used to get from passengers. One of them, this woman, what a horrible piece of work she really was. And they said, "I'm terribly sorry, but the planes, they've closed the doors." Once they close the doors on a plane, they can't then open them and admit other people. It doesn't work like that. The pilot's got to sign off the load. And this woman, she thought she was really clever. And so she said, "Well, I've checked. The plane is not leaving for another hour. And I've had this trouble before." And I thought, well, you're really stupid then, aren't you? Because you've had the trouble before and yet you go back to the same airline. I use this airline all the time. I think she thought they were going to go, "Oh, we're so sorry. We'll open the door for you. You're on EasyJet, love. It costs £1." You know, they're always moaning about these sort of things. And in the end, she didn't get what she wanted, even though she goes up to this woman who's sitting behind the desk and she said, "You lied to me." And the woman goes, "I didn't lie to anybody." She goes, "You lied to me and I will not have that." And I thought, I'd have said to her, "I tell you what, love, take your ticket and stick it." Couldn't even say the words right. And it's a case of, she was just so horrible about it, as if it was the people sitting on the desk's fault. You know? I mean, it's just absolutely ridiculous. But they were having nothing to do with it. And it was when she goes, "I'm going to phone them now," as if she knew somebody. You know, "I've met Stelios, once. I'm going to phone him and I'm going to find out why you won't let me on the plane." Because the rule is that once the pilot has signed off the amount of passengers, there could be empty seats on the plane. It doesn't make any difference. Once they've signed it off, the doors have closed, it's ready to leave. Whether it's an hour later is neither here nor there. And if you were that clever a frequent flyer, and she was a bit thick, this woman, but she was abusive to the staff, I'd have had to say to her, because she kept saying, "Why are you lying to us? I know it's not leaving for another hour." She said, "I haven't lied to you. I'm merely going by what they tell us." She could only pass on the information. But she was horrid. Very horrid. Steve, if a drummer comes out of retirement, will there be repercussions? That's a very old one and not very good at all, actually. And Val says, "My daughter told me David on Love Island is pronounced Davide." Davide, is it? Whatever. I don't really care. David Macclesfield, by gum lad, I tell you. Let's whip it out. He says, August the 1st is Yorkshire Day. Is it? Wow, Yorkshire Day. So now we know. Steve, I was working on the waltzers in Blackpool the other day. I should have been working, but I skived off. My boss caught me and sacked me. I took him to court for funfair dismissal. Right, you're barred. Okay, I'm barring so many people today. I don't care. Listen, it's my show. There's a house. I passed by en route to the shops, Steve. Bang in the front window, there's a wee bird in a cage staring out of the window. And I haven't worked out if it's cruel to have the little cage soul at the window looking out at the big wide world, and the what-ifs, or sitting in its cage away from the window. I don't like to see a cage bird, Steve, says Kim. The trouble is that the ones in Japan, they're little tiny cages. I mean, you can't even... It's like a matchbox they're in. Very small. And I'm assuming it's just their travel box. I mean, I've never kept birds. Never kept birds. It doesn't really interest me, mainly because you have to clean them out and it's a mess and all the rest of it. Yeah, all right. I've got pigeons, yeah, whatever. Very bitter. Amanda in North Yorkshire says, how can you not know today is Yorkshire Day, the day you celebrate God's own country? Don't pick on me. It's not my fault. I'm always getting picked on for things. I'm not supposed to know that it's Yorkshire Day. Good Lord above, I've got enough trouble just keeping myself to myself on this one. So no staff. I think I might watch that tonight. Dispatches, airport. Oh, it's 8 o'clock. I might not be able to make it. Might not. Sometimes I fall asleep before these things. Kate Bush is no longer keen on listening to music. I did that story weeks ago, actually. And a proud and delighted Gloria Hunniford unveiled a new mobile cancer care unit named after Karen, who died from the disease 18 years ago. It's a £250,000 unit, hit the road after East Kent residents, businesses and charities backed a fundraising campaign. Karen was only 41 when she died, and this is one of 12 used nationwide, bears her name, and is provided by the charity Hope for Tomorrow. So that's nice. I should imagine Gloria's delighted. Absolutely delighted. She absolutely loved Karen, her daughter. And I was telling the producer the story of Karen, how they managed to get her back to this country so that she could die here because she wasn't going to make it. But lovely person. So today's Yorkshire Day. There you go. By gum, we're all celebrating Yorkshire Day, which is fantastic. And in a single day, 460 migrants crossed the Channel. 460. And Priti Patel's doing what? Didn't she say she got some new whizzo idea? I mean, so far, nothing she's come up with has ever worked. Not at all, which was terrible. And a widowed mother is writing a memoir about the trauma of losing her husband who died after a reaction to a bee sting. You know, people get affected by bee stings. This is a guy called Whitney Allen. The mother's called Whitney Allen. Will tell what happened to Ryan Allen and hopes to help others going through similar ordeals. He was a police officer. He died earlier of this sting in Pennsylvania. His brain was starved of oxygen for 20 minutes. For 6 months he could open his eyes but not communicate. But the damage to his brain had been devastating. My God, fathers. I suppose if you are allergic to things like that, like a bee sting, when it does actually sting you, and you've really got to rile a bee for it to sting you. They don't intentionally like to, because they die afterwards as well. It's a case of tit for tat, isn't it, really? But I mean, how ghastly to actually die of something and you can't do anything about it. I don't like stuff like that. I'm terrified of bees. I'm not terrified of. Wasps I hate. Wasps I'm rubbish with. Absolute dingle-dangle wasps. Oh, I hate them. Hate things like that. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Tweezer mad beauty fans who overpluck their eyebrows. Have you seen some people in their eyebrows? They look ridiculous. Seriously. They're now spending £7,000 on bushy surgery to match Cara Delevingne's look. There's a bloke in a clinic in Manchester who takes hairs from the back of people's heads and then implants them above their eyes. Oh, I'm not sure about that. Want some of yours? No. From the back of your head. Takes from the back of your head. Oh, you found it. Well done. Not bad. I didn't think you'd know where it was. And so you could look like Cara Delevingne. I don't know why you'd want to do that. Apparently loads of people have had this painful procedure. The treatment costs between £2,500 and £7,000 and takes up to 6 hours. So the new brows are designed, shaped and drawn on. They then remove, the surgeon is, individual hair follicles from the back of the head and implant them one by one into the eyebrows. So it's the same as having a hair transplant. But who the hell wants to look like Cara Delevingne? Can't think of anything worse. And as for Bobby Cole Norris, have you seen his? I mean, they look like they've been painted on by somebody with a bit of creosote. Absolutely ridiculous. I mean, he looks like Ming the Merciless. And look at it. I mean, seriously, he looks as though he's had so much cosmetic surgery. It's just absolutely ridiculous. That's the trouble, you see, when you don't start off with anything and it just goes from bad to worse. And it certainly went from bad to worse with him. So, this crystal goblet by Napoleon Bonaparte. I think 11,000 was cheap. Napoleon Bonaparte, it stands 3.5 inches high and still in the original leather case, unearthed in a family collection. And The cut glass goblet is engraved with an N topped by the imperial crown. 11 grand, that's cheap. I mean, that's something quite special, isn't it? Quite special. Still to come, the Fat Cat water bosses were drowning in cash despite leaking pipes and hosepipe bans. And airline bosses have sparked uproar by adding money to long-haul air miles flights to cover fuel costs. All of that, and is there alien life? News first.
Having a strong email password can help protect you from cybercrime. But there's an extra step you could take this festive season to make your email even harder to hack. Just set up two-step verification on your main email account to get double the protection. Go on, take your email security to another level the next time you log on. That should do it. Search Cyber Aware from the National Cyber Security Centre.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to be company. Welcome to August the 1st. Welcome to Monday. Welcome to Early Breakfast with Steve Allen. Mr. Neil had a weekend and a half. Really. He said, Lorraine and my daughters treated me to a VIP platinum day at the Ragley Hall Game Fair. James Martin cooked breakfast and 3-course lunch, which was amazing. He sat with us for over 30 minutes. So nice. I got chatting to a guy who turned out owned the place, and that was the Lord Mark of Hertford, and ended up escorting him into the main arena for the opening 62-gun salute. Met Vinnie Hines, Nigel Farage, and walked past Princess Anne. All in all, a wonderful time. And so there you go. Was it Vinnie Jones? I think it was Vinnie Jones. A bit difficult to tell. I could see Princess Anne. So she went there as well. He had, oh, look at this food, honestly. Looks lovely. Lovely photos. Lovely photo. What a nice weekend, Mr. Neil. How lucky. How lucky. It's always nice when people come up with unusual things for different sort of celebrations. A friend of mine has got her 60th birthday coming up very shortly. And there's about 180 of us going to the birthday party. I'm spending overnight, and I'm like that. And they've got a marquee, because they've got a very big garden. And they've got, it's a food wagon that's coming in, so they don't have to worry about doing food. This food wagon comes in, you rent it. I don't know how it works. And it's Greek food, so we'll get kebabs and salads and chips and all sorts of bits and pieces. There's going to be 2 live bands. I think there's a DJ, there's a magician. There's all sorts of stuff, and we've got to go to Costco the day before and pick up loads of water. Because not everybody, because there's going to be, with 180 people, there's going to be a lot of cars, but luckily they've got loads of parking. And we'll pick up loads of water. Because some people just want water to drink, whereas I'm going on the Prosecco. I tell you, nobody's going to stop me. I'm going to have the time of my life. And that's quite nice. So hopefully the weather by that time might have changed a little bit. Everybody's still writing to me about, good Lord above, Steve, you didn't know that it was Yorkshire Day. I didn't. I feel a bit guilty about the whole thing. And Steve, I don't know if you know anyone who's had hair transplant. I can only imagine the pain is excruciating, and how long does it take before you can wash it? Well, I don't know, because what they normally do is take it from an area where your hair grows, and it's generally the back of your head, and then they just replant into little plugs in the front, and I think you'll have a mild anaesthetic. And then they just sort of put it in there. I mean, I've never seen any successful ones. Because, it's... Well, you wouldn't know, would you? That's, it's one of those sort of things. I mean, I've seen people wearing toupees, and some toupees look very good. There's a bloke who, I see him every day at Waterloo Station. He's always the last one to walk up the platform, and you can see it's a toupee. And I keep thinking, looking at him, why do you bother? Why do you not, not have a toupee? I can understand it for people in showbiz. It's a very big sort of thing to do. But whether it hurts or not having it done, I've got no idea. But it can take quite some time. And the very idea of having it done on your eyebrows, that must be even worse, because again, they're doing little plugs. It's exactly the same version, except they're doing it. Because some people have big bushy eyebrows and some people don't have bushy eyebrows. And those people that don't perhaps feel as though they're missing. But the amount of stuff and treatment you get now, it's slightly disturbing. Fat Cat water bosses are drowning in cash despite leaking pipes and hosepipe bans. We haven't got a hosepipe. Who's got a hosepipe ban? Have we got a hosepipe ban? They're not down your neck of the woods, is it? Not that you bother. Probably just sort of pump it out the river. And apparently, campaigner and former Undertone star Fergal Sharkey, a good heart these days is hard to find, said the rewards handed to bosses were simply reinforcing the idea that it pays to pollute. Because they pocketed 50 million quid in pay, with Severn Trent chief Liv Garfield raking in 9.8 million. Blimey. There you go. The Isle of Man have got the hosepipe ban from Friday. Southern Water customers in Hampshire and the Isle of Wight will be banned from using hosepipe under what's known as a temporary use ban. Yeah, whatever. If they can see you. Is that going to make any difference? Probably not. Probably not. Well, there you go. The Japanese birds are finches. They've raised by hands from blind chicks and are hence hand tame and flutter around you. The cages of a travelling. No, I've seen them hanging in trees. Hanging in trees. That's why it's on Michael Palin's journey through Japan. But I remember thinking, it's very interesting. Somebody said, I hope that the decision to end Archie's life support is overturned. His parents should have the say. Unfortunately, they can't. It doesn't come down to that. I wish it did, but it doesn't, I'm afraid. His heartbroken mum has begged the government to intervene, but the NHS Trust says everything will be done to preserve his dignity. But the answer is, how long do you keep him on a life support machine? That's the big thing, isn't it? You don't know whether you leave him on there because they say that there might be a flicker of life, but that just might be an involuntary action. I don't know. I'm not qualified to talk about it. I know that at 2 o'clock today, 2 p.m, they're going to switch it off. And then we wait and see. And I think you might find, because they are totally convinced, the doctors are totally convinced, and let's face it, they deal with this all the time. That's what they deal with. They know if somebody is brain dead or whatever it is, and, what quality of life is he going to have. I mean, I think it's a terrible thing. I don't know how I'd feel if it was my brother or a cousin or something like that. I don't know how you'd feel. All I'd think is, and I think at the moment, it's such a waste of a 12-year-old little boy's life. But he was found with this ligature around his neck. They think it was some internet game or something that he'd been playing. And the moment your brain is starved of oxygen, that's when the problems ensue. And I think this maybe has gone too far now, dreadful though it is. It's gone too far, I think. And so they say if it's turned off, he will die. But I don't know what they're expecting to happen. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Kylie Jenner doing another home shoot. How many more photo shoots? They have more photo shoots than the Beckhams. But she says nothing like a girl with Leo's son. It's she's obviously a Leo, isn't she? I don't take any notice of things like that. I used to years and years ago. People would say to me, "What star sign are you?" And I say, "What difference does it make?" You read your star signs, you'll discover that they all apply to all of you at the same time. So if it says, you're going, wait a minute, just see if we can. I can never remember where they all are actually. Sorry. What is my? It doesn't make any difference what my star sign is. It makes no difference at all. It makes absolutely not one jot of difference. What star sign do you think I am? You don't know, do you? You can't tell whether I'm typically my star sign or whether I'm not. Because some people say, "Oh, you're so," and you think, "Oh, that's quite interesting, isn't it? I wonder whether or not we're all like that." And then it turns out that all of them affect all of us. Which one of these apply to me? Wait a minute, I can't find it in the blooming papers. Normally, it's the first thing I find in the papers. Let's have a look. You seem to be filled with sort of oh, I found it. I've got Russell Grant. Now, I've known Russell for years. He says flexibility is needed if you're planning a group trip or event. Could that apply to you? Flexibility is needed. We know you haven't got any friends, but try and make up the story and play the game. We know it's very difficult, but get together with others involved and talk things through. Different people will have different ideas, and it may be necessary to take everything into consideration before going any further. Now, you know what that's about, don't you? Yes, you do. Don't play dumb with me. I know. Now, I wonder if that can apply for everybody else. That's Pisces, by the way. What star sign are you? What are you? You're a Capricorn. Okay, so for Capricorn, it says somebody is feeling uncertain and lacking in confidence. Again, yet you can also recognise their talents and style. You might have done. A few words of encouragement from you will help them feel better. A new romantic relationship is indicated if you're single. Ooh, there you go, you see. But would that be somebody else's star sign as well? What are you, Dan? What are you? You're the same. Oh, Capricorn too. Oh, right. Okay. You are a ram, yes. That means you're born December 22nd to January the 20th. In other words, freezing cold and rain. Yeah, well, I don't know. I mean, I don't know what boring stars are. I used to want to be Aries, but I couldn't be. Didn't kind of work for me at all. But I know loads of people. I've had producers who've got the same birthday as me. Exactly the same birthday. In fact, I've worked with more people who are Pisces than anything else. What does that tell you? We're all terribly creative. I think that's what it's supposed to be. Pisceans are supposed to be slightly sensitive to... yeah? Want to make something of it? Stop playing that game with me, pal. I tell you, messing with the wrong dude. But it's true, though, isn't it? Because it depends what they are. But Pisceans are supposed to be creative, and we're supposed to like water. So we're supposed to live near water. Well, in fact, I do live near water. If I stand on the roof with a telescope, I might better see some. But that's how it works, isn't it? I don't believe in it, though. Some people actually swear by it. But if your star sign said you were going on holiday, say, tomorrow, and it said, do not fly under any circumstances, that's why they never say that. Would you fly? Would you not fly? You'd fly. Yeah. And if it crashed? Well, yeah, it might sort of crash in the Andes. You might have to eat the other passengers. That'd be good fun. They made that into a movie, didn't they? Made it into a movie. I think it was called Alive or something like that. Yeah, and you could pop yourself into the film. But I wonder if it sort of said, do not travel today. Today is not a good day for travel. Whether or not you would actually sort of ignore the warning signs and just go for it anyway. I probably would. But mind you, I'm absolute rubbish at things like that anyway. Yeah, I mean, holidays. And, Steve, why don't bald people have tattoos of rabbits on their head? From a distance, they look like hares. Is that you again? No. Okay. James from Leighton Buzzard, is that you? Is that... Yeah, okay. I was a tap dancer once, but I had to give it up as I kept falling in. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Yes. They used to say 2 taps, 1 hot, 1 cold. Thank you very much indeed. Today is also the Festival of Lammas. Whatever that is, we don't know what that is. We haven't found that one out yet. Actually, it's all a bit embarrassing, isn't it? Really, when there's so many of these days that we should be celebrating, but we're celebrating Yorkshire Day today. So for everybody listening to us in Yorkshire, you're especially welcome. History makers: England 2, Germany 1. Ein. Fantastic, isn't it? And you can imagine how happy they are. You know why? I think they all get £55,000, but I'm not sure if it goes to them or if it goes to a charity. Whatever way it is, they did very well, and they've done better than the boys, put it that way. Better than the boys. And they got royal approval. Prince William hugging the England captain, Leah Williamson, and everybody just like... That's the good thing about women playing football. They're really emotional at the end, really you get tears and people going, yeah, and then all the fans, the masses of people who arrived. Women roared on by 20 million, they reckon, the fans in a frenzy at Wembley. And then Heinz Bolognese saucer went, congratulations, England. What would have happened if they hadn't won? Would they still run the advert, or would they have got different wording on it? Which is interesting. I see that superstar DJ Calvin Harris splashed £1 million on Vic Hope's engagement ring. Sell it, Vic. Sell it. Okay, get it into the pawnbrokers, get some money for it. TV and radio presenter Vic was said to be stunned when he produced the gem. Not surprised. £1 million. But she's very nice. She's very, very nice. Very, very pretty. Very, very pretty. So the Wagatha Christie trial is going to be made into a TV drama. It'll be 5 minutes. You'll never get back in your life again. How boring, honestly. Yeah, because you've got to find somebody who looks like Rebecca Vardy, which is sort of one of those sort of faces that looks like it's an inside-out job. You know, because she always looks so miserable about everything. Now she's £3 million miserable, which is fantastic. She's already plotting her comeback after telling plans. This is Rebecca Varley. Whether you believe this or not, I've got no idea. It might be right, might be wrong. She's not gonna hide away. She's been inundated with big money offers. What for? What, for telling lies? Why on earth would anybody be paying her money? They say from TV companies for interviews, while pitches for documentaries and book deals have also been received. Oh. What? She was the loser. She's got to cough up £3 million. Take her for everything you can get, Colleen. Take her for everything. One pal says Becky is not about to hide away. No, because she's a compulsive liar. That's what it is. That's not the type of person she is. We know what she is, loves. She's a liar. She was called a liar in the High Court. She's devastated but is entitled to try and set the record straight. You're a liar. Goodness sake, honestly, what is the matter with her? Another friend said it's 50-50 at the moment. She'll do a documentary. A documentary? What, on telling lies? What an embarrassment. What an embarrassment. How can a pineapple be worth £10,000? I mean, I quite like pineapple, but you can get them for about £1 at the moment. They're quite cheap pineapples. And this... Oh, right, it takes them a long time to grow these sort of specific ones. Is this not the man from Del Monte? He say yes. Is it not him? Somebody else? Instead of the tropical fruit being sold, it was sliced and eaten by 15 workers who grew it. They've eaten it already. Good Lord above. Each plant takes 2 years to grow and only produces one spiky fruit. Good Lord above. I think, isn't it the same as bananas? Banana trees only fruit once. So they take the bananas, then they dig up the tree, then they plant another one. I think that's how it works. And obviously it must be the same for pineapples. It costs £1,000 to nurture. Gardener Dina, who ate one of the pricey slices, says it was a momentous occasion for the team. So that's quite nice. He said it was just like you would eat in the tropics. A £10,000... I do like fresh pineapple, but I can't have it. It's one of the downsides of diabetes. You know, they sort of say, oh, would you like some fruit? And you go, wouldn't mind some pineapple or mango or watermelon. And they go, none of those. You can't have any of them at all, which is always a bit disappointing. This is cycling. Fans recoiling in horror as a rider flies over a barrier towards them in the Commonwealth Games crash. Good Lord above. One says, because this was Matt Walls, he went up the banking to avoid a pile-up of other cyclists and clipped away. This is just, it looks dangerous to me. Very, very dangerous. You have to be very, very careful with all of these sorts of things. Calls for a national hosepipe ban and compulsory water metering are mounting. Well, there's loads of people who can't have water meters. If you live in flats, it's very difficult to have water meters. So don't give us this whole baloney, I'm afraid. The country's first hosepipe ban imposed in the Isle of Man, and then you've got Hampshire and the Isle of Wight on Friday. So river flow. I mean, what would happen if we ran out of water? Like, you know, we didn't have any more water left at all, or every single reservoir was bone dry. Do we have to go to standpipes or go and buy bottled water? Start digging a well? Trust you, honestly. Wouldn't you get one of the servants to do it? Get the servant to come in and sort of dig a well for you. A friend of mine's got a well in his garden. He had this pipe put in because there's underground water on his site. And I thought that seemed quite a good idea. Steve, I can tell you my star sign is also Pisces, but you're not like myself and others I know. You're especially nasty, says Abby. Oh, it's boring Abby back again. Oh, dear. You're dreadful, aren't you, Abby? You're very lonely. I'm sorry you're lonely and you don't have any friends, but I mean, for goodness sake, love, you must get a life, mustn't you, really? And she says, oh, no, she's gone. She's been barred already, so don't have to hear from her ever again, which is good. Steve, I met Russell Grant briefly at the radio station where I worked, and he said, you're Aquarius. I said, yes. And he said, so am I. I can always tell. I was very impressed, says Steph in Malvern. Yeah, because, I mean, some people fit the stereotype, don't they, of what they are in their star signs. So, Steve, as well as it being Yorkshire Day, today is the Scout Association's 115th birthday. So with everyone at 25th Halifax, St Mark's Scout Group. Good Lord, I was only a cub. I didn't make it to Scouts. We were in Hong Kong, so I was in first Hong Kong. And then we came back here, and I didn't sort of follow it up here. My cousin John was in the Boys Brigade, which I just think was quite good. The Boys Brigade was, they used to blow bugles and everything else, and you'd see them at all of the bits and pieces. But no, I just got as far as the Hong Kong Cubs, and we didn't go any further. But it didn't matter. I quite liked it, actually. You know, trying to identify different leaves, tying knots. Very good with knots. Very good with knots. But it was also the leaves, and then they'd have a sort of like a quiz, and you'd have to... I remember sitting with my mother, and she'd hold up a leaf and go, "What's that?" And I go, "It's a leaf." And she'd go, "Yes, but what sort of leaf?" And I go, "Oak tree." You know, there were oak, limes, all sorts of different things, and that's what you had to learn. You had to learn. And also you had to make sure that, you know, you polished your shoes and that you looked smart and your woggle was straight and all the rest of it. So I quite like that. Steve, Dan Walker has his own web page. He rates people's cooking with eggs. Dan Walker. No, we don't know who Dan Walker is, which is a shame. Really, never mind. I'm sure he's somebody of note. Steve, oh, that one. Oh, he's disappeared now. He left the BBC. And also, I tell you what, where's Charlie State gone? That's what I want to know. He's normally in over the weekend with Naga Manchetti. And there was no Charlie State. I normally catch a little bit of that before he pootle out, listen to the radio. And I thought, where's Charlie State? Where's he gone to? He used to sit next to Naga Manchetti. No mentions from the BBC. They seem to get rid of people and then they go, "Oh, do we have to tell you?" Yes, you blooming well do. Where is he? Come back, Charlie. We miss you. Steve, I was born on the cusp of Leo and Capricorn, which makes me a leprechaun, says David. Was that you? Yeah, that's not funny. It's not funny. About as funny as Abby, but luckily we've managed to get rid of Abby, which is good. Steve, talking about water companies, a report in the Sunday paper reckons the water companies are taking on debt to pay out dividends to shareholders because they know that the taxpayer will bail them out of in trouble. Yes. Steve, haven't heard anybody calling for damehoods for the Lionesses. Oh, you will. Don't worry, you will. They always do that, don't they? They always do that. The man from Del Monte, what a blast from the past. Bananas are so cheap. No joke, I buy 2 bunches a day as my 3 boys eat so many. Could be worse, says Nicola. Yeah, you shouldn't go mad on bananas. They've got potassium in, but don't eat. It's like cherries. Cherries are very good at the moment. The big cherries. Big cherries. But definitely, you know, you can eat cherries, but not in huge volumes. Steve, the rail strikes are now getting ridiculous. On Saturday, my friend and I went to the fun fair to have a ride on the ghost train. When we arrived, we were told there'd be a 2-hour delay. When we asked why, they apologised and said that due to the strikes, they were only running a skeleton service. Bar Daniel in Golders Green, he'll never write to a radio programme ever again, especially not... Is that you again? You are so going to come in for it tomorrow morning. I've got so much lined up for you now. You're really going to suffer badly. Really, very, very badly. In fact, I saw 2 ice cream vans crash yesterday, says Dean in Swansea. One of the drivers was treated for whippy lash. No. See, the trouble is the whippy gag doesn't quite work, really. I don't know why it just doesn't. Really doesn't. But I like the idea. Steve, the money the Lionesses would get is rubbish compared to the £1 million the blokes would get if they win. Yes, I know. Women get treated as second-class citizens. It's bad, isn't it, really? They should be earning exactly the same. Look at them. They filled a stadium the other day, 2-1. They should definitely get the money. Definitely. Another one here, which says, I was in the ATC, the Air Cadets. Oh, I remember those. 11F Brooklyn Squadron, Weybridge, with shot rifles, flew planes, and had a fantastic time, says Pete. Yeah, I bet. I never did the Air Cadets. As I say, I just did the Cubs. I didn't get any further than the Cubs, which was a wee bit disappointing. I don't know why, actually, and I wonder what happened to my uniform. Not that I'd want to put it on now, because it would be a little bit tight. But I just remember we used to sit on toadstools for some reason. I don't know why. And we used to... No, obviously not actual toadstools. They're about that big. We'd crush them, wouldn't we? Yeah, no, they were made out of something. I don't know what they were made out of. Plaster of Paris or something. And we had to say, our Kayla will do our best. You remember that? Does that ring back memories for you? I bet your parents must have been desperate to get you into the Cubs or the Scouts or something like that. Save you having a misspent youth. Steve, it's great to hear you. Thank you. It's Ian from London. It's less than 3 weeks to me and my mum, Edith, to go to Walton-on-the-Naze and go to Frinton-on-Sea for the best seafood. Do you know, I dreamt about seafood the other day. Actually, I also dreamt, I didn't dream it, going down the motorway. I was thinking to myself, I wonder what I want for lunch. This is on Saturday. I went down to my godchildren. And there was seriously, it's like the Von Trapp family going out on tour. And so I took my car as well. So we took 2 cars because there was more than 3 of us going out. And I'd thought, going down on the motorway, I thought I'd like some spare ribs. I haven't had spare ribs for ages. And so we go to this place, and we'd been there before, actually, and I had spare ribs. But it also came with wings and brisket and coleslaw, and the whole bit came as on a big sort of platter. And I don't think I had a pudding. I can't remember if I had a pudding. But I did have frozen strawberry daiquiris, which looked a little bit like what do they call that frozen water stuff? Slush puppies. It was like that, only with booze in it. Whey! I was all up for that. $7.50 each or 2 for a tenner. So I had 2, which was much better. Yeah, I was very pleased. I didn't care about anything after that. Steve, with not being able to have certain foods because of sugar, how'd you get away with Prosecco? Mind your own business, Jennifer. Mind your own business, okay? Nothing worse than beaky curtain twitchers this time of the morning. Honestly, I've never heard anything like it.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfill orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
We're all in a bit silly mood this morning. I don't know whether it's because it's the 1st of August. I don't know if anything's supposed to happen on the 1st of August. But we all sort of go a bit sort of daft and do lally. The producers are sort of just playing games. And it's become a bit tedious. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Apparently, Waitrose fresh large prawns. I can't do large prawns. I cannot do them. I had a dream about this the other night. I have to do the little ones because the other ones, you know, where they hang over the side of the glass and then you break the head open or something. I can't do those. Oh, no, I couldn't do that. Absolutely not. And Steve, so proud of our Lionesses, says Rob. Football has finally come home. Takes a woman to do a man's job. I know. Well, to be honest with you, I think the blokes are vastly overpaid. Vastly overpaid when you consider they haven't done too well for ages and ages and ages, and the women come along and just wipe the floor with them, you know. So I tell you what, let's do away with the blokes, shall we? Let's do away with the blokes and just have women. Steve, what a game last night, says tanker driver Phil. Football came home, but as usual, it was the women that get it. Congratulations, Lionesses. Yeah, good for them. Very good. They'll be waking up today feeling so proud, and so they should. Steve, somebody else talking about, I was in the 1st Enfield Boys Brigade and loved it. Our motto was sure and steadfast, says David Tottenham. I don't know about that. Steve, thank goodness for you. I've been spitting feathers. Some rotten so-and-sos have taken the catalytic converter off my car and it's now written off. It wouldn't be so bad, but my husband and I are disabled and can't cope without it. I wonder if they've got a conscience. Unfortunately not. They won't have consciences. I mean, I've got a catalytic converter, but you can't get to it because some of them, they're underneath the car. They're easily mine is a sealed unit. So, you know, and also I would be running over them. You know, I don't want to be rude about it, but they're not going to mess with me, I tell you, all these people. Dreadful. So I have sympathy with you. I know exactly what it's like when I've seen them on the tape. They can remove them in about a minute, I'm told. Jane says, Steve, it's a lovely sunny morning here in West Yorkshire after the rain yesterday. Will you stop it with the rain? You know we've not got any rain. So good tempting us by just sort of saying, oh, we had rain yesterday, because you know that we don't have any rain, and we do want some rain. We do want some rain. I mean, it's, you know, I refuse to let flowers die, though. I'm sorry, I'm not buying into that one at all. They'll have to take me to court and sort of, you know, and take me out there and flog me or something like that. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Let me find another quickie one here. Oh, a lot of these recipes about squeeze of lemon, dash of mayonnaise and fresh crusty brown bread. Now, that was Sunday lunch, says Pete, on my 3rd pool in Esher, because he's a pool man. He goes round and it's not for you. He does pools, okay, for people who have pools. Ayla says, was in London at the weekend for my birthday, and we made a trip to Joe Allen's for the first time. It was amazing. We'll definitely be going again. Oh, Please shout out to my boyfriend Jack, who's trucking at the moment. Miss him lots. Wasn't there a song about convoy? We are the men of the convoy, trucking through the night. C.W. McCall, Convoy. It was a huge hit. Huge hit. And that's all I can remember is C.W. McCall, Convoy. Don't remember the hits? I'm never wrong. Of course, it was a hit. Yeah, Convoy. It was lovely. There you go. Oh, break a break for a copy. Do you ever do that? Have you have CB radio? They were very popular, CB radio. You know, here's the rubber duck. You've got a copy on me. Big pen. Come on, yeah. 10-4. It was all this. Clean through to Flagtown. Come on, yeah. And we got the front door, good buddy. Mercy sakes alive. Looks like we've got us a convoy. It was great. It was all butch men talking on little radio. Because if you're travelling these lonely roads, you've got nobody to talk to. That's why this programme is a godsend for truckers everywhere. We encourage truckers on this programme. Steve, the men can learn a lot from the women, says Susan. You don't have to roll on the floor as if you've been shot, diving, wasting time and spitting. No, I know. You can be perfectly reasonable about it. And, of course, then they have their drama queen bits, don't they? Oh, ow, ow, somebody kicked me. Ow, you know, like that. And that's why they don't win. Do you remember Bagpuss, says Sidcup Julie? There's a little exhibition in Canterbury by Emily, the little girl who stars at the start of the programme. Really? I didn't really do Bagpuss. It came along a little bit sort of too after me. I'm afraid I was more Tales of the Riverbank, Ragtag and Bobtail and the Wooden Tops. You remember the Wooden Tops? You don't remember the Wooden Tops. You just try and jump onto my bandwagon. You don't remember the Wooden Tops at all. Just trying to make yourself popular, aren't you? Oh, I knew the Wooden Tops, Steve. Stuart says, I'm with you if we get a hosepipe ban. I will be up at 2 a.m. dressed in black, watering the plants. I know the feeling. I know the feeling. Linda says, Steve, a question that needs answering is, what mechanism is there for stripping peerages from those who never should have received one? Oh, well, they can do it. It can be done. It's a bit of a complicated. They've done it to a few people, actually. Done it to a few people. What else we got here? What else we got? Here we go. The worst joke. Is there a crocodile in your car? It's not a crocodile. It's my navigator. That wasn't very good, was it? I've heard better. Heard better. So here they all are. In the showbiz column, Simon Pegg says Tom Cruise was warned he might never run again after he broke an ankle whilst filming a stunt. Because Tom Cruise does all his own stunts in all his films. I don't know how they get the insurance. Must be astronomical. Harry Styles received his first Mercury Prize nomination for Harry's House. He's done so well. He's seriously done so well. You can't knock him out of all the boys in One Direction. Harry Styles streaks ahead. Streaks ahead. You know, the others disappeared, didn't they? Also, Jessie Nelson split from her record label she split from the record label. She hasn't released anything, has she? She was in Little Mix, and so she split from her record label after failing to agree on new music. But I did say before, and it's a harsh fact of life, if you've been in a girl group or a boysy group or something like that, when you split away from them, there's very little going on, I'm afraid. And Little Mix were very, very popular. The girls still go out there and perform, but they all go, oh, let's all go solo. Don't even think about it. Harry is the total exception, 1 in a million people. Look at little Louise Redknapp. What a waste of time that was going into the record studio. People always say the same thing. Louise who? And for Jessie Nelson, she dressed up, she did the whole bit, she posed for photos. And I'm saying, yeah, but what's the music like? And that's where it all fell apart. So now she's split from the record label, because obviously she said, I want to do this. And they've said, no, we want you to do this. And so you part ways. You part company. That's the way it is, I'm afraid. A little bit of an embarrassment, but, you know. Do you remember the theme tune, says Trucker Chris to BFBS? I do not. I do not. And, Steve, yes, I had a CB. My nickname was Peter Rabbit. That's an unbelievable memory. Any breakers, any takers on the 1-4 come back? Good buddy. Have you ever been to Colbert in Sloane Square? We tried it for the first time on Friday, and the Arnold Bennett omelette and kedgeree were amazing, says Joanna Canada Water. As ever, love your programme. That's what we like to hear, actually. We like people. It doesn't cost anything to have a radio programme. You can just, what? Don't start, I tell you. You're getting on my nerves this morning. Oh, my God, there'll be a call into HR later on, I tell you. Don't ever give me that bloke from Maidenhead ever again. He's just messing about, doing his little dancing, telling me, oh, I'm now on Instagram and all this kind of stuff, knowing that I can't get Instagram because I've got no idea. And you think, oh, I've got pictures and all the rest of it. Apparently, the southeast did have rain last night, Steve, says Paul. Here, first night here in Deal, we had plenty. Please don't do this to me. We haven't had any rain here. I mean, if I turned the producer upside down and shook him, we wouldn't get rain. Would we? I mean, we're not asking for a lot of rain, just 24 hours would be quite nice. I mean, why can't we just, enough to fill up the reservoirs, but it's got to rain for a week before we even came anywhere near filling up the reservoirs. And even then, I've seen it rain before and they go, still the chance of a hosepipe ban. And you think, we're just not good at managing it, are we? Like leaves on the line for the trains. You know, and stuff like that. Oh, we've had snow and the trains can't run and all that kind of stuff. It's very annoying, very, very annoying. But, yeah, so there's bad news for Jessie Nelson. What she's got to do now, if she's been dropped by her record label because they can't agree on the sort of music, you know, because I can imagine having been very, very successful and then all of a sudden you disappear out the limelight, you can't start dictating to a record label because she's not going to find another record label immediately. It's going to be, you know, I mean, I don't know how these people survive financially because, you know, a lot of them don't, actually. A lot of them don't. Sue says, met my husband on CB 39 years ago, call sign Mirrorman and Saucy Sue, still going strong, and CB radio still thriving and popular in London. Well, there you go. See, where we lead, others follow. Morning, nice to be company. Monday, August the 1st, 11 minutes to 7. So I'm trying to work out, actually, really where Jessie Nelson goes now. And the answer is, I don't know. The music business is terribly fickle for people. And if you've only known one thing, I mean, I remember when Jerry left the Spice Girls, and I remember thinking, now, why would you do that? And I suppose after a while they get bored with it. They just sort of, you know, they don't want to go out there. They don't want to learn the dances. It's like Steps. I mean, Steps every so often, obviously, when their money runs out and they have to sort of get jobs in kebab shops. I think then Steps sort of go, OK, let's learn some new dance routines, come up with a new bit of material. And that obviously keeps them going. It's like people in the entertainment business. During the pandemic, it was a nightmare for people working because people who were literally struggling hand to mouth and then waited for the call for pantomime. All of a sudden, there was no call for pantomime, and people were really struggling. I know Luenda people who were going, we need to actually work. We need to get some money in. People think if you're on the television, you're making a fortune, or if you're a music artist, you're making a fortune. You're not. You're not. If you don't write anything, you make nothing. You just get a fee. And that's the problem. And so consequently, I mean, now things are getting, back together a little bit, certainly a lot better than they used to be. But, if you go to a record label, and then I remember Jessie Nelson, she went over to America, I'm sure, to do music and all the rest of it. I mean, how difficult does it have to be to go by people? I remember seeing all the people arguing on Britain's Got Talent and X Factor and everything else. And I remember somebody saying to Louis Walsh, who are you? This stupid girl up there who couldn't sing for toffee. I mean, she was so dim and stupid. And then she would go, who are you? And I thought, well, wait a minute. And then somebody picked on Simon Cowell and said, what do you do? And you go, well, he's the one who gets people to number one in the charts. That's what he does. And you're the person who's never going to see that because you can't sing. And they don't like it. And some of them became terribly aggressive. And I remember thinking, but these people have got track records. Louis Walsh knows what makes successful groups. That's what he does for a living. How can you ever doubt him? Ridiculous. Steve, Phil says, what a coincidence. My brother sent me an original cinema poster of a convoy on Saturday, found it in a bookshop in Glasgow. My CB handle was Slippery Sid. I won't tell you what my handle was. Gwen says, Charlie State has been replaced by Roger Johnson. Well, I knew that Roger Johnson was doing, but I hope he's not been replaced because we like Charlie State. They've got no loyalty, have they, to people? No loyalty. Ghastly, really. Steve, I was fined $50, says Shane, when I had CB radio. You had to have a license down there. I think the neighbour put me in. I used to have a mag mount. So you'd have the CB radio in the car, on the seat, and they were cheap. 29 quid you could get them for, 29 quid. And then you bought the aerial, which came in the window, and it was a mag mount. It fitted onto the roof of your car. It just sat there because it was a magnet, and that was the aerial. I found it quite frightening, actually. I remember a friend of mine, she was addicted to it. She'd come back from work at about 6 o'clock in the evening. She'd be on it till 4 o'clock in the morning. She just couldn't, the addiction of going break a break for a copy. You know, and somebody say, okay, crank it up to 23, and you turn your little number dial to 23, and you'd have a conversation. But of course, everybody else could listen in. But it was hugely popular, hugely popular. Steve, I hope you're well. I am, thank you for asking. I've had a hair transplant back in 2019. The results have been amazing. My loss of confidence was at a low, but I'm happy to say less than 2 years later, I've found the love of my life, says Shaheen. Well, you see, I mean, I like it when I hear a story like that. That makes me feel a bit better about life. Because they're not cheap, are they? They're not cheap to have all these sort of things. Steve. I remember a small artist who broke away from a band called Wham. Seemed to do okay. Love the show, says John. Yeah, but he's dead now, isn't he? So, I mean, come on. Blimey. Actually, it's so funny when you look back at how successful George was. But he came off social media. He came off everything because of the abuse that he used to get. And he said, right, that's it. I'm coming off social media. I met him once. Not to talk to. I was talking to somebody from another group, and George came past, and he was stick thin, like thin, and he was wearing all black. And I remember looking at him thinking, God, because television makes you look fat. Television adds pounds. So if you're thin in real life, television makes you look normal. He was unbelievably thin. I can remember looking at him, and he was like, 2 feet away from me. And I remember thinking, my God, you're slim. My God, you're slim. But he was so successful. And, he had all these sort of problems going on and bits and pieces after he got caught in the toilets in America. And then he made a video about it. I seem to remember with the policeman. And I think the urinals turned round in the video or something. It was all basically. And he sort of played it up. He said, listen, so what? So what? Exactly. And he just sort of kept going, aren't. So there you go. Steve, I was on the X Factor in 2015. The lack of support with contestants was abysmal. We came 9th. But the week we left, even before singing, Louis sat next to me in the hair chair and says, how's it feel to be leaving this week? You see, I don't believe that. I don't believe that story at all. I think you're a liar. Because Louis Walsh was always perfect on that show. They had a way of doing it. And that show worked to a format. It was very cleverly put together, so I don't believe a word of it. You came 9th. Well, you deserve to lose. It'll teach you for sort of pretending things. You're not Rebecca Vardy, are you, by any chance? She's prone to telling lies as well. Steve, somebody else, and the amount of people who've had hair transplants who listen to this programme, I'm quite amazed, actually. So listen, I think tomorrow we're going to be talking about Archie Battersby. I don't want to, but I have a feeling that we will be talking about him because they say life support is set to end at 2 p.m. today. They've had their letter. And in an 11th hour move, government lawyers last night asked the High Court to urgently consider a UN request. Now, whether that goes ahead, I don't know. It doesn't look very promising, but the High Court judge has ruled that life support could lawfully end. So he's been in this coma since April. That's quite a long time. And so he was, they have a name for it, don't they? Where they think that his brain has gone completely because it was starved of blood. He's brainstem dead. That's what it is. And so they say that life support is not in his best interest. I mean, I just my heart bleeds because there are other people in this very similar situation. Somebody's got to make that decision, and the parents can't make it. Well, their decision is to keep him going. So then it goes to the High Court, and the doctors say, listen, we think that he's brainstem dead. He's not going to come back in any way, shape or form. So I think we're going to be talking about that tomorrow. I wish we weren't, but I have a horrible feeling we might be. I quite like the story, and I was going to do it at the beginning of the programme. It was the only thing that sort of brought a smile to my face. Somebody planted a cannabis plant in a town centre flower bed. So they planted this cannabis plant, so the council are watering it on a regular basis. And this bloke goes past it, he goes, hello? That looks a bit like cannabis. And so he rubs the leaf, and he goes, it's cannabis. And he caught a whiff of it. He said it was in a bed of red and white flowers. He said, so I pulled it out. Anyway, he said it didn't look right. When I rubbed the leaves, my hands reeked of this sweet, pungent smell for about an hour. It was definitely cannabis. Anyway, the plant's now gone, and a spokesman for Tunbridge Wells Council said a member of the public reported what they described as a cannabis plant in a planter in the town centre. The plant has been removed. Well, you can't have things like that. I mean, Tunbridge Wells, it's full of sort of lovely people, isn't it? You know, they don't want to go around there sort of growing their marijuana or something like that. But if you live in a tower block, I suppose you've got to grow it somewhere. So that means that somebody went along there and actually planted a plant in the middle of this flower bed, and the council have happily watered it for ages and ages. I mean, I ask you, there's certain things that you just can't believe in this day and age.